I would make it this far. They hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big and right. Cause it can get big and right. Cause it can get big and right. Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk like the show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big and right. Cause it can get big and right. Cause it can get big and right.
Salute, and good morning, ATP. What's really good, man? What's really good? Clap it up one more time. You know, it's nice. We want to build on this morning. It is the beginning of fight week. It's going down today. We are expecting grand arrivals to be later today, I believe. The schedule is out there, right? I really get a chance to dial in and double down on the schedule to see what time is coming on. But, man, it's fight week, man. Fight weekend. Coming off a decent fight weekend as well. Action in the 130-pound weight class division. We got to talk about that for sure, as Eddie Hearn is up to his old tricks again, moving around the status quo, trying to make listen, I'm going to say Eddie's trying to make the biggest fights that he can make inside of his budget, but also, you know, trying to seize the moment, strike while the kettle is hot. Seems like there's an opportunity for him to make a big unification fight at 130. He'll do that, try to at least, but he has some hurdles to get over. There's obligations, there's mandatories, there's other things involved in the conversation. As a wise man once said, easier said than done, but we'll talk about that. Then, of course, diving deeper into this weekend's event. We got media workouts this week. We have weigh-ins. We have press conferences. We have cards coming up earlier this week, Thursday, Friday, going into Saturday, prelim card. We have so many fights coming up this weekend, so much to talk about. And, of course, we have the drama and the latest and greatest news happening in boxing, and, you know, so much to cover. We'll double down. Looks like Fabio Wardley and Joseph Parker is announced officially October 25th on the website of the Zone right now as an event to look forward to seeing. So interesting. Will be interesting to see what that undercard looks like as well. We've already spoken about Deontay Wilder, I believe, and his showing he wants to do 10 more years in boxing, right? Trying to bring back American boxing. We appreciate you, Deontay. Hope he's able to do that. So much to talk about. Shout out to everybody who's in the building. We are up earlier this morning than we normally are, or maybe we're going back to the hours we've done before. I've got things to do today, so I'm working around my schedule. Still got to make it into the gym. Still got to do all those things and a bunch of other stuff to do throughout the day. So rather than push it out later, I thought we'd kick it a little bit earlier this morning. So thanks for your patience. Thanks for being here in the building. All my replay community members that are on the West Coast, maybe a little too early for you guys. Enjoy the replay as well. Guys, as we step in the building, let's make sure we're also hitting that like button. Please, I thank you in advance for that. And of course, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that, man. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Ray right there in the chat, probably looking for that link. Probably didn't check his email yet, but I'm sure he'll be up shortly. I know he's handling stuff as well. Let's shout out and do a little quick roll call in the building to the family that is in the building. Shout out to Just Do Boxing early in the morning, 7:30 this morning, showed up, said, let's build. Oh, we definitely going to build, man. We got to build. We got to build, man. So much to talk about. And we just, you know, obviously towards the end of the show, we will open up the panel and have the usual suspects come up here and, you know, share thoughts on the topics at hand. Shout out to Eastside Easy in the building, says, I'm off work, so I'm making sure I catch Boxing Talk this live. Salute Claymore. What's good, chat? Man, salute to you, Eastside Easy. What's good with you, fam? Jay Will in the morning says, fire emojis, morning, Claymore. Morning to you, Jay Will. Salute to you, man. AK Crowder always giving out the best super chat in the building, saying, blessings, brother Claymore. This week is this is the week, so let's elevate 100%. Maybe I should have put that song on this morning, right? Maybe I should have put that on this morning. Jay Will says, fight week is finally here. Man, listen, all the talk is going to get put to the side, right? We've been talking so much about this event for months now. We've been talking about the possibilities of the event, from crossing over into the event actually being announced. Now the event actually getting ready to happen. Wow, man. I mean, let's be real, bro. I'm excited. I don't know about everybody else. I'm excited. I know how the space has been. We'll talk about it as well, because people are going to throw shade on the event. It is what it is. People feel like it's not the event they asked for. This is not the fight that they asked for, but I'm hoping that it sells better on September 13th, right? It is what it is. Go get the money. Salute to you, man. Salute to you. Go get the money. Good to see you in the building, man. Go get the money. Says, what time is it? Work time. Work time. Work time. That fight like 7 a.m. INOUE versus MJ. I don't know, but you know, that if that fight is in Japan, it probably is at 7 a.m. I'll be covering the fights live. I focus my energy and we'll be doing this. I'll be covering all the events this week. Count on me. We'll be going through. We'll be doing the play-by-play, commentating. Everything you can imagine when it comes to this fight is going down. Kalia World says, hello, everybody. I'm here. We are glad to have you here. Now we can have the party, Kalia. Now that you stepped in the building, we can turn up. Good morning, Queen. Glad to have you in the building, man. Let's see here. Okay, we're good to go. Oh, there he is right there. Ray M. Effin Davis in the building. Everybody salute Ray Davis. Round of applause.
Salute everybody. Peace.
Yeah. What's good, Ray, man? It's Monday morning. It's fight week, man. This is the week we've been waiting on, man. Where your head at? Where you at in your headspace?
I don't even know, Clay. I'm still stuck on the fence here, bro.
Yeah.
Like I said, I really believe in Crawford. I do believe in him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But also putting in my mindset is like, you know what I mean? He's built for greatness also. You know what I mean? I put that there, but then I'm like, Canelo's just Canelo, man. Like, I can't take nothing away from him. So, you know, it's a hard one to call. I think skill might outdo him. You know what I mean? I think Crawford might get it, but that's wishful thinking on my part. You know what I mean? I hope it happens. But also see that there's there's a lot of trouble in that fight for Crawford. So, you know what I mean? I don't think it's got nothing to do with him being a bigger fighter or this, that, Canelo. I just think it's just a matter of sometimes ring experience. I think Crawford has enough, but I think Canelo just has a little bit more. You know what I mean? He's seen a little bit more. But, you know, my hands is up, man. I don't know yet, man. I'm going to have to make a last-minute decision on this. I might put money on Crawford, though. I ain't going to lie.
I already did it. I already did it like 3 weeks ago. Try to catch the best odds. But, no, I agree with you 100%, man. This fight right here, man, you know, listen, man, this is a different kind of fight. If you're a Crawford fan, this is a different kind of fight for you. This is not a lot of boxing fans or, you know, whoever your favorite boxer is. There's not too many times he puts you as a fan in this position, right? Which is in a position of, damn, this is a tall task. And you're a fan, right? Like, you understand what's at stake here. You're here to support your fighter. You know your fighter can do it. That's never a question, right? His ability to do it is not in question, but will he do it? And that's what makes this fight intriguing. That's what it's all about, man. That's what this is all about, man. When your fighter you've watched move through the whole entire system and achieve everything there's out there to achieve, has achieved the biggest accolades in the game, has become undisputed in 2 weight classes, 4 weight classes, became champions each one of those divisions, and it's culminating to this moment right here where you'll dial back into everything that you've seen your fighter do and go, man, I know he's built up the skills, I know he has experience, I know he has everything he needs to win this fight. But will he? Because you can't take away nothing from the guy across the ring from him. Canelo Alvarez is an accomplished fighter, a real puncher, explosive fighter. He has a very good IQ in the ring. To say that Terrence Crawford has a higher IQ than Canelo Alvarez is not a shot at Canelo Alvarez. It's simply when the best get in front of the best inside of the ring, there's leverage on each of them have their own thing that they bring to the table that's unique to them. I think Canelo Alvarez brings a lot of power, obviously. Obviously, he's well acclimated to the division. He's a tried, true champion. You can't take that away from him. And then you have Terrence Crawford, who brings everything that's built him up, but we have the unknowns with Terrence Crawford. We don't know, like, shout out Angelo Reyes says, we don't know what we don't know. And that's what makes this fight intriguing, as a part of this fight that's very mysterious, very, we're in the dark about a lot of intangibles in this fight. And we're going to find out just with everybody else on September 13th. We're going to find out together.
Right. I was thinking about something too when you was talking. Like when we look at the type of fighters that Canelo have fought, he's fought a style similar to Bud's, or a slick fighter, or an accomplished fighter, or a fighter that can just do a lot in the ring, just a well-rounded fighter. But on the other hand, the guys that he fought that were similar to Canelo, I could throw their names out there. We all know who they are. They weren't on the level of Canelo.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they weren't walking through things. They weren't able to pinpoint shots and hurt joints and things of that nature. They didn't have game plans.
Mm-hmm.
They had one game plan, and I watched the Postal argument. Postal said he's gonna knock him out. He's a smaller man. I watched Burns, who was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna beat him up." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's a little guy coming up there. I watched all these dudes talk about Crawford like that, him being a smaller guy. That's why I laugh when everybody's like, Canelo is a bigger man. I'm like, yo, that has nothing to do with it. It's not about being a bigger. It's about the skill sets. And I think that when it comes to those skill sets, the guys that Canelo has fought have been well-rounded, if not, I don't think they're on par, but well-rounded and close to the consensus of Bud Crawford. But I don't think Bud has fought anybody that has been as strong, and I say strong, not big, as applied to strength as Canelo. But, you know what I mean? Bud ain't no slouch either. I mean, we know he got strength too, so we'll see.
Yeah, man. Look, man, I think the size factor does play its part until it doesn't, right? I think without a doubt, that question is going to have to get answered in the ring about how much of that's going to be an influence on what happens in this fight, right?
Right.
Once that question gets answered or one way or another, we'll know what direction to go in as far as how competitive this fight really is probably going to be. Then the next question, see, that's the question for Terrence to answer. Is the size going to play an issue for Terrence Crawford? Is Canelo's strength, is his power punching ability going to be an issue for Terrence Crawford? That's a question for Terrence Crawford to answer. But on the other side of the argument, I think Canelo has his own set of questions to answer as well, right? And the questions is your IQ going to be in question? Are you going to get out? You know what I mean? Is Terrence going to outthink you in the ring? Is Terrence going to be able to take advantage of a lack of cerebral activity from you in the ring in the past years because you just haven't been challenged and required to do those things? If Terrence is able to go ahead and put that adversity in front of you to where you are going to have to tap back into that bag, well, you know, are those tools still primed? Have you been keeping them clean? Have you been oiling them? Have you been keeping them in good condition, or have they gotten rusty over the years? Have they just sat by on the side and not been touched? Did you forget about them? Did you have to blow the dust off these tools and pause, possibly? Did you have to get these tools back up to speed, and do they still hold the integrity that they did 5+ years ago? I don't know. I know against Dimitri Bivol, when confronted with boxing, when it came time to understand that the power wasn't going to be what was going to make the difference between you and him in that ring, that you were going to have to box him, move, outscore him. You failed. You fell short there. You curled up, you got up on the rope, you got up in the high guard, and you tried to trick him into, try to bait him into doing something that he didn't plan on doing. And once he didn't bite on that bait, the fight was pretty much over with. You didn't have any answers. So in this fight, do I think you're going to end up in that situation with Terrence Crawford? I think it's possible. I think it's very possible that I think it's very possible that Canelo Alvarez can get frustrated with the movement, with the ability of Terrence Crawford to hit, not necessarily get hit clean, score, make Canelo pay. That might annoy Canelo as well. If Terrence Crawford can actually make him pay, in other words, if he overcomes the size difference and the power difference narrative that's been put out there, if Terrence overcomes that obstacle, then now Canelo has to, factor this in now, because now Terrence can make him pay. And Terrence can take advantage of certain holes in certain things and force Canelo Alvarez's hand into adjusting and moving in a different way and be effective when he adjusts. Right. So we'll see, right? We'll see when that happens. Terrence Crawford's job is to give Canelo Alvarez a look, not that he's never seen in his career, but a look that he hasn't seen in a long time, because sometimes that's all it's about, right?
Correct. I like that. I like it. That's 100%. Did you see Offset has his opinion on the fight?
Nah, what did he say?
Oh, man. First of all, I don't think he even know who Bud is.
Casuals, though. That's good to know, though. The casuals are attracted to the fight. That's what's up.
He said, he's like, yeah, man, that's my guy. But, Canelo's a different guy. I'm like, that's your guy. You didn't even say his name. Like, can't say Bud's my guy, or like he literally was like, it's, and you can see it in his reaction. But
he's probably referring to like meeting Bud at a music awards or at a party somewhere, and then building that relationship with him in that way. But maybe he doesn't have the deep knowledge on what he really brings to the ring that would make him competitive with Canelo. See, a lot of people know Terrence Crawford and they've seen him fight before, but they have a hard time translating anything they've seen him do in the ring into him doing that with Canelo, right? That's where it comes down to where it's like, all right, man, I seen him do that at 147. I see him do that at 140. I mean, I see him fight at 135. I even just saw him fight at 154, but I don't know if none of that translates in the ring with him at 168. And I thought Angelo did a good job of bringing that up, right? And saying that, it's one thing to have the skills, but it's another thing to be able, the question is, are those skills applicable? Do they apply? Do they work? Do they make sense? Because those skills are only as good as they are effective, right? If they're not effective, those skills don't count in this fight. So, what we don't know, we don't know. And we got to watch and take our time and see exactly how what Terrence does translates into this ring. Now, here's another question as well, though. What game plan and strategy do these guys come into the ring with? And walk with me here, because Terrence Crawford, I'm a firm believer in what got you to the show is what you should be depending on to get you through the show, right?
Right.
If you change everything in the ninth inning because this fight is so unique and so different, there's an argument there from a fan base point of view to say, yeah, you're going to have to change it up. Terrence is going to have to be different. He can't get hit like I've seen him get hit before. He can't take the chances I've seen him take before. He can't do the things I've seen him do in other fights. Well, it's like, well, what do you want him to do? That's what made him and got him all the accomplishments he got. Shouldn't he be bringing that to the table? Isn't that what Terrence Crawford brings to the table and should bring to the table? Is this the time to choose to leave that at home and bring something else to the table? And the same thing for Canelo as well, right? What brought him to the table, is that what he's going to bring there? In other words, are both these fighters going to be transparent and be who we know they are, and we're just going to find out whose approach is more effective? Or are both these guys going to jump in the ring and become brand new fighters on us on Saturday and change the whole entire trajectory of this fight?
We already see what Canelo doing, man. He bringing in boots and excuse me, bringing in hold on, my bad.
Yeah, go ahead, take a sip of water, man.
My bad. Bringing in boots and all that, and he definitely showing like he's looking to get some type of timing down and do some type of different things in the ring. Maybe he worked on some footwork with boots. We don't know what he was there for, but I'm pretty sure he got some type of lessons in that ring where he was trying to transition certain things to be prepared for. I mean, that's why you do sparring matches. That's why you do the training that you go through. I don't think Bud changes much. I think Bud is who he is, and Bud's always been unpredictable as a fighter. Bud adjusts.
Wow, I like that you said that. Go ahead, though. That was actually a powerful, that was a profound statement you made there.
And I think that when he adjusts in the ring, he's always going to be who he is. It's your job to get him where he's confused and he doesn't know what to do. So it's Canelo going to be able to do so. That's what it's going to come down to. Now, of course, he hit him with a couple of shots that hurt him. That may make him rethink certain things, recalibrate. You don't want to get hit with that no more. But if it happens more than enough, then we'll see what happens. On the other end, I think, Canelo can find himself in a bad situation if he does not stay to, like you just said, stay to his plan and let the plan deviate to where it needs to go.
Right.
Because I just think bringing Boots in, like that being a big storyline, says a lot to what Canelo's thinking, and especially him admitting that, he didn't like the fact that he lost to Floyd the way he did. That plays a big part in this, by the way. I want you to realize that Floyd loss plays a big part, and now he's taking on Bud. Canelo's
I gotta agree
to that.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you because I do have to agree with you, man. I gotta be honest and agree with you on that because clearly Canelo is taking the time to prepare for this fight in a way that he may not have. He definitely didn't take these precautions when preparing for Edgar, when preparing for Jaime, when preparing for John Ryder, when preparing for Caleb Plant. He didn't take these extra steps, right? He was like, he had faith in what he did, and he didn't see. There's an argument there to say he didn't see these guys having the ability to derail him, right? And I will also say that he didn't take that extra step with Dimitri Bivol. So I think both these fights are influencing the way he's moving his fight. I think the Floyd Mayweather fight and the Dimitri Bivol fight are influencing the way he approaches his fight. He understands that this fight has a potential to render the same result those two fights did, right? Canelo understands that. He understands that what Floyd did to me and what Dimitri did to me, this guy can F around and do to me. I need to jump into this other bag. And I think that's what it comes down to is, and I love what you said earlier, and I stopped you for a half a second, but, I fell back because I have a bad habit of doing that, right? But Bud's style is unpredictable. So anything goes for Bud. There's no changing Bud's game in the ninth inning because Bud's game is changing when he needs to change and how he needs to change and adjusting to the situation. That's who he is, actually. He's not one-dimensional. It's going to be hard for Bud to be brand new in this fight because who he is actually, like Bruce Lee said, he's like water, right? Canelo is the one where adjusting doesn't seem to be necessarily the thing he does the most. He seems to, his game plan has always been able to be focused around, look, I'm high guard, walking you down or inviting you in and taking advantage of punching while you're punching and counter punching you and hitting you hard as hell and being able to stop you and hurt you and discourage you. Punching on, if you're very defensive, I'll just punch on your arms. I'll punch on your hip. I'll punch, you know what I'm saying? I will punch you until you break and concede to my point of view, right? And move with me and try to fight me. Get damn the boxing, because ultimately, if you get on your bicycle with Canelo Alvarez, he'll just stalk you until your conditioning comes into question, right? He'll just stalk you and punch on you until your body starts to break down, so you have a hard time throwing your shots. He'll make you tired, even after a while, if he finishes hitting you so many times, he'll start fainting you into submission. He'll start fainting you and getting you going to where you start bracing for these shots and start moving around more than you need to move around. So the question is, we saw what that looked like when he did that with Dimitri Bivol. And I'm going to say specifically Dimitri, because with Floyd, it was more so the experience. He tried to press it, but with Dimitri, it seemed like when he ran into that wall with that boxer that just would not cooperate, he got flustered.
Right.
he got flustered when Dimitri wasn't biting on the feints, when Dimitri wasn't biting on the invites, when Dimitri was able to control that distance, when Dimitri was able to make him pay. He didn't seem to have an answer for that dilemma that he was in. And ultimately, I'm not going to say he gave up, but he didn't. He gave up on the ability of adjusting. It just became, I'm either going to be able to catch this dude or we're going to have to go to the judges in 12 rounds. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I can see him potentially getting entangled in something like that with Bud Crawford. You know what I mean?
Easy. Very easy.
Shout out to the people who just popped up in the building. I think I saw Coach Eddie's in the building. I see Shelton Moore, SOB TV in the building. Let's see, BVO Sports in the building. So let me give BVO a wrench, by the way. You've been sitting there. I haven't seen you in a minute. That's why you ain't getting no damn wrench. That's what it is. That's what it is, BVO. No doubt. Salute. Wifey in the building. Shout out to Wifey, man. Supporting your brother. Y'all got to give it up for Mrs. Rain. Y'all don't know, that woman stands behind me. You know what I mean? That woman stands behind me in a whole different way. You know what I'm saying?
For real.
Man, especially right now with the moves I'm about to make right now, definitely support me in that. So shout out to Miss Rain, man. Definitely show her the love she deserves and the respect that she deserves, because she holds down this mother over here on this side of the mic in a way that you don't even know. You don't really need to know, but just know.
There you go.
You know what I mean? Definitely holding it down, man. Definitely holding it down. But yeah, man, a great week of events coming up. We got the grand arrivals today. I'm eager to see what Canelo has to say. I haven't heard Canelo speak too much. You know, he spoke in the beginning, obviously at the press conferences and the interviews he did, but he said little comments that let us know that he's taken Terrence Crawford very seriously. But I'm interested in speaking and hearing him speak about how the camp has been and what he's been prepared for and what he is preparing himself for. And I know he's going to be very reserved. He's a professional. He knows how to do this. This is not his first rodeo. This is his home. This is pretty much his backyard, dealing with this type of environment. So he's going to control the information that goes out. But here's how I'm going to look at it. I'm be real with you, right, Ray? The more secretive he is, the more serious I'm going to think he takes his fight. What do you think?
All right, good. I was literally waiting for you to stop talking.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No. I was going to say the same thing, but you kind of just started speaking for me, so that's good. But yeah, usually when I was growing up, I mean, I had my cousin was like, "Yo, the quiet man wins the streets." He used to always tell me this, and he's like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "That's the one you never want to mess around with, because you never know what that dude going to do to you."
Mm-hmm.
But right now you got Canelo, who's definitely looked like he's firmly into his training, man. And I wouldn't be. I was on the fence at one point saying that Canelo was going to come in extra heavy. You know what I mean? Play close to 190 after the weigh-in. But now I'm thinking maybe he comes in lighter. Maybe he comes in with a little, and that may be the reason why he may get put on his pockets, because if he does come in lighter, and Bud comes in where he's supposed to be around, his little walk around. Because I just heard shout out to Aki making a good point on that. Like, yeah, Bud going to come in from his 178 to his 168 on weigh-in and go back up to 178. Canelo going to probably stay at 178 with him. And it's not a comfortable spot for Canelo, because Canelo usually 184, 190 in the ring. And this might be a different Canelo. But at the same time, Canelo being quiet, to your point, Clay, says a lot. It says that he's focused. And I mentioned earlier, this man said it himself. This is his rematch. This is his way of getting back. Remember, he's always made a spectacle of our community when it came to us, especially after the Floyd loss. Like, he wasn't supposed to lose that fight in his mindset. He wasn't supposed to lose that fight. And not only lose, bro, he got 12-0. And they gave him rounds and made a split decision.
Mm-hmm.
He got 12-0, right? He knew that wasn't a 12-0 fight. Split decision fight. That's why he had so much remorse towards it. And the fact that this fight may go the distance, he wants to make a point on Bud. And I think him moving the way he's moving is definitely and not saying nothing about it is definitely a big part. And we're gonna see today, like when that press conference comes out, bro, it's gonna have a lot of answers, a lot of things to be said.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to read in between the lines with what we see on the stage, I think. Terrence Crawford has always notoriously been quiet, right? He just lets you know he's going to put the work in, and, you know, he never gives you a complete result. I'm not looking for the knockout, and if it comes, it comes. I'm looking to win this fight however it comes my way. He's always had that energy about him. And Canelo Alvarez kind of does have a real pressure as well, because people think that Terrence Crawford has a lot of pressure on him. I wonder if people take into consideration the amount of pressure that Canelo may very well have on him. He has a crowd that is used to him delivering in a certain way and who've been talking him up for over a year now in reference to this particular fight, about how this fight shouldn't even be competitive, about how Terrence Crawford is going to get taken advantage of, and how much of a mismatch this should be. Canelo Alvarez, in the back of his mind, I believe, maybe coming to understanding that, yeah, I know what my fans are saying, but I know this fight can be way more competitive than these guys are thinking it's going to be. That being said, raises the probability, or raises the stakes as far as the possibilities of losing this fight. There's pressure there, right? And if you see him there getting in the best shape of his life, you see him bringing in Jerome Boots Ennis, you see him taking this fight extra serious, well, then could he be putting unneeded pressure on himself, and can that affect the performance as well against a Terrence Crawford who's gotten very comfortable with accepting that the odds are against him and that this fight is going to be a big challenge for him? He has no choice but to be as prepared as he's ever been in any fight before. He has no reason, he has no data to register in his mind that this guy's no different than anybody else, bro. He ain't thinking that. He's preparing himself and been preparing himself for this feat because he knows this is a big, huge challenge for him. But who you think really has the pressure on them on this fight to actually show something? Does Terrence really have that pressure on him? Does Canelo? Is it 50-50? Is it just across the board pressure?
Both. I don't think it's like neither one more than the other. I would say the fan base, the pressure's really on Canelo. Mm-hmm. Though they keep saying it's Bud that has to show them something. It's not Bud. Canelo has to show who he is. Remember, he's the undisputed champion going into this fight. Mm-hmm. He's the guy that's supposed to beat up the smaller guy coming up from 2 weight classes. Actually 3 in some people's eyes, right? Mm-hmm. So he has the pressure. He's the one that has to be consistently ready to do what he has to do to win this fight, where Bud only has to answer the bell. He just has to get in there and make sense out of it, go in that ring and box the way he boxes. No pressure. Win, lose, or draw, he's going to be who he is, right? Mm-hmm. It's Canelo that's going to be the one that we have to look at and say, hey, you lose this fight, bad move. You draw this fight, bad move. You win this fight, you beat a smaller fighter. Like, there's no win. Like we already said, there's no case scenario for Canelo to look good in this fight for any result because of the facts of what it is. So the pressure's on Canelo mostly, but I think ultimately I would say both, because they both have a job to do when they enter that square circle and them lights go on and that ding ding goes, and they got to get in there and make that and try to cruise to victory, whichever one whichever one decides that they're going to get the victory, or however they're going to get the victory, it's up to them. That's where I'm trying to.
Yeah. I also think there's also a good probable chance that the pressure is not as much as we might think it is, because at the end of the day, both these guys are so accomplished in their own right before they've gotten into the ring that they both might be coming to an understanding that the results of this fight isn't going to extremely affect our legacy one way or the other. I mean, Terrence Crawford's legacy does go up on the back end of a victory, but if he takes a loss, does it get really hurt? Not really. Canelo Alvarez's legacy, remains and is tried true if he beats Terrence Crawford. But if he does take the loss, it might take him a notch down a little bit as far as in the views of some fans, but at the end of the day, it doesn't take away from his actual accomplishments that he's already done, right? Both these guys have had very long careers and are very, very accomplished fighters. So this fight, does it hold enough weight to really affect either one of these guys' real life legacy in a negative way?
No,
right?
Not over time. I think maybe immediately, maybe, but not over
Right.
time. I mean, they're both accomplished fighters, so it'd be impossible for that to be the case,
Yeah,
in my opinion. By the way,
no, I agree 100% with you. I could say from my personal perspective, it definitely doesn't, right? As far as how will it affect the way I look at them, as far as it just won't. A matter of fact, in a certain way, both these guys, it's a win-win for them, because being bold enough to take part in a fight like this is beautiful within itself, and admirable within itself. It is what it is, right?
And I was going to say the same thing. I was going to say it's like watching a Super Bowl. Your favorite team makes it to Super Bowl and they lose, right? Yes, it's crushing, it's heartbreaking, whatever the case may be. The next day, the next few days, but after 3 days, life goes on as it is. Okay, the Super Bowl champ is. There's another season. These. What I mean, like it's two great competitors in that ring, whatever the case may be. So I think in this case, like you just mentioned, like, yeah, of course, immediately there may be a situation, but ultimately both these guys made up their minds that they wanted to fight each other. So we're not getting no better boxing than this right now. This is two of the top boxers in boxing, and they're in their final years of their career. So I mean, they're not seasoned yet, but they're definitely, well, they may be a little seasoned. You never know. But I mean, they're not like they're knocking on the brinks of retirement. So this is a big fight for both of them before they close out that door, and they can't get any more big fights. We don't want to see them going down that road where they're just fighting just to make scratches on dollars, because I mean, they ruined their life. I don't think this happens. I think this creates legacy in both of them. This is one of those fights that you have of greatest of all time eventually, and I hope it is. I hope it lives up to that. So, we have to wait and see.
Yeah, I agree. But today's supposed to be the grand arrivals. I think today is the beginning of Dana White and Turki Al-Sheikh's. This is really Dana White and Turki Al-Sheikh's day, right? This is their opportunity to start their week off, man, with events, with promotion, we're gonna see trailers popping out. It's kind of almost like Super Bowl week, right? For these guys, right? Like Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez's day is on Saturday, right? Even the press conferences are somewhat Turki and Dana White's day, right? It's because this is their debut. This is their rollout of TKO. This is their rollout of branding themselves with the kind of events that we can expect in the future, right, from these guys. So this week is a big week for them. There's a lot of obvious controversy going on in the space about their entrance into the boxing space, and the negative and the pros, the cons, the adverse reactions, right? There's a lot of people who feel like this is one of the worst things that could ever happen to boxing, and there's a lot of people who think that this is one of the greatest things that ever happened to boxing. And then you got people who are floating there in the middle who are just like, I'm just waiting to see, because they understand that it can go either way. This could be a great thing for boxing, being that we know that there's a lot of money being infused into the sport with the entry of this team, these three specific people, Turki Al-Sheikh, Dana White, and Nick Khan. We know that there's a lot of resources that's going to be infused into the sport. There's an argument out there to say that's what the sport's been missing for years, is that WWE, UFC production, right? That type of production and those press conferences and all those things, and how they invest in the trailers and all those things. It's going to be interesting to see that come into the game. But then there's other people obviously who are like, okay, but they're also seen to be, and I want to know how you feel about this, because there's an argument out there to say that by like attacking the Muhammad Ali Act, for example, right? That this is removing protection, removing structure, and it kind of allows the sport to run wild a little bit, or allows Dana White, Turki, and Nick Khan to run wild a little bit. And in other words, if they choose to be tyrants, they can be without any type of restriction, without something like the Muhammad Ali Act there. But on the other side, they can also choose to wield their influence now without the restrictions to make boxing even bigger. Where do you stand on that point of view? So far,
I literally think this is the most ironic argument in boxing. I think the Muhammad Ali was set out to protect the fighters from getting robbed and bad deals and not getting to fight through the sanctions and things of that nature. But then we're looking at the situations where these fighters aren't even fighting the best right now. They get moved around certain ways. And you talk about protected. Oh yeah, they're protected because who's protecting them for the interest of money? The promoters. At the end of the day, who's protecting them for getting in line and talking to sanctioning bodies and getting certain people pushed and out of the sanctions up higher the ladder, lower than the ladder. The promoters, they're getting all, and the management teams, they're getting all this stuff done behind the scenes that we technically don't see. So when it comes down to the Muhammad Ali Act and what it stands for, they're doing a piss poor job of protecting it now, to be honest with you, in my opinion, because I never seen the best fight the best in a long time. I think the last time I seen a really good fight that was the best fight the best was probably Canelo and Floyd, or maybe somewhere around that era. Maybe Bud and Earl was the best fight the best. And look how long that fight took because they're protecting the sides of the streets and that thing. Like, there's so many different ways of saying that taking it away from it will hurt the sport. I mean, it may. We don't know, right? What you don't know won't hurt you. But at the same time, aren't they hurting the sport now by not allowing certain things to take place when they have this act in place? I'm not against the act. You know what I mean? I'm not saying take it away, but all I'm saying is, what is it doing for us now, as they would say? You know what I mean, Clay?
Like, yeah, what's my guy's name who with Mannix, the guy who co-hosts with Mannix? Oh, what's his name?
Max Kellerman?
No, he doesn't co-host with Mannix. What's his name, man?
Mannix?
No, bro, he's Mexican. What's his name? I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Oh my
God.
He's always there with him.
I know you're talking about. I can't remember his name either because he annoys me, believe it or not. I know exactly what you're talking about. He's very annoying.
While you think of the name, I'm gonna refer to him being an ex Sergio. Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say Sergio, but I wasn't sure.
What's his whole name, Crypto Chris? Sergio what? Sergio Mora? Mora, something like that? Mora. That's what it is, right? But he was speaking on this topic like a few months back in when this first came up in conversation. And shout out to Warrior Class, by the way, with the $5 house. Appreciate the support for the channel. You guys already know. Never be fearful to put that color in the chat. It helps out the channel a lot. We're moving. We've been evolving. You guys see it, and it's because of these type of donations. You know what I'm saying? Periodically that finance the ability to do a lot of these things outside of what obviously I've already pulled out of my own resources, but it helps hedge it, right? Helps give it back. So I appreciate it. Says, how real is that tainted judges may impact the outcome on Canelo versus Crawford fight? And will Turkey or Dana have any leverage to stop it? I mean, what kind of leverage can they have to stop it, really? You know, Dana goes through it in the UFC. I've seen bad decisions in the UFC happen, and him complain about the judging. You know, these fighters have to do their best to stand out in a way that's undeniable. And even then, you never know how it might go, right? You know, obviously, I would think that the fighters and the teams are going to have to tune that energy out because you can't do nothing about it. We can't do anything about it. It may very well be an influence. We know that boxing is a political sport, man. It really is. Most sports have their politics in it. Boxing, I think, really is political.
Right.
There's arguments out there to say why it would look good for Terrence to win this fight, and there's arguments out there to say why it would make sense for Canelo to win this fight. On Terrence's side, if he wins it, that's a rematch, makes the fight even big, the next fight even bigger, and another payday. On Canelo's side, if he wins, boom, he's a champion. You know, usher in Hamza Shiraz, usher in Chris Eubanks, usher in other big fights that Turkey may be looking forward to make with Canelo Alvarez as an undisputed champion. The good thing is undisputed is on the line, so both these fighters have a chance at walking away with all the belts. The belts don't go anywhere, they stay there. But other than that, to answer that question, maybe. We don't know. Maybe, right? It's quiet. Sergio Mora. Yeah, Crypto Chris. I appreciate you, man. You know what I mean? Top of the morning, Rob Scott. Good morning. Good morning. Justin Watson says it's actually stopping the best fighters from making more money. I don't know. Don't forget Jake Paul. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So, but let me just land my plane on the Sergio Moro conversation about what he said. So he said, as a boxer, effectively, all these promoters and the sanctioning bodies have already, a long time ago, effectively figured out how to get around the Muhammad Ali Act and screw these fighters over. He said he doesn't even care one way or another. As a fighter, he says, brother, I've been robbed and played with right around that Muhammad Ali Act, because promoters are always going to be promoters, and the people with the money are always going to look to control. And he just basically stated, I'm not going to sit here and make this big argument like, oh, the Muhammad Ali Act is a bad thing. You guys don't understand. Don't understand what? Fighters are still getting screwed over today with the Muhammad Ali Act. At least if there's no restrictions and no ropes around the hands of somebody, of a billionaires who are willing to put money into the game, it gives potentially an opportunity to fighters to make their biggest paydays and be treated fairly, just as much as it potentially gives these guys the ability to screw fighters over. Maybe they don't choose to screw fighters over. Maybe they see the mistakes and they see screwing fighters over has hurt the sport worse than it's ever helped the sport. Maybe they dial into the other way. Maybe they go full speed the other way. What do you think about that, Ray?
I think it happens. I think if that does happen, I don't think screws the fighters. I think it actually helps the fighters overall, because I think now you have no obligation to be at fault. And I think once you remove fault out the way and there's no protection, it doesn't hurt you. And again, who cares? Like I said, it's yesterday versus today. There's laws today, and you can speak on this. I don't want to get too political, but there's laws today that weren't good for me as a Black American yesterday that helps me move forward today. And the same thing, like things that protected me back then that I don't even need to protect me now because it's useless. It's a useless law. I'm not saying like things like discrimination or anything like that, because people like to confuse it too with discrimination and affirmative action. But affirmative action, that shit's out the window. You know what I mean? That's just one of them. That's out the window. I don't think you have to, it shouldn't be held accountable for a company or anything. And this is just in general, whether it be Muhammad Ali Act, affirmative action, whatever the law may be, to tell you who to hire, right? Or, I mean, interview, I get it, be fair. But you don't have to be fair, because I know I'm hiring this person. Why am I going to waste my time interviewing somebody else because of their color? You know what I mean? It's the same thing with this act. Like, if this guy signed a 5-year deal to me, and he knows he's making this much money in that 5-year deal, and he has to pay out certain things and the venues and all that stuff's coming out his fees. Oh yeah, guess what? You're still getting screwed. Oh, you got to pay your sanction fees. Oh, that's on you, brother. We ain't paying that. That's on you. So you're still getting screwed. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, man. It could be better because now that that's out the way, there's no hidden fees. Okay, well, you know what? Well, since that's the case, let's negotiate this. You're going to pay my manager. You're going to pay my promoter. You're going to pay this person. You're going to pay my sanctioning fees. Now we can negotiate different things because it changes the acts. It changes the way it rolls out in contracts.
Right.
So it could be good or bad. I mean, we don't know, but I think it helps. I think the changes sometimes is needed.
Yeah. It can go either way, you know what I mean? And this is the rollout this week for them to kind of give. And that's one thing is also important, that they're going to be branding themselves with this event. So we expect the event to be as big as it can be. And one thing Dana White did with the UFC was he was consistently doing one of two things: A, staying consistent with the brand, and B, innovating the brand and making the brand even bigger. He did that very well with the UFC. And I don't see a game plan or a strategy that makes sense from Dana White's, Turkey's, or Nick Khan's point of view to where hurting the brand or, you know, throwing questions at the integrity of the brand is going to help their brand get bigger. So I think there's enough motivational factors from the outside looking in for them to stay straight and stay consistent for a period of time at least. And I mean, like, at least probably the next 5 to 10 years, right? And what comes out on the other side of that is an opportunity for a lot of fighters, young fighters, a new generation of fighters like Abdullah Mason, like Brian Norman Jr., like Xander Zayas, like Emiliano Vargas, right? Like Troy Isley, like Jaleel Hackett, like, you know, we can go down the list of all the new generation of fighters who are looking to unify and become champions. These guys have an opportunity to break the sport out in America in a big way and bring so much money into the space that it just organically makes it the space bigger and makes it for fighters to get more money as well, right? So it's like an opportunity. Because I mean, Ray, how do you feel about at the end of 5 or 10 years? If it's just not it, then I mean, at some point you expect
it goes back,
something that's not working. Yeah.
But let me put something in perspective that you might like. This might be a great way of explaining this. When the WWF, right? We'll say WWF was in his prime, and Hulk Hogan was running the ring, Ultimate Warrior, Jake Snake Roberts. You know, they were big guys. These guys were making $25,000 a year, running around the country, sleeping in their cars, doing whatever the case may be. They weren't mega stars.
Yeah, they're sharing hotel rooms.
Right. But when that Attitude Era hit, right? That Attitude Era changed the game because they got rid of so many things that they didn't have, that they had restrictions on in that wrestling ring.
Right.
Rid of those restrictions, and they were able to open up doors and allow these guys to go out and make their own money and their own sponsorships and stuff like that, and still come back and represent in the ring and be bigger than life fans. Guess what they did? They grew the business. The business grew. It changed it to something that it wasn't. It became what you said, top notch, lights flying everywhere, their own music when they walk out, like certain things that we just didn't see as kids growing up watching WWF, and it became the WWE. It became entertainment, no longer a federation. It became the entertainment of wrestling, right? So now it changed the landscape of wrestling, as it said. Even today, where I don't watch wrestling, but even today, where you have wrestling in it, and it fell back a little bit. I would think so, in my opinion, because I think once WCW, the competition went away, I think it kind of hurt the business for whatever reasons. But I think ultimately it still may be relevant because kids still watch it. My kid tells me about, oh, you know this guy? No, I don't know who that is, but I go and buy him. When he was younger, I used to go buy him the toys, the man and the man or something like that. I don't know what it was, but regardless, it helped transitioning over to MMA, all those things. It helped. It was able to be crossover at that point, Clay. And I think the same thing with boxing. I think once it becomes crossover, once it allows these things to grow and change, it will help the sport. It will grow into something that is not supposed to be yet. I mean, I can see the same thing happening there, but we'll see. Dana White tried to kill boxing for 20 years, and how he wants to help boxing is very interesting to me. Hey, I mean, listen, sometimes people sleep on the wrong side of the pillow and they have a change of heart. You never know. I can't speak for Dana White, but I could just tell you this. If what he did 20 years ago is not what he's doing today. So, you know, he talks when you get in the paycheck. But
I think Dana White trying to kill boxing for 20 years is an interesting topic within itself, right? Because I don't know if that's necessarily what he was trying to do for 20 years, right? I mean, clearly boxing was his number one competitor for a long time, right? I mean, there's no secret to that, right? UFC was doing this thing, and boxing was probably on the other side of the conversation as far as, like, you know, if you had to pick between the two, you know, he had to deal with what boxing was. But kill it, I don't necessarily know kill it as much as, from my point of view, Dana's always made it clear, if I was to enter the sport, the way I'd want to enter the sport would be to destroy everything it is right now and build it up into what, as a boxing fan, I know I always wanted to see from the sport. And I think Dana White has that ability, and Turkey brings that ability. Also is his ability to resonate with the fans, right? Like, he resonates with what they want. He resonates with the best fighting the best, and understanding as a fan how much that sucks to not see that. So we're talking about him talking about a part of the sport that he disliked, and he believed most boxing fans had that same complaint about it, right? Kill that, as far as slash and burn to build back up stronger, is different than, like, when you say kill, it sounds like eliminate, like no more boxing. And I don't know if anybody's ever wanted that, right?
I think I understand the point of him trying to put on big fights when they had big fights, but you know they weren't competing with Mayweather and Roy Jones. They weren't. They tried, but at the same time, it's like they were still growing. And what better else than attack the sport that's bigger than you, that has a similar fighting background, competition and competitiveness in fighting. than boxing, right? You're not going to compete with wrestling because that everybody knows what wrestling is. It's just it is what it is, right? So you were competing.
Wrestling is, and that's always an interesting topic too. What wrestling is, because wrestling is choreographed, right?
Right. That's what I wanted to say. Yes.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's not like you're getting two guys in the ring and they're really going at it. Whereas,
no, they kind of are though. It's kind of they hurt each other. It's really
each other. The ref has an earpiece in. There's so many different things that happen.
It's choreographed, but I'm talking about as far as athleticism. How much of an athlete do you need to be to be a wrestler? You know, the injuries, the price of entertainment. In other words, do these wrestlers deserve the respect of athletes? And I think over the years, people have tried to been like, they're not real athletes. I don't know about that. Are they really fighting? No. Are they really athletes? Shit. Have you ever tried wrestling? I'm just saying, like, have you ever? That is a very physically demanding sport. You know, you have to be in shape.
To be in control of your opponent as well, because when you're doing those suplexes and all that stuff, they got to jump and you got to land them right and things like that. You got to be able to like move certain ways so they don't hurt themselves, man. It is what it is. But to my point is, like, Dana White wasn't competing with WWE, right? He was competing with boxing because that was the only live sport where you had hand-to-hand combat, like, and it was serious. So I mean, you had kickboxing, but you know, K1 and all that, they were trying. Remember, K1 was on it, trying to come up at the same time. K1 was trying, but they weren't who they said they were. You know what I mean? Dana White that took the storm. It is what it is, though. Like, I'm not here to defend Dana White on what he did and how he did try to put on events at the same time as the big fights. You know, when it came to like Floyd Mayweather, De La Hoya, Roy Jones, Shane Mosley, like he picked his spots. He definitely picked his spots, but he did it in competitive nature, right? Because a lot of times people still watch the boxing matches because UFC was on twice a month. Boxing was once a month or once every 2 months. We had a big main event. So yeah, I can understand where you're going with that, but I don't think it was a knock to say, okay, we're going to put boxing to sleep and call it a day.
It was just more like acknowledging the rival and acknowledging the one of the main factors in figuring out how to make his company successful. Shout out to Warrior Class 3 with the $10, man. Back in the super chat, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Says, do y'all think Errol Spence first fight back should have been Keith No Time Thurman? Because his strength used to be in his hair. LOL. I don't see Keith surviving the tower and Inferno Fundora body punches. Yes, I think that now that, by the way, I'm believing Errol Spence is going to return, right? He's kind of like made it a little bit more clear that he's going to return. I'm still hesitant as far as when it's going to happen. But yeah, listen, whatever his the fight coming back is going to have to be a significant dance partner that gets him the payday he wants. Because I believe Errol Spence is interested in his money. He's a prize fighter right now in his career. It's not so much legacy. If it is legacy, if he turns out to be legacy, I'm here for it. That's what's up. I would love to see Errol Spence jump back into walking around the ring going strap season, right? I'd love to see him in that mentality. But if he is truly the prize fighter, it's going to take that dance partner. And unfortunately, the dance partners at 154 are dangerous as hell, where the money's involved in. I think Keith Thurman would have made more sense for him to come in and fight. Keith Thurman would have been his best chance of having a quote unquote tune-up fight that still makes money to a degree in my mind, right? As far as the second half of that question, as far as the Towering Inferno and Fundora, the Towering Inferno and Keith Thurman is concerned, yeah, I think that fight is going to be interesting because, I mean, I just think this is going to be a bad night for Keith Thurman. I'm not going to lie to you. I know everybody likes his skill set and the way he moves, and I don't know, man. I think when you're talking about physical adversity, yeah,
that man lost a long time ago, Clay.
At some point, we gotta get past the silliness of it all. But look, Keith can make it happen. Like if he has that power to do something in Sebastian Fundora, and then he does, and he returns, and he announces himself that night, right? Keith Thurman has arrived that night. If he stops Sebastian Fundora, or even outscores him and beats him in a 12-round boxing match, just school him and make him look like, you know, he doesn't belong in the ring, or there's levels of this, is a statement within itself. But yeah, man, tall task, no pun intended, in front of Keith Thurman, man. And as far as Errol's return is concerned, yeah, I'm very interested in seeing what who the dance partner is going to be. How do you feel about the question, the super chat by World Class, right? Hold it down for 1 second, by the way.
Yeah. I still don't think it should have been Keith Thurman, regardless of the facts, because I think with Keith Thurman, Earl laid it down straightforward that he's not going to fight a guy that didn't want to give him a shot. He didn't want to return the favor to him that he was asking. So now Keith Thurman was looking for somebody to be a fight with, somebody to get in the ring with that he can make a bag with, and that name was Errol Spence. And Earl knew what it was. I'm not going to give you this payday. No, you didn't want to give me a chance at those titles. Excuse me. And here we are now. And now now you want me to give you a shot. So Earl is moving the way he wants to move. Keith Thurman just fought a Box Jarvis. And a lot of people say he looked great. And I try to explain to them, I don't know what you guys were watching, but this guy that he fought did not help Keith Thurman, because Keith Thurman looked terrible. And Clay tell you, he was like, no, I thought he looked great. I said, no, he looked terrible. And now you're going to see how bad he looks when he gets in the ring, because anything can happen. He may be able to go and stop or beat Fundora. Anything's possible. But you're going to see what I'm talking about being flat-footed and no longer the spectacle of a fighter he was. The power may still be there. That's usually the last thing to go. But his movements and things like that, gone. I don't see the same Keith Thurman I seen 15 years ago. I don't. Sorry. I think after he took his little time off here and there, he's just been a different fighter. As far as Earl coming back, I would still like to see Earl come back at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Errol come back. I mean, he's a great fighter, man. Exciting fighter, man. I think we just gonna have to, you know, what we don't know, which is what he's been up to for the past couple of years. What has Earl been up to, and what does that translate? Whatever he's been up to, what does that translate like into this fight? I would assume that this is going to be, however you want to look at it, a different Earl. Better, worse, not worse or better, just different, but different regardless, I believe. I think that's just natural. He's older. He hasn't been active. He's coming off of a crazy loss. He's not coming back with Derrick James unless he announces that. All those factors are going to be like, okay, what are we going to see? You know what I mean? Who's this Errol Spence going to be? You know what I mean? It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Will says, nah, Thurman's sleeping in 7. Yeah. And you know, that's just the evolution of the PBC as well. I'll be looking forward to see that if Jamel truly comes back and Errol comes back and Keith Thurman is active and they're trying to there's a PBC return. You know what I mean? There's a PBC working its way on making a return and coming back to being, you know, what they used to be. I don't know. You know what I mean? Right. What that journey looks like. Are they doing that? Will this help them? Their brand by being able to produce Errol Spence in a fight, produce Keith Thurman in a fight, produce Jamel Charlo in a fight, maybe bring back Jamal. All these fighters that made the PBC what they were, if they're able to bring back a lion's share of them back into the space, how does that affect? Does this start the beginning of their ability to not only put on better events more consistently, but also let's see if they're going to add to the roster. That's what I'm looking forward to see. As soon as I seen the PBC sign somebody, right? And it's not somebody old like grabbing Abdullah Mason or grab a Bam Rodriguez who's about to be free agent soon, or grab a Jalil Hackett when he's done. You know, grab these fighters, grab a Boots Ennis. As soon as I see them have the ability to do that and effectively do that, I think at that point I'll be like, oh, you know what I mean? I'll become a little bit more intrigued about what's happening over there. But as long as they're on this freeze out, not signing anybody and constantly looking like this recycling thing that they're doing, I don't know, man.
Don't tell nobody that. They try to sign Shakur to a 1-fight deal. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Don't let that rumor get out.
Did you catch the fights this weekend?
Yes.
So sorry, what did you think of the fight? Because I thought that fight was amazing.
Which one? There's a couple of them that was good.
There was a couple of them that was good, man. I mean, obviously the main event was a fight of the year candidate as far as I'm concerned. Them boys left it all in the paint, man.
Oh, you talking about Diaz and Nunez?
Yeah. Martinez, right? Was it Diaz or Martinez?
I thought it was Diaz. Pitfolio Diaz. Or it might be Martinez. I might be tripping. Hold on.
No,
I might be tripping, Clay. Eduardo Nunez. It's actually funny because there's a Mets player named Eduardo Nunez too.
No, yeah, it was Christopher Diaz-Velez.
Okay, all right. Yeah, okay. I knew I was crazy. I was like, Diaz, yeah, okay. Yes. So that was a great fight.
Mm-hmm.
I was just talking to you. I was like, do you really think he won that fight? Because I thought outside the 2 knockdowns, that was his fight. Like literally, I think it was a few rounds you can give to Nunez. I think after like.
Appreciate you, Select the Styles. I appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother. Go ahead.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's what's up. But I think outside of that, man, it's just, man, it was a tough call. That's one of those fights when you want to say, despite the knockdowns, it should have been a draw.
I watched it that night and I watched it the next morning. It was one of those fights. I watched it the next morning. It was a good fight. I literally watched that fight twice. I understand what you're saying though, because I'm gonna tell you, I think Nunez gave Diaz-Velez a lot of respect. He gave that because they showed it in the beginning of the fight. They showed how many rounds they had, and like Diaz had like 100 more rounds, professional rounds, than Nunez did. And I was like, all right, so what we're gonna watch here is a fighter like Sugar Nunez who brings that excitement, that explosive power, that killer instinct that he brings to the ring that makes him the exciting fighter that we've learned to love. But he was in the ring with a veteran, a Puerto Rican boxer, puncher who was very equipped to take advantage of an overzealous Nunez, right? And so automatically in round 1, the first thing you notice is Nunez is taking his time. He's being very patient. And he gave Diaz the ability to process data, to take his time, and to get into the fight instead of taking advantage of overzealous Nunez. So Nunez, listen, man, Nunez showed to me that he can box.
Yes.
He showed me he can box. He showed me that if he needs to slow it down, he can slow it down. That being said, that strategy made the fight very competitive. Right? Like give and take, right? Like on one hand, it was like maybe he gave too much respect to Diaz. I don't know how anybody wants to look at it. You'll add to that and let me know if you feel he gave him too much respect. But on the other hand, what it showed me was he was able to compete in that space. He wasn't a fish out of water in that space. It made the fight very competitive. But there were moments where Diaz drank the Kool-Aid and he started fighting. And that put Nunez, and that gave Nunez his opportunity to shine where he mostly does great things at, right? And towards the end, we saw the last championship rounds, both these guys turned it all the way up, and Diaz showed, I can fight, I can box, I can do whatever. I can box, but if you want to fight, then let's fight. And I'm throwing these things too. I'm letting these things fly too. And we saw Nunez get clipped a couple of times in the fight. Super exciting fight. The 2 knockdowns in the 7th round, in my personal opinion, I think you would agree with the decision makers, right? That's what probably moved the needle towards Nunez. One of the knockdowns was
very tough bet. It looked like the ref kind of like pushed him. I know he didn't, but the angle it looked like the ref was like, get out the way, and then he put him to the corner. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, right?
Right.
But then at the same time, it was like kind of weird. I was like, whatever. Dude jumped up. We got right back up. You know what I mean? And then
it was one of those knockdowns where it was like, I could argue about it, but brother, you need to fight, right? Like you can't do nothing about it. Move forward. Move forward.
Yeah.
And the second knockdown was like, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, got knocked down, bro.
Yeah, that one was clear. That one was clear.
The second one was bad, but it became like, man, those knockdowns for me is when the first moment of separation happened in the fight, where I was like, Nunez is officially up right now. And not disappointing. I wasn't disappointed in it, but I understood at that point Nunez was ahead, right? 2 knockdowns in a round. This was a close fight up until that point. They both had their moments, but that knockdown was like, all right, Diaz, you're gonna have to turn it up for the remainder of these rounds, or this dude's gonna take it from you. right? But ultimately, I think Nunez won like that next round 2, round 8, a little bit as Diaz tried to slow it down.
Yeah, I think it was like round 8, and then Diaz kind of came back. I think the 11th round Nunez won. 12th round definitely given to Diaz.
Right, but man. Even I'm gonna be real with you. I think I gave Diaz 2 out of the last 3 rounds.
That's what I said. So I think it was the 8th round.
Or
No. The 9th round, the 10th round, I gave it to Diaz.
Right.
I think Yeah. Then I gave him the last round. But I think in between that 7th, 8th, 9th, all the way down that second half, I think it was either split or you give Nunez one more round.
A lot of swing rounds, right? A lot of depending on what you like rounds.
The 12th round was a swing round. It could go either way. The 12th round was close. It was either way. But for the most part, it was a good fight, bro.
I agreed with the decision too, by the way, because I felt like Nunez defended his title effectively, and I feel like Diaz didn't take the title from the champion the way it was just a great fight. Hold on a second. Let me just shout out to these super chats. Ill Will in the building with the $10 says, appreciate y'all, Clay Ray, man. Salute to y'all, Ill Will. I appreciate you. Thanks for the love, man. World Warrior Class back in the building with the 20-piece, man. Salute to Warrior Class, man. Shout out to everybody with the support for the channel today, man. I appreciate it, man. It says, Brock Lesnar did both WWE to UFC. That's true, Errol. Wait, that's true. Errol lose to Bud, changed his circumstances. Now he needs Keith. Plus, Keith couldn't get Pacquiao or Barrios out there. Plus, Keyshawn and Teofimo need to put the fight on. Okay, he added a whole bunch right there. So, yeah, okay, the first part, Brock Lesnar did both the WWE to the UFC. That was one of the biggest needle movers, in my opinion, for the UFC, to be honest with you. When Brock Lesnar came over, that was like, boom, big-time needle movers because Brock brought such a rabid fan base, a cult-like fan base to UFC, and it raised the whole entire stock. The whole casual space started to become very dialed into what was going in the UFC for those 2 to 3 fights he had there, right? And then he became a champion, so it was even more of an influence. As far as Errol losing to Bud changed his circumstances, I think he's speaking to a Drew Ray as far as saying that Errol would never give Keith the opportunity because Keith didn't want to give him the opportunity. And I think he's basically saying in this part of the statement here that Errol kind of is in need of Keith a little bit. This is not about, holding on to old promises. This is about, making
I get it.
The fights, right? And then he said, plus Keith couldn't get Pacquiao or Barrios out of there. So he's basically saying Keith ain't what he used to be as far as the one time is concerned. And then I think he just went the other way and segued out of that conversation and jumped into Keyshawn and Teofimo needing to put a fight on, which is an interesting topic within itself as well, because a lot of people are feeling some kind of way of Shakur getting this fight with Teofimo. And we know Shakur already said he's going to vacate the belt and let Keyshawn have the division. And it's kind of like, I'm split with it because there's a part of me that's okay with it, but I also understand the argument, right? I understand the idea of, man, you're going to become a champion and then vacate the belt. It's like you're stealing an opportunity away from Keyshawn. But Keyshawn keeps talking about that retirement bug and talking about, and all I'm hearing from Keyshawn whenever I'm hearing this retirement bug talk is that there's something going on between his relationship and him and Top Rank, and he's trying to figure that out. So that being stated, it's looking like Keyshawn may not be in position to fight Teofimo right now. He may be on some sort of probational period or some renegotiation period, or he may be transitioning right now from one place into another place. And right now might be a time where he can't take advantage of the fights. So all in all, I'm great with the Shakur fight happening with Teofimo. I think it's a great fight, obviously. But as far as that relationship with Keyshawn, Shakur, and Teofimo, that love triangle, I do kind of see the conflicting interests and the arguments that are being made by the fan base as far as disagreeing with the way Shakur might be approaching it. What do you think about everything he said here?
Well, one, yes, Brock Lesnar brought a whole fan base over, but it's so funny that ironically, so did Ken Shamrock and all those guys bring a fan base over to the WWE. So it kind of, crossed back and forth because those guys were still MMA fighters. They just basically went over there to just make some extra money, get an attitude era, right? That brought that whole thing in. That all helped. But now, as far as I'm still going to stand on what I said with Earl. Earl's a payday for Keith Thurman. And Keith Thurman only wants to fight Earl because of the money. And Earl has every right to hold him against that because of the fact that he didn't want to give him a shot. So why would I give you opportunity to make a bag when you would give me an opportunity to get the belts? Like, it doesn't make – I don't care. You know what I mean? You disrespected me when you knew I had the opportunity. I was the hottest man in the world at the welterweight division.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Going forward as a boxer, I got to correct myself before somebody says pause. And I'm getting up there to fight you, and you know we were on the same side of the street. And I said I'm not fighting Bud until I went on a belt over here, and you held up the division. You held it up because you didn't want to fight me. And you know what? It is what it is. So I'm not going to fight you, and I'm not giving you your payday that you want. You want to get a payday, go fight somebody else. And that's what we're all doing. I don't blame him.
No doubt, man. What do you think about
Keyshawn and Tio? It's not going to happen. Tio don't want to fight Keyshawn, man. He don't want to fight.
That's another part of it. Thank you. I didn't even think about saying that part. Go ahead.
Yeah, he don't want to fight Keyshawn. So that's why I'm laughing, because I was in the mix of understanding the Shakur thing. And Shakur was saying that he gonna get the belts, drop him so Keyshawn can get the title. Rightfully so, because if you're not gonna fight him, then I'm gonna take it from you and I'm gonna allow him to fight somebody else for it. Guess what? Either way, you're gonna get rid of that belt. So he gonna become the champion over there, whether you like it or not. And I understand what Shakur was doing. I mean, a lot of people ain't happy with me saying that probably, and I don't really care because everybody's entitled to their own opinions. But I heard what he said, and what he said is the truth, and what happened is the truth. When Tio made it clear that he wasn't fighting Keyshawn, is what it is, bro. He said it too. So all these things speaking in as they say,
I don't know that to be necessarily true, Ross Clot. What do you mean he don't want the fight either? I don't know about that. I think there's an argument there that said that Keyshawn wants to fight with Teofimo, and that, I know what you're talking about, that interview when he said the way Teofimo responded to him having that horrible weekend in Virginia. Keyshawn basically stated that it made him not want to fight Teofimo. Guys, I think there's way too much weight put on the back of that interview and that statement. Just the same way I think if somebody wants to sit here and say Keyshawn Davis is going to retire because he's talking about retirement, I don't think Keyshawn Davis is retiring, right? I think he's going through something, and I think it's going to take some working, some negotiating, and there's things that need to be ironed out in between him and Top Rank. That was a crazy weekend, the way he carried himself, and he's going to have to, figure it out. But he's going to be boxing again. The boy is too young, too talented. Too many people like the way he fights. He's going to be back. As far as his statement about Teofimo, nah, bro, I don't think he won't fight Teofimo. No way in hell. The only person he won't fight, in my opinion, to this day is Shakur Stevenson. That's it. I think anybody else can get it. I think him speaking that way is just to say that being somebody who all I wanted to do was clip him and put him in the ICU, beat his ass. The way he dealt with me after I had that weekend, I would have never thought he would have came at me that way. It lightweight makes me not want to fight him. I think he was just trying to give some perspective on how impactful Teofimo reaching out to him and empathizing with his situation, how impactful the move was, how he received it, how it really affected and how much he embraced it. Like, man, damn, dog. Thank you, bro. You really supported me. Out of everybody who I thought would have supported me, I would have never thought it was you. Makes me kind of not want to whoop your ass no more. But that don't mean, you know what I'm saying? Right. I'm not gonna allow Teofimo to get in front of me being a champion and being celebrated and getting the accolades the way I would, let's say, allow Shakur's presence to get my way of doing that. What do you think about that?
I mean, look, at the end of the day, when you run your mouth and you take advantage of when people have those situations going on and you start throwing stuff out there, you got to expect it to come back, right? And that's not me throwing shots at Keyshawn. Mm-hmm. He obviously understood that he was going through a mental health situation and he's going to be stepping away. Mm-hmm. I believe that the protocol is through Top Rank, knowing that they weren't going to be putting on any fights probably for the rest of the year, that, you know what I mean, for him, the best things is just take some time off and deal with whatever issues he has to deal with. In the meantime, while he's dealing with that, they can move forward. As far as him fighting Tio, no, he's a boxer, bro. That's what boxers do. They fight the best fighters in their divisions, or
that's what he should do.
To fight, right? And that's what he's been calling out Tio for quite a while. Only person I really had a problem with him being cool with was Ryan, and I don't mean that I had a problem with him technically. I really don't care who he cool with. I understood where he was going with the Ryan situation. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, man, it's just like he's a boxer, bro, and he's human. Number one, they're human. They go to work just like us. Excuse me, Clay. Excuse me.
Bless you, bro.
I have to put on mute for a second.
Go ahead. Yeah, and I also think there's a lot of these fighters have are in, you know, pause, I guess, in advance, but a lot of these fighters have more of an intimate relationship. And I don't mean obviously on a sexual level, but I'm saying just personal relationships that supersede any perspective that us as fans have of fighters, right? So Ryan Garcia tapping into a bag of some racism and teetering that line or crossing that line in order to spark an emotional reaction, to trigger a reaction from the fan base, to get them to make a fight gain some traction, or whatever have you, make their likeness catch some traction, negative or positive, either way. They say all publicity is good publicity. Him participating in that, there are fighters out there who are going to recognize that for that and not allow that to alter the way they see them, just based on the relationship they built over years, from the amateurs all the way into the professional space. So Shakur Stevenson deciding, I'm not Shakur Stevenson, Keyshawn Davis deciding that, look, you know, I don't look at Ryan Garcia as the worst person in the world. You know what I mean? And he decides to carry himself with him. That's his business. I don't know about that relationship they had outside of the ring that's going to, the same thing, the way I look at Keyshawn and Shakur, them not wanting to fight each other. I don't know what happened. You know, Keyshawn could have been on the ledge getting ready to jump to his death, and Shakur could have got out there, talked him off of it. They had an emotional moment. Tears were shed. There was hugs. There was emotional support there. And from Shakur Stevenson, vice versa, we don't know what Keyshawn has been as far as an emotional support inside of a fight where the fans are very wishy-washy, very ruthless, very, you know what I mean, you know, a very toxic space, to where you might look at it like a quick bag of money or a championship belt isn't worth sacrificing what I have with this dude who's going to give me a lifetime of support in a relationship that's going to last a lifetime. If both of them have decided they're not mature enough to deal with punching on each other and being friends later, and that's their truth that they have to be true to. And you know, in the spirit of preserving something they think is greater than a fight, they're going to move to the beat of their drum of what makes sense for them, not what's going to impress you or make you. They don't give a damn what you think, especially in today's boxing space.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And that speaks to not so much of the maturity or whatever the case may be. It speaks to them having the competition, because you know you have to compete at the highest level when you go into a ring.
Right.
And that means I got to put it all out to go in there and beat you. And if I respect you enough, I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? Because I'm going there to beat you, and vice versa. And I think that shows a sign of maturity in itself. Like, you know what? I don't want to put in the effort to come in the ring to fight you because we're cool like that. You know what I mean? Like, you have some falling out, whatever. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people get caught up with this street stuff at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
And people pick and choose, right, Ray? Like, they pick and choose. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I keep telling you, Clay, it's the Hollywood, the husbands of Hollywood at boxing, bro. Like, straight up.
They resonate, empathize with one person's crazy decision, but then they, you know, completely can't even understand what are you talking about. You know, I mean, it is what it is, right?
It's drama. Husbands of Hollywood, guys, boxing edition. I'm just letting you know that's what it is.
I did want to go back a little bit and finish the conversation on Eduardo, the Eduardo Sugar Nunez and the Christopher Diaz Velez fight. We know what the decision was there, but there was also something very interesting that happened after that fight, right? We saw Emmanuel Navarrete get invited into the ring by Eddie Hearns, who's up to his old tricks again, right? Eddie Hearns trying to supersede what's there on the table and trying to make another fight happen. Shout out to L Dub. Is it L Dub the boxing plug or L Dub the plug? What do we call him? The boxing plug? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's the boxing plug.
Okay, yeah. Just L Dub. Shout out to L Dub, who corrected me in a little video that I put out there. You guys saw my short where I spoke on how I saw that Navarrete fight in that Nunez fight. What'd you think about that? First of all, seeing him get into the ring, what'd you think about that?
I think it was a great play. I think it's a big matchup. I thought it was funny that they really tried to because they pulled him in. Remember, He's a top ranked fighter.
Right.
So Eddie pulled him in the ring because he wants that bag. He wants that unification. He wants the title. So either way, I think Top Rank's going over to the zone, to say the least, or maybe Matchroom and Top Rank going to be working some fights together, whatever they got to do to get their fighters out there. And I think that might be a big deal to unify that division, because when's the last time you had a unified champion? Shakur Stevenson? And before that, you know what I mean? So,
and both these guys deliver in the ring as far as action, as far as the magnitude of the fight. I think there's a good chance it's a big fight.
Now, I didn't understand why NAVARATTE was the same size as Eddie Hearn in that ring. That was crazy, diabolical. Like, yo, why you 200
Eddie
pounds?
had his little Nunez, headband on, looking like, looking like
in
there. You know what I mean? Looking like Stanton Liquid supporting his fighter. Shout out to Eddie, you know what I mean?
NAVARATTE looked like he was about 200 pounds and 6'1" in that ring, man. I'm like, yo, he is a big boy, pause, but
yeah, the lady doing the interviews and Eddie Hearn were towering over everybody in that ring. It was a bunch of little people in that ring. But I mean, I agree with you 100%. I think the fight is, this is a fight that I'm intrigued. I'm going to go on record and say I want to see that fight. Okay, that's a fight. Right. They say, "What is it? Is it a fight you're asking for?" Yes, I'm asking for that fight. Right. But on the other side of that fight, there's some stray shots. There's some unfortunate victims. There's some victims here potentially. Right. We know that the last fight that Emmanuel NAVARATTE had was against Charlie Suarez. This fight had a very controversial ending to it. Right. Where where they said it was a headbutt, Emmanuel NAVARATTE had this crazy cut over his head, and they reviewed it and found out it was actually a punch that Charlie Suarez connected with Emmanuel NAVARATTE, which would have changed the decision of the fight. It would have been that either Emmanuel NAVARATTE can't continue, and therefore Charlie Suarez would have won that fight, or he would have had to fight with his head leaking. You know what I mean? Or it would have went to the scorecards if the doctors would have stopped it, right? And there was an argument there to say that Suarez was winning that fight to a degree, right?
Yeah.
So the commission, the WBO sanctioning bodies ordered the fight to happen, the rematch to happen, which I thought is fair. But now, how does that affect Eddie Hearn trying to go ahead and put together a unification fight between Emmanuel NAVARATTE and Sugar Nunez? Now, I think that's going to involve paying Charlie Suarez some step aside money, right? And we'll talk about that. And if we're Charlie Suarez, how do we look at that decision being made from Charlie Suarez's side? And why would he make that decision if he did make it? But on the other side of the conversation is Raymond Ford, who's been floating out there trying to get a title shot. Supposedly, once Sugar Nunez won that fight in Japan and became the IBF champion, that was going to be his first title defense against Raymond Ford. And it seemed like an easy fight to make, right? Both these guys are underneath Matchroom. It seemed like that was a fight that was going to be made. But now we're looking at, without a doubt, Eddie Hearn is actively trying to put this fight together, a big unification fight. Where does that leave Raymond Ford? Does that even speak to the relationship between Raymond Ford and Eddie Hearn in any kind of way? Because Raymond Ford was being very vocal weeks before that fight with Abraham Nova about how upset and disappointed he was with the way Eddie Hearn moved it, and that he couldn't get that fight, and that he was, pretty much looking like he was fighting a fight he didn't even want to fight going to Riyadh. Didn't even seem like he wanted to go to Riyadh, being that he lost that fight against Nick Ball out there. I mean, any opinion on it one way or the other, Ray?
It's funny you say that, right? Because I actually was listening to shout out to Dr. Boxing Talk. I was listening to him the other day. He had a little short because I don't get to watch him anymore. I'll be sleeping half the time he's on. But yeah, he had put a perspective out there of what Raymond Ford's capable, his chances of winning, and who he can beat in the division that he feels, which is okay. It's his opinion. And I kind of strongly agree with him. You know what I mean? I think it's a lot of tough fights for him at 130. I think NAVARATTE, I think, would be, in my opinion, I disagree with him there. I think that would be his easiest fight, believe it or not. I think NAVARATTE is too straightforward. Though he's the bigger fighter, he's just easy to hit. He's an easy target,
right,
for a slick fighter. But when it came to that fight overseas, you were just mentioning, and how Eddie moved him, that might explain the performance. The performance is everything, right? Because a lot of people felt that that fight was given to him, or whatever the case may be, right? It might explain it because of the fact that you didn't want something that your heart wasn't into. And a lot of times when you're in a sport any sport in general, if your heart's not in it, you're not going to perform at the level that you can do in your best moment. So, you have to look down the line there and say, well, if that's the case, Clay, and he wasn't into that fight because he wanted the championship fight with Nick Barr, wanted the championship fight with Sugar Nunez, right? And he didn't get those fights, and he didn't get any promise to those fights. And then you have to say that there was no reward for him, so he feels miserable. He feels like, yo, I just made a wrong move for what? If you guys take this away from me, you're not giving me the shot that you promised me. Now you feel like you got a kick in the back or in the balls in some case, right? So now you're looking at things differently, and you're going to feel some type of way. And you probably underperform your next fight because you don't feel like you're going the direction you want. It's like being robbed of something when you're doing all the work at your job and they promote the guy that just that just puts the toilet paper in the bathroom and stuff like that, right? Oh, we're going to promote him, the manager, and we're going to leave you right there even though you do a good job. You just keep doing what you're doing. It kind of is like a slap in the face in such a sense.
Right. Yeah, I think we haven't heard nothing from Raymond Ford yet. I mean, clearly Eddie Hearn, more importantly, from Raymond Ford's point of view, he has to look at it like, damn, all right, Eddie's not trying to make that fight happen for me, right? But are there other opportunities at 130 for Raymond Ford? I mean, I think he's undeniable. At some point or another, he's gonna have to get a title because I think he's one of those fighters. I think he's one of the best fighters at 130, right? An uncrowned king in so many ways. Now, look, there's a wild card in the conversation. We know that there's a WBA belt at 130 pounds currently being occupied by Lamont Roach Jr., right? We know that he's moving up. We know that it's very unlikely that he's ever coming back to 130. Super unlikely. Maybe not. I don't know if he's confirmed it that he's not going back yet or not.
Coming back.
But I think that's what we're waiting on. If that hasn't happened yet, it just doesn't make sense, right? So if he is indeed going up to 140 to challenge Isaac Cruz for that interim title, I'm favoring him to win that fight. I think it's going to be a very competitive fight, but I'm going towards Lamont Roach. I think it's safe to say that we can anticipate a vacant WBA title at 130, right? And right now we have an interim champion right now at champion, Jazza Dinkins, right, who's holding a title. So he's going to probably be elevated. According to L-Dub, he put me on to saying that they're actually working on making him and Hayato Tsutsumi fight at the Inoue Picasso card in December, right? They're going to be fighting for that WBA interim title that very well may be a full championship belt by the time December comes, depending on what Lamont Roach decides to do. Does Raymond Ford, who's right behind Hayato Tsutsumi on the rankings, put himself in position to take advantage of fighting the winner of those two guys next year? And if he does do that, does he stay inactive until next year? And is anybody aware of Raymond Ford's status with Matchroom as far as how many fights he has left on his contract with them?
I think he was in one fight right now. He got one fight left. We got 3-fight deal, 4-fight deal.
I have no idea. I'm asking if anybody in the room knows, if anybody knows. But I mean, one way or the other, it does seem like he can choose that way, or he can hang it back on the WBC route. That is still floating there because he's still got a good ranking structure there. But I think there's a little bit of politics that he has to get past. He has to wait for Shaki Forster and Stephen Fulton to figure it out. And once they figure it out, there's no guarantee that either one of those guys are going to give him that fight, right? Because the politics of the sport start to get involved at that point, because both those guys are on, one guy's on Top Rank, the other guy's on the PBC, and both those companies have been known to strategically move their fighters in a certain way. Raymond Ford is a legitimate threat to either one of those guys, in my opinion. I think they could beat him, but I think he's a threat.
No, Jazza Dinkins, he ain't beating him, bro.
Oh, you don't think he's beating either one of them?
Jazza Dinkins, he ain't beating Raymond Ford, bro.
No. I'm talking about Stephen Fulton. I'm talking about Shaki Forster.
Oh, you done moved the needle. I done missed that. How I missed that?
No, I was talking about the WBC rankings right now, right?
Oh, okay.
So I'm basically looking at the options for Raymond Ford. I'm saying the WBA route is Jazza Dinkins, Hayato Tsutsumi getting the winner of that fight. Those fights seem to be falling underneath the Riyadh season banner, so I think he has a good chance of playing his cards and getting in there. Hayato Tsutsumi put such a great performance on in that last Riyadh season card. He put a standout performance on that card. Like legitimately, I can't wait to see that guy fight again. He's such a good fighter. So he could wait patiently and see if Eddie Hearn could position him in a way to collect a WBA title, or he can play the WBC route. If you're looking at the rankings right now, in my opinion, if he would play that route, I would think that Mark Masayo would be a good fight for Eddie
That's
Hearn.
a really good fight for him. That might even be a potential loss. That's a good fight,
right? That's a good fight for him. Puts him in position to potentially get in the winner of O'Shaquie Foster and Stephen Fulton for that WBC title, because it would put him in the number 1 spot if he would have beat Masayo.
I thought Mark Masayo moved up to 135.
Or if he's not in the way, then in real life, Ford is right there in position to get the winner of O'Shaquie Foster and Stephen Fulton. The only thing in front of him is Michael Magnesi, and I'm be real with you, I don't think that's really going to be an issue for him. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think there's 2 fights there that can easily be made for Raymond Ford in the WBC rankings, or he can sit back patiently and wait on that WBA title. Right. There's a part of me that's got a big picture in my mind that says this, right? This is what I say. I say Raymond Ford goes the WBC route, right? He goes that WBC route. He takes out O'Shaquie Foster or Stephen Fulton and gets that belt. And I see, because I think Hayato Suzuki is going to bust Jazz Dinkins' head. I ain't gonna lie. I think he's gonna bust his head.
Oh yeah, yes. That dude,
you know what I'm saying?
That dude's a journeyman. But then get to my point. I wanted to say this about Diaz, just to run it back.
Wait, real quick. I'm gonna land my plane in here and say unification, WBC title for WBA title, Hayato Suzuki versus Raymond Ford in the big unification fight in Riyadh season. What do you think of that? That's what I was gonna say.
Okay, that's what's up. But I just wanted to say, because of the losses on these guys' records, just shows you that having a loss ain't the worst thing in the world, especially being a guy with 5 or 4 losses. It is what it is. You can still get to the top, which you just seen with Diaz and put on a competitive fight. And we're seeing with Jazzo Dickens out here with 4 or 5 losses, and 5 losses and 4 by KO, by the way. Yeah, that says a lot. You know what I mean? But that Sasumi fight and Ford, that's a fight. I have to say, I'll give it to Sasumi though. I hate to do that.
I don't know, but I see where you're going with it. I get it. Sasumi's really nice like that.
Does he beat Walton or Foster? The thing is, I think if Foster wins or lose, he moves up to 135.
Right, me too. I think he leverages it and tries to get it to core. Yeah,
I think he knows what's going on here. He smells the roses. They're trying to push him out the division. They've been trying to push him out before. We've seen that with Kasakiel.
Yeah, they tried to get him. They almost got him too. I thought they got him. I ain't gonna lie, low key. I thought they got him. I thought he was out of there. I was kind of.
I don't think he wants to take another loss, right? So I think if he wins here, he moves up. If he loses, he moves up. We already know the conditioning for him is a little tyrant for that division. I think it is time for him to move up anyway. And then Stephen Fulton. I don't know if you've seen the interview I sent yesterday to you.
He wants to go to 135, right?
Yeah, he said he gonna play at 130. He said, I'm gonna be in the 130s. And he was talking about how he walk around, and which I never heard nobody call him a weight bully, by the way. The man said he's 154 pounds fighting at 126, Clay. I'm just saying. I ain't hearing nobody call him a weight bully. Yeah, nobody.
They pick and choose, bro. You already know.
I know they do.
That didn't build their narrative. That didn't help their narrative, so they're not gonna push it.
But what you hear Ross Clark say, what? He what? And fight where? At where? Yeah. 154 pounds. Look, there he goes. I told you. I was waiting for Ross Clark to say it. That's why I said it.
If you ain't a heavyweight, you're a weight bully. That's a Ross Clark famous line. He said, if you ain't a heavyweight, you're a weight bully, bro.
Right. You should not be fighting that. And I think he said he was even bigger his last fight, right? Did I not hear him right? When he's like, I was even bigger, because he said before he was at 154.
Yeah. I'm
like, damn, bro, this boy walking around 160, bro. He fighting at 126, and that's why he going to 130. And he's like, I'm bigger now. Like, how big are you? Pause. You know what I mean? Like, that's telling me you playing in the 60s, 160. So you going to 130, possibly 135, because that's where he's going to be at. I think he's too short for 140. So he'll probably stay around in and out that division. Don't be surprised if he gets another belt. He might try to grab that Lamont Roach belt if he don't win this fight.
Right.
You never know. That might be something he might look into.
He might look it. So I mean, there's going to be a champion though. Jazzy Dinkins is going to be elevated to a full champion if Lamont Roach vacates. There's an interim title holder. I'm saying, right? So it won't be a vacant belt. So Jazzy Dinkins supposedly being negotiated to fight against Hayato Suzuki on the undercard of Monster Inoue and Picasso. Okay,
right.
In December 27th. So
But
that's
to the point of the WBA, right? Let's give them some respect here.
mm.
Aside from, I'm trying to think. Aside from Stanionis, they haven't given nobody a belt. They make the people fight for the belt. Matter of fact, I think Stanionis, he had
Stanionis was elevated. He was elevated.
He was elevated. He's the only guy I think elevated in Tim Tszyu, right? Also,
Tim Tszyu was elevated as well.
So that's
He
the
was
only two guys I know that's elevated.
Tim Tszyu had a WBO title.
WBO. So there you go. So he's the only guy I think that they had elevated. They usually make their champions fight for the belt.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, I think a lot of their champions fight for the belt. So even if they before they elevate them, they're gonna put them in a fight. And like you said, it might be against Asumi, and that's gonna be a troublesome fight for Mr. Jazzy, bro.
Yatsu Sosumi is about to be a monster Inoue level kind of impactful fighter. I think he's gonna put on great fights. I'm not saying he's gonna be undefeated like Monster was, but I think he's gonna put on great fights.
He has a lot, his skill set. Herky-jerky skill set is crazy.
Yeah.
But to be quick, not just like herky-jerky, but to be fast and reflexes, like be able to punch and get out.
And have power.
Right.
And have power.
That's a lot, man. That's a lot. That's hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Until somebody stops you.
Poi Pounder Northwest says, where does Anthony Kakachi fit in the picture? Anthony Kakachi is a consistently ducking character of a fighter. I
thought he was at 135 too. Didn't he move up?
Nah, I don't know, but he was at 130 and he ducked Raymond Ford. He ducked Nunez. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he didn't fight them and he was supposed to fight them.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't know. Kakachi seemed like a fighter who was going to be at a minimum a great dance partner. Watching him perform the way he did against Joe Cordina and even the way he went and fought for that IBO title that he picked up, I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? But this dude doesn't seem like want to step up and fight the bigger fights.
Right.
Where does he sit in here? I don't know. Where does he sit? What does he want to do with his career? I have no idea. Anthony Kakachi, I have no idea, man. Kakachi been playing hard to get. You know what I mean? He feeling himself or something. I don't know. This man legitimately vacated his IBF title to allow Nunez to fight for a vacated title, went and fight some other fight. I don't know what else to say.
Said the money was better.
Okay.
Like, okay. You're a champion. Like, come on now.
You vacated your belt, bro. You vacated your belt, bro. You let your belt
moving up. I do remember him saying he's moving up. I don't even see him ranked.
And then, well, you were scheduled to fight Raymond Ford. That fight was on paper. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then boom, look, now I don't know, bro. I mean, just answering the question. The question was asked. I don't want to kick the dude's back in, but you asked the question, there's the answer. What about Anthony Kakachi is my answer.
Is he around? Is he still alive? No, I'm just kidding. Let me not say that. I got yelled at and called the clown for the last time I asked that question.
Salute to Virgil Wimberly in the building, man. Salute to you, fam. Good to see you in the building, man.
What's up, Virg?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to watch how this unfolds and develops with in the 130-pound division. Lamont Roach, leaving the division is gonna be a part of the conversation. Also, let's see how Eddie Hearn moves the pieces around and clearly, and by the way, I want to go on record to say this. I want to be fair to Eddie Hearn and say, okay, listen, he has to be true to both these fighters. He owes Raymond Ford his loyalty and to put his best foot forward as far as Raymond Ford's career is concerned, but he also owes Eduardo Nunez the same amount. And, Eduardo Nunez getting an opportunity to unify against a big fight that would be huge in Mexico against an Emmanuel Navarrete. He owes Eduardo Nunez to give him the freedom to take the option he wants and he thinks is going to be best for his career. Eddie Hearn doesn't lose either way, right? Let's make the fight with Raymond Ford, big fight. But I get it. Emmanuel Navarrete, big fight. And, you can't help but believe that Eduardo Nunez has a little to do with that. And that just shows that Eddie's listening to his fighters and trying to facilitate everything. At the end of the day, if Eduardo Nunez doesn't want to fight Raymond Ford, the only way that's going to happen is through a mandatory or through an order of the sanctioning body that holds that belt. And that's not going to happen. Then look, if he's not going to fight Raymond Ford, then he's not going to fight Raymond Ford. What's the next best fight? I mean, there's no argument. Emmanuel Navarrete would be a great fight with Sugar Nunez. Both their styles, we're talking about fireworks. But he does have to figure out what he's going to do with Raymond Ford because you do owe him to put that best foot forward. And what are you going to do? How are you going to position him? And is Raymond Ford going to be patient and allow Eddie Hearn to move him accordingly to get him where he needs to be? Or is he just frustrated and about done with it? And do we need to be looking at Raymond Ford potentially leaving? What would he go if he did leave? Anyway, real messy situation. Let's see what Eddie Hearn does with it. There was an interview done during that. Did you watch that fight live or you watched the replay?
Which one? Nunez fight?
The Nunez.
Yeah, I turned it off though. You know, I wasn't feeling well, so I watched it. I watched a little bit of them getting in the ring with each other or whatever at the end, and that was pretty much it. Before
the fight started, though, there was a quick little snippet of a quick, like, little 3-4 minute interview between Showbiz and David Benavidez. Did you get an opportunity to look at that?
No, I didn't see that.
It was an interesting interview. I'm sure it's a longer interview that'll get dropped whenever the zone feels like dropping it, probably closer to the November 22nd date, if you ask me. But David Benavidez kind of spoke to Showbiz, and Showbiz talked about something significant. He said, you know, he's thinking about it, and he came up with the Stone Age. People talk about the Golden Age. They talk about, he thinks we're in the Stone Age. In other words, he sees boxing going back. He sees boxing going back before the Golden Age to an age where really the best fighters are looking to fight each other and putting their O's on the line. And he asked David Benavidez about where that mentality came from, that he's chasing down and getting ready to fight Anthony Yardy now. He made the power move to fight David Moreau when he didn't have to. Clearly, his handlers had different plans for him and wanted him to do different things. But David Benavidez is, at this point, in my opinion, has been consistent behind the idea, backing up the idea of fighting the best by getting involved in his own career and making decisions to supersede the decisions of the handlers at times. From my point of view, that's what it looks like with David Benavidez. And he spoke about greatness. David Benavidez spoke about greatness and about influencing the younger athletes that are coming up in the sport and trying to change the whole entire conversation. I thought it was a powerful, profound statement. He talked about the fear of loss and these 50-50 fights and why they're so important, because on the other side of these fights that you can lose, when you win them, it confirms and it validates your greatness, and him needing that. He spoke to the fact that he needed that. In other words, how can he call himself great without beating the best? And we're leaving an era, because I keep talking about this new era of boxing coming into the space. We're leaving the era where fighters are calling themselves great, their fans are calling them great, but they're not requiring them to prove it in the ring. And
right.
Benavidez spoke to that. He spoke to that as an issue of his that he's addressing by moving the way that he's moving, that he doesn't believe he can call himself great. He doesn't believe a fighter can call themselves great without challenging themselves in that ring. I think I know how you feel about this, but I definitely give you an opportunity to put it in some words and speak to David Benavidez, speaking to the heart of real boxing fans who I know when I heard him say that, it was refreshing to me, and it made me even more of a fan of his than I already am. What do you think, Rob?
Right. I would say clearly that we've been wanting boxers or fighters in the case of boxing to fight each other. Rather be the best fight the best, or your number one opponent, your constituent that may think that we think is the hottest tool in the shed that can come in there and get the job done. You're supposed to welcome all these challenges. You're supposed to be putting these things on the table, weighing out your best option, moving one up the board, taking that one, then moving to the next. What Benavidez said in that case is absolutely right. I mean, you're supposed to get into that ring and people are supposed to be questioning who's going to win. That's the reason why you get into that ring. They're not supposed to get into that mindset of, oh, I don't want to watch this fight because I already know who's going to win, because what's the point? I'm not going to pay for a pay-per-view. I don't think it's worth the fight. Absolutely not. I promise you I'm not. I'll wait for it to come on replay, because trust me, I'll have the results as soon as it's over. Right. No big deal. As far as everything else that he talked about, it's true, man. Like, fighters have known to be going down and getting losses, or beat down and getting losses within 5-6 losses, walking around, still becoming champions, still being great fighters, still having a legacy, still being legendary fighters. Canelo right now, we're still talking about him as one of the best in today's game. He has 2 losses. You know what I mean? Whereas, people act like it's the end of the world, like you can't lose. Unfortunately, it's a part of life. Like, you never grow if you don't lose. And that's the most important part about losing, is the growth. And I think when you have a guy like Benavidez speaking on him going after the best and making 50-50 fights is that same exact thing. Like if I lose, I'm only gonna go back to the drawing board, and then I'm gonna move forward with it, and I'm gonna go get the next fighter. Hopefully, I can get my revenge. But in the meantime, it is what it is, and I think that's where we have a lot of problems in the game today. Is a lot of these people are more afraid of losing because they want to replicate the 50-0 from Floyd. They want to replicate never touching defeat, where if it happens, it happens. Sugar Ray lost his in his prime. He lost to Roberto Duran. He didn't lose again until he beat Hagler, right? I mean, beat Hagler. He ended up beating Duran again, and then he fought Hagler. Tony Norris knocked his block off, clean off, boom, boom, boom. Right? Guy only has 3 losses in his career. Last fight of his career against a guy that we never thought that he would fight, and that was Hector Macho Camacho, who beat the brakes off of Sugar Ray, and Sugar Ray was way out of his prime. So that doesn't, and a lot of people's eyes, that doesn't count. But guess what? He had 3 losses in his career. He had a long career. If he had never lost to Duran, would we be giving him the same precedence or the same statutes? Would he have continued fighting? What would he have done to prove himself more? Those are the things we have to ask ourselves. And I'm not using Sugar Ray because he's on my wall. That's just a prime example. We can use Roy Jones in that too, right? But it is what it is, man. Like you're not going to get past the reality of it, Clay. And the reality is losses happen, and when you lose, you keep moving forward from it. And I get it. Yeah, I got you, Raj Cloud. I did say that. But you're not going to get past the reality of it, Clay. You're not. Unfortunately, you're not. The fact is, you just get your feet, dust off your knees, get on your feet, you get back up and try again. That's it. It's like every day in life, man. That's why we sit here and go to work, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think the profound thing is at the end of the day, and shout out to the thumbnail. If you guys see in the middle of the thumbnail, I said, fortune favors the bold, man. And that statement resonated with me this morning, particularly, right? I had a conversation with my wife, and it was a profound conversation, right? And the conversation has a lot to do with the direction that I'm moving forward with in this pivot that I'm taking, and what I'm hoping helps this channel get to an even bigger place than where it already is. But really gambling and betting on yourself in these big moments, it answers questions that will be unanswered for your whole life if you live in this safe space to where you're not challenging yourself, right?
Right.
And that's what this fight represents to me in particular, as far as Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez is. I celebrate Terrence Crawford and I give him his respect because he's testing himself in a way 90% of these fighters just aren't showing me they're willing to do. And I'm embracing the idea, and I'm being optimistic about this next generation of fighters that are coming up, embracing the idea of, like Teddy Atlas said in that interview with Showbiz, opening up those doors in the house that you've never opened up, and knowing that it's going to be dark in there, and knowing that on the other side of those doors are going to be answers. And the fear of, in spite of the fear of those answers not being the answers that you want them to be, still opening those doors.
Open that door, yep.
You know what I mean? And that's what we see Terrence Crawford doing. We see him opening up a door that most people are talking to him, trying to talk him out of it. And one thing about Terrence Crawford that he deserves to be celebrated for, and I don't give 3 issues about how people feel about it, is that man is bold. He's been bold throughout his whole career. He's moved independently. He's been on the wrong side of the conversation 9 out of 10 times. He's supposed to negotiate his deal like this. He's supposed to be over there with the PBC. He's supposed to be moving like this. He's not worth this. He can't get this fight with Canelo Alvarez. All of these different things. But that man has always been bold. He's always challenged himself, and he's always challenged the authority or makeshift authority over the space that he's in, who is trying to tell him he has to be inside this box. And fortune has favored that man over and over and over again. And I'm going to tell you like this. Fortune has favored Terrence Crawford so much for being bold, it bleeds into this fight that he has coming up with Canelo Alvarez. Because I factor that fortune into the odds as far as whether or not he's going to win that fight or not. It's not the end all be all, but this is part of the resume, the skill set, the pedigree, and damn it, just the universe shining their light on that man and giving that man favor in the biggest test of his life, down to him being shot in the back of his head. You know what I'm saying? The universe has favored Terrence Bud Crawford when nobody else would, not even his own mama. You know what I'm saying? The universe still showed that man grace. And I think that's part of the intrigue going into this fight. You just can't be mad at that man because he's been so successful in places where people said he wasn't going to be successful. And I admire that. It's inspirational to me, bro. It's super inspirational to me. I think it's movie worthy. You know what I'm saying, right? I think it's movie worthy.
Absolutely.
You know,
yeah, going down as one of those fighters. Hopefully, you know, nothing tragic happens after his career where we have to make a documentary that sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Yeah, man. And you know, I see the card there that says Bud ain't making history. He never defends anything. I beg to differ. I think we're gonna see it. I think 10 years from now, that's the way we're gonna get that question answered. But I respect your opinion on it. But at the end of the day, him not defending his undisputed titles and all that, you guys can look at it however you want. To me, I look at it as a man that people don't want to acknowledge was trying to get what he never got in the beginning in the end of his career. He didn't have time to play those games. He was looking forward, right? You're talking about somebody who was iced out of the 147 division, who nobody wanted to give him an opportunity. They stole the Pacquiao fight from him, and then Errol went and flipped the car 100 times, right? But he didn't get that fight with Manny Pacquiao. He didn't get the fight with Keith Thurman. He didn't get the fight with Danny Garcia. He almost didn't get the fight with Errol Spence. He didn't get the fight with Sebastian Fundora or with Tim Tszyu, the winner of that fight for that WBO title, right? So you're talking about a man who didn't have time to play to the semantics of the game, who wants to hold him still. Once again, putting these ceilings over his head and saying that before you can go to this next step and do something more, you have to fight this dude down here who doesn't give you that same payout. No, that man has been entertaining, preparing for his retirement for years now, putting himself in the biggest fights possible, but at the same time, never skimping out on the challenge in front of him, always stepping up the challenge, however you guys want to look at it, and still accomplishing legacy goals, and still getting the biggest paydays, and still assuring that his family is going to have generational wealth. Not a lot of fighters can share that. Right? It is what it is.
Ah, boy. I love the controversy.
Yeah, I see Cardenas says, y'all want Tank to defend his title. But I understand,
yeah.
Cardenas, you're smart enough to know, but I'll tell you anyway, right? Gervonta Tank Davis made a lot of money not fighting champions. Not fighting the champions in his division, not becoming unified in his division, not fighting the fights who were asking him to fight, which is cool. For him to leave out the game right now and go fight Jake Paul and not give you any of those fights, that's everybody's personal feelings on how they want to deal with that.
Right.
Terrence Bud Crawford is on the opposite side of that conversation. He didn't make his biggest paydays, and he's 37, getting ready to be 38 years old. So, yes, I give him a pass on not fighting Jerron Boots Ennis. I do. You know what I'm saying? I give him a pass because he fought Errol, and I give him a pass because he's going to fight Canelo. He fought Madrimov and got a title in another division. He moved forward and still challenged himself. But yes, he gets a pass. Tank gets a pass too. It's just that I'm not going to give Tank the accolades and the respect I give Terrence. It's just not the same conversation. I'm just not doing that. I will give Tank his respect and his right to move the way he wants to move, and I respect it. And I won't push him to fight nobody. So you don't see me up here saying Tank needs to fight this guy. Tank needs to fight that guy. No, he don't got to fight nobody. But at the same time, for his career, that's where I'm at with it. That's what's up. You can't change my mind on that and make me a bad guy for seeing him, you know what I'm saying? For seeing him that way, for him not doing what I think he needs to do for me to say, yeah, it is what it is.
Wow. Like,
It is what
hold
it is.
on. So you want to pull up stats, bro? I mean, how many punches did he land with Roach? Like 16, 20 punches? Bro, don't do that. I'm not trying to be funny. I don't even want to get into this between you and Clay, but I'm just saying, when you start talking about like certain things, man, you got to make sure you don't have nobody that can counter it. But these are the debates that happen on these crazy channels that people just go by and listen to other people say certain things and they repeat it. Yes, you can say that about what Bud did in jab category. But what did Tank do overall in that fight with Lamont Roach? He did nothing. He literally had like 30 punches that whole fight. And that right there in itself is worse than somebody having, 28 jabs the whole in the whole fight. Like, okay, we'll take that. 21 jabs. Yeah, that's cool. But it's not the jabs that matter, man. Bud is not pound for pound number one. Okay, he's not. He was, but he's not. And Tank was nowhere near number one, and he doesn't deserve to be near number one. I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm not mad at you. You're defending your boy, but this is not a Tank on Canelo. Tank on
Terrence, exactly. It's not Tank versus Terrence.
Like, yeah, it's like you're making it out to be something it's not, bro. Like, I don't like doing this because then I sound like a hater. You know what I mean? That's why I don't like
doing this all the time. They paint you into a corner and they bring you back to this conversation that makes it look like you're treating Tank
I can clearly show you everything disrespectful I can show you about Tank and just in an argument in 3 seconds, man. I'm not even about that.
Here comes Bub. Bub was quiet right now.
I know Bub was. I was waiting for it.
Well, hold on, right? Listen, I want to debunk this real quick. This is so it goes on record, right? And you can't change Tank's mind. I don't want to change Tank's mind. I've accepted him in his decision. He said he wasn't about what you want him to be about. I don't want him to be about shit. You're making that up, right? So, no, I'm not trying to change Tank's mind. I've accepted him fighting Jake Paul and retiring if that's what he wants to do. And no, you said, I want him to be about something. I don't want him to be about nothing. I've done nothing but celebrated the fact that this man had his own goals coming into the game. He doesn't care about being a champion. He wants to get money. He has his own things that make him a legend in his own mind. And I think if he's the one putting his life on the line and his health on the line, that he should be allowed to do that. What you guys are upset about is that I don't want to give him the accolades that I give a Shakur or the accolades that I give a Terrence. That's where the problem is. The fact that I say I look at him differently than I look at those fighters. That's where the issue gets drawn on the line. That's when you think I'm being unfair to him because you think I should give him a bunch of props that I don't believe he's earned with me. Other than that, I have no issues with Tank and how he's carried his career. I don't care. He's doing what he wants to do, and he's giving me good fights. He's giving me, showcase his talents. He's knocked people out and, exciting to watch Tank fight. But he hasn't crossed the T's and dotted the I's when we're in the conversation of speaking on what Terrence Crawford is getting ready to try to accomplish this coming weekend, or what Shakur Stevenson has been on a trajectory of trying to accomplish, being that he hasn't accomplished everything. Shakur hasn't done that, but he hasn't also talked about retiring. He's on this road trying to make a fight with Teofimo Lopez right now. So, yeah, it's not the same conversation, but you guys have a hard time separating it. I have no issues at all with what Tank is doing. I keep communicating that. You guys don't like this conversation when you try to compare Tank Davis to these other fighters that we're talking about, and we let you know it's not the same conversation. That's where your issues have always been. That's where the line has always been drawn in the sand with you guys. And you turn it into us hating on this dude.
I just like to say I appreciate Tank Davis for telling y'all niggas to shut up and be a motherfucking fan. That's it. Other than that, I don't care what you have to say because he don't care what you have to say. Yo, it is what it is. Like, I don't know why y'all keep defending this guy, bro.
Bubs, I also want to say this, right? There's a hypocrisy that comes from you who constantly holds us accountable for asking Tank to do anything, but you have the audacity to ask another fighter to do anything. You should be a straight up advocate of Shakur Stevenson doing whatever he feels like doing. You have all these fighters you want Shakur to fight. You want him to fight Keyshawn. You want him to fight Abdullah. But as soon as somebody asks Tank to fight somebody, we're not respecting it. He already told you he doesn't this and this and that. It's a joke, bro. It's a joke to listen to you. I know you got to be laughing in your room right now watching this because It's amazing that you have such an opinion about what these other fighters should be doing, but you won't allow not one bit of grace when anybody asks Tank to do anything. If they ask Tank to do anything, nah, bro. But as soon as it's on Shakur's foot, you got all kind of fights that you want to see him fight. Where does that come from? All right, so you want Tank to do what he wants to do, so why don't you want Shakur to do what he wants to do? That's interesting. Okay, you want Tank to do. What do you want Shakur to do? I want Shakur to do what I want him to do.
Did Shakur go around telling anybody he's gonna fight?
I don't care if Tank fights. What's wrong with you? What, I don't understand. What are you hearing? Is there like a device in your ear? Are you translating what I'm saying? Is it not? Is it? Am I speaking another language? I don't want Tank to do shit. I haven't talked about Tank all day. I don't care about what Tank does. What fight have I asked Tank to be in? How did Tank even come up in this conversation? Be honest. You're up in here bringing up Tank, right? You and Cardenas. I don't give a shit what Tank does. Like dead ass. I don't care at all. I don't give a damn what he does. So how are we here talking about Tank? Be honest. Be honest with yourself and ask yourself, how are we here talking about Tank right now?
Abdul Mason is on the scene.
If you have a legitimate, honest bone in your body, be truthful and say, how do we end up on the Tank conversation?
Goalpost moved. Goalpost moved.
Right?
Now we should be fighting. Shakur should be fighting Abdul Mason because they're on the same path.
How many days did I cry about Tank fighting Shakur? When?
Wow.
When? When did I sit here and say Tank needs to fight Shakur? When?
Yeah, we know the Cardenas. He's just saying generally. Like your question wasn't as valid as this one. So
come on, bro. Y'all gotta stop. Thank you, Cardenas. Thank you. I say it every day.
Yo.
So
wow.
Do you have any integrity at all?
Wow.
Do you have anything that you stand on that would make lying a foul thing to do? Do you have anything that you have morally that would hold you back from just bold-faced lying?
Maybe it's because he only chimes in when you talk about Tank. So
you sat in the background, didn't say nothing for the whole chat. Cardenas brought the Tank conversation up, and I responded to it, and here you are. Where is the genuine integrity in how you're moving right now? It's
of all your videos.
Every day it goes away a little bit. It's hard. It's harder, but I'm gonna still deal with you. But there's really no integrity in what you're saying. We have a whole room of people who are looking at you like, when the hell did this man talk about Tank? Yesterday, did I talk about Tank? The day before, did I talk about Tank? Did I talk out all these lives? Go look at these lives. When was I talking about Tank? Why would I talk about Tank? Tank is doing nothing that interests me. So what is there to talk about Tank? I shared my ideas on him and Jake Paul, and I said, God bless him. Let him get his money. Tank, I've been tapped out of the Tank conversation. I don't need him to fight nobody. If anything, I said I want him to go ahead and vacate the WBA title. That's what you might have heard me say. And that's not a shot at Tank. That's just me wanting boxing to move forward. Me wanting the lightweight division to continue to move forward and see unifications and see people who want to fight for championships. Outside of that, leave the belt and move forward with your career. I don't need nothing from Tank. I've closed the book on Tank Davis. Y'all haven't. I'm done. Tank's career is over with. Judge him for what he's done. If you think he's great for what he's done, that's what's up. If you don't, you don't. He doesn't have any interest in boxing anymore. And that's where my interest of Tank stops at, is his boxing career. You feel me? Bro. So as soon as he says he's done with boxing, I'm done. I don't care about his baby mama drama. I don't care about his personal life. I don't care about his money. I don't know that man to care about him in any other way except for when he's in the ring, and I don't have any interest of him fighting Jake Paul. So there's nothing to talk about. It's fight week for Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. And we just came off a weekend of some decent fights and fights being announced. Why would I talk about Tank?
Because I want to talk about Tank, Clay. It only makes it better because Shakur could fight him, but Shakur didn't want to fight him because Shakur's fighting.
You go back and look through the timeline. You're lost.
Yo.
And you're talking to a genuine person. There's one thing to know that you're genuine. I'm telling you, you either have a very, very horrible attention span and you're missing the point, or you're a bold-faced liar, King. Like, it's one or the other, right? You either have a hard time dialing into what's being talked about, and you're having a hard time focusing. Like, you might need some Ritalin or some Adderall. Like, you're having a hard time dealing with that. I don't know if you've been like diagnosed with that in your life. You know what I mean? If that's what the issue is, or you just have no integrity and you just lie with no remorse.
I know what happened. He in Alaska, so the broadcast he got is from like 3 months ago.
I'm being genuine. Like, I'm super genuine. I don't know what in the hell you're talking about. I know for a fact you can't go back in my recent videos and bring up me talking about Tank. And you said I talk about it every day. That's not a miscommunication or misunderstanding. That's a straight up lie, bro. L-I-E, lie, bro. That's a factual lie. No other way. Right? It is what it is. Bro, it is what it is.
Funny.
It is what it is. It's a lie. It's not true about me. So if you're saying it is, it's a lie.
Cardenas is crazy. I like it.
You see, we said you was talking about Tank already today. No consideration for the fact that I showed you that Cardenas brought it up and that I responded to him. Cardenas is in the chat saying I brought it up, but what does he say? Disingenuous. You was talking about Tank today already.
When?
Liar.
When? Oh, you know what? He might have thought NAVARATTE was Tank. You know,
thought what? Why would he think that?
Maybe he thought Sugar Nunez was Tank. I'm just saying. He heard it somewhere. Maybe he was on another channel.
I didn't say you brought it up. You are bad at listening, bro. You are a limited thinker, bro. You're a limited thinker, bro. You're limited, bro. I said who brought it up. I asked you who brought it up, bro, because I wanted you to say Cardenas brought it up, but Cardenas went ahead and said it because the reality is you don't know who brought it up, but you're jumping to conclusions and saying stuff. You're inconsistent. Why would I say you brought it up when I know damn well Cardenas brought it up? I asked you a question to see if you were paying attention to who brought it up. You are low. You are straight up, bro. Anyway, let's move forward because you are frustrating to deal with, bro, because I try with you, bro, but you are disingenuous.
You got half a headset, Clay. He can't.
You're super disingenuous, bro. You're super disingenuous, bro.
Can't blame him, man. Got bad reception.
Nah, I don't want to send him the link because he's gonna waste my time. Now he's gonna waste my time with that.
We're not doing that.
It is what it is, bro. So that being said, he's effectively distracted the point. I am about to put the link up though, because I'm about to open the panel up. But yeah, man, to the fortune goes to the bold, man. Right? Fortune favors the bold. Terrence Crawford encompasses that in the move that he's making right now to fight Canelo Alvarez. He encompasses it in a big way. David Benavidez encompasses it because he strives to put himself in a situation in a fight that he thinks people think he can't win or that he can lose. That's what intrigues him with his boxing career, right? He likes that. Oh, you think it's him? I want to fight him next then. Oh, you think it's him? I want to fight him next. Right? And if it's not him, then it's the next best thing. And he's making these last years in his boxing career count. He's no longer taking these filler fights. Even the Anthony Yarde fight was the next best fight that he could take in his division. Calum didn't want to take the deal. Better Biev and Bivol were tied up with each other. Joshua Buatsi lost to Calum. Anthony Yarde just coming off of a victory. This is the fight that makes more sense. And as long as we have boxers moving with that type of energy, then we're going to see great things happen in boxing. And I think boxing also on this path and this journey will gain its integrity back. And I think it will attract boxing fans who are already hardcore fans back to the space, but it'll also help educate casual fans on what real boxers look like. You know what I mean?
Right.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
I think it's I mean, hey man, for Benavidez's sake, man, I'm just hoping that I think this is a tough fight for him. I think a lot of people are overlooking Anthony Yarde in this fight. I think they're looking to I just see this. I mean, if Anthony Yarde comes out and he's a light heavyweight and he's able to move fluently in the ring without, you know what I mean, like he would in a light heavyweight fight when he was ranked #1, when he fought Dimitri Bivol and all that, I got him winning. But if he goes in there, he tries to beat the brakes off of Benavidez and like close him down and do basically, what's up, Just Do?
Salute, Just Do. What's good, family?
He goes in there and tries to do what what's homeboy name that tried to bottle up Benavidez in the ring when he moved up in the division. I can't think of his name. Andretti.
Mm.
When he moved up, he tried to bottle him up. He tried to outpunch him and smother him with shots, and ended up backfiring because he wore himself out. Because you know what I mean, ended up getting beat up. He should actually jump to 175 instead of one. Especially when they talk about he came in almost 200 pounds.
Nah, I think he's. I'm be real with you. I think he's a better fighter at 160.
He probably would have been, but I'm saying when he moved up, because remember he was out for like 2 years, 3 years, and when he came back, he moved to 170, 168. I'm saying he should have moved to 175 at that point because him fighting what's his name? He came in way overweight. That shows you that he had a problem.
He was good, family.
That means that he had a problem making that weight cut, man. Like he made it, but he didn't rehydrate right. So I'm saying he might have been better off going to 175 at that point.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I threw the link up there, by the way, for the usual suspects to step up to the building and share some opinion on some of the topics we talked about today, or whatever topics that you feel like we didn't address that you want to address. Guys, 48 people in the building. Let's remember to hit that like button as we stepping into the building. I appreciate you and thank you in advance for that. And definitely, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. Let's help grow the channel. Actually seen some decent growth in the past couple of days. You know what I mean? People subscribing to the channel, and I appreciate that, man. Showing a lot of support for what we're putting together here, man. Really do appreciate that. You know what I mean? But boxing is in a great space, man. Today's a Grand Arrivals. Let me see what time the Grand Arrivals is going on today in Vegas. I would think probably about 12 o'clock their time, 11, 12 o'clock their time. Let me see. Grand Arrivals. Let's see here. Let's see here. Where is the schedule at? Diesel ass motherfucking Terrence, bro. This picture of Terrence. Oh, I didn't even speak to that either. I don't know if you're still there, Ray. I'm looking for the events. Okay. So, the Grand Arrival is going to be this evening. Canelo and Crawford are going to be out there 5:30 p.m. I'm assuming that's Vegas time. Damn, so it's going to be like 8:30 tonight. The Grand Arrivals. That's already a different approach within itself. At night, it's going to be more of an event at night, right? In Vegas?
Yeah, it's because it's Pacific though.
Are they going to do it with the sun going down? I mean, I think that's going to take advantage of those lights out there. I think they're going to try to make it a big event. Salute to my guys, man. Salute to the OG Shelton Moore in the building, and salute to my guy and one of the OGs as well. And Coach Eddie, man, what's good with you, family? How you guys doing today?
Raiders.
Yeah.
Steelers. But that's okay. I shouldn't say that because I'm about to say
you a Bronco fan or something?
I'm a Jets
you a Bronco fan or something?
I'm a damn Jets fan. You said
Bronco?
Are
you a Jets fan?
Yeah.
What about you, Ray?
I'm a Steelers fan. That's why I said I feel bad saying that.
Oh, good win yesterday. Good win.
I think the best win was that Buffalo game, man.
That was a great game. Great game.
Oh, it is Tuesday. My bad. You're right. My bad. I thought it was Monday. My bad. I'm bugging.
Great game.
Right. It's like my bad, bro.
Yeah. But first of all, let's go to this. What's going on in the chat? Nobody who really loves the sport of boxing expects anything from Tank. That's only you guys. You don't expect Tank to do anything. He's already told us 2 years ago with Gilly and Wallow, I never asked for those fights. I don't care who I fight. I don't care about the names. They bring me a contract. I look at the money. If it's right, I fight. After I heard that, everything else he says is like Charlie Brown's teacher. Wah, 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 wah. I don't care. It doesn't matter. You already told me.
For a moment, he had me when he did the Gilly interview. Yep. Not the Gilly interview. When he did during the Frank Martin press conference, right?
Najee.
For a moment, he had me there when he said, "Yeah, this new fight deal, 6-7 fights." He said there were these names on his list. I was like, "Oh, they made it worth it for his pockets. He's going to give us these fights." I got excited. Go back and look at my at the content we made that week of that press conference. I got there, but as soon as that Lamont Roach press conference came, and that man said, "What did Shakur Stevenson do to earn a fight?" I said, "Okay, you know what? We're done." I didn't even get mad. I literally Go watch all the content I created around that time. Look at the shows I did with Blue Blood when Blue was sitting there like, yo, this dude is bugging it. And I said, Blue, I told everybody, Blue, if Blue's in here, he's my witness. I said, the best thing y'all can do is just leave Tank alone and just move on with boxing. He's done. That's all you can do. You cannot change this man's mind. Go look at it. So I agree with you 100%. As a real boxing fan, how can I listen to everything Tank has told us, everything he's shown us, and be somebody sitting here arguing about what Tank needs to do? Are you crazy? I've been done with the Tank conversation so long ago. The only thing, if you hear me say anything about Tank at this point, Shelton, is one thing, bro. Let go of the belt. That's it. Let go of that WBA title. So
you know what? I don't even care if he does that. I don't even care if he does that because they let Jamal Charlo hold on to that belt for 5 years. So I don't care if he does that. You keep that belt. Hold it. Keep it.
That's one thing that I would ask of him, because I know if he doesn't choose to do it, the sanctioning body will let him just rock with it. You feel me? So if you're asking me, and I'm asking him gracefully, like if he tells me go F myself, I'll be like, all right, that's yours too. But if you're asking me, if I'm asking for anything, like gracefully, if I'm asking him, and Tank says, give me one wish right now, you know what I'm gonna tell him? Champ, just give up the belt.
Give up the belt.
Like that's it. I don't even need you to fight nobody, champ. If you gonna do me a favor, if you asking me what I want from you, champ, let go of the belt. That's it. Other than that, I'm good. That's it.
Yeah.
Ray, I know that's your boy, Ray. You ain't got no feelings on your partner?
Who that? Clay?
Little Tink Tink, man. Little Tink Tink.
Tinkerbell?
We both dialed out. I'm trying to tell you a long time ago.
We had
conversations. Talk to him, Ray.
I don't even look, I don't have no ill feelings for Tank or whatever like that, right? But I listen to what he says, and every time I heard him say something, it's always the opposite of what his fans say. And I laugh because I watch certain platforms at times, right? And they'll be like, well, what he meant to say was, what he was trying to say was, what I think he was saying was, and I'm like, is all these is what he's not saying, but this is what you think he's saying or what he meant. What do you mean? You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. But then when he says that he wanted 6 fighters, right? And that was in the Speedy show, 360 with Speedy. He says, I want 6 fighters or 5 fighters, 6 fighters. He never named a 6 fighter. He named 5. But he said he wanted 6 fighters, right? He gave the 5 fighters. He's like, yeah. Then those guys start calling him out, saying, let's make it happen. Nothing happens. Then he talked about the deal. Like Clay said, the deal he got with Amazon. That never came to transpiration. Like, we don't even know what's really real about that. Like, was it real? Why are you fighting Jake Paul? I just seen today, I told Clay, $200 million. It was first it was 50 million, then it was 100 million, 120 million. Now it's 200 million. How much? Are you crazy? Yo, what are y'all must be looking at?
Jake is not getting 200 million.
Let me tell you something.
Jake is not getting 200 million, and Netflix not giving nobody 200 million. Come on,
the fight is so ridiculous in front of his own fans, by the way. It's not about us. His own fans find the fight to be so ridiculous that what you're seeing him do is they're trying to make it make sense. They're trying to add a number to it that can give them something to defend Tank on, right? And the reality is they don't need to defend Tank. Tank doesn't need defending. Tank is taking a fight to get a big payday. He's a prize fighter. He's already communicated to the space how he looks at championship boxing. He's not operating under the same traditional rules or guidelines that a lot of other fighters are operating on. Anybody who's honest with themselves and a real boxing fan have accepted Tank's terms and conditions and have accepted him for who he is. And we've done what? We moved forward. Why? Because there's a lot of boxing going on outside of Tank Davis. We've accepted it. The reality is we've moved on. In real life, we've moved on and we've said we don't need Tank. Like, Tank isn't the end all be all. And I think people have a hard time dealing with a boxing space that can be dismissive of a fighter like Tank and say, and move on to the next topic. They find that to be disrespectful. They feel like, oh, hold up. You guys are just, what are we just doing? We just moving past it, bro.
Right.
That's it.
Look, what did he say? He said he fight for the money. So then do what Clay said. Drop the belts and go fight for money. That's what he just said. He agrees with you. If that's what it is, he ain't mad at him for that. That's what he's trying to say. Man. And I like what Chris Legg said. He said the purse is 100,000, 100 bands, right? And he said that it's 60-40, 100 million. Excuse my language. 100 million, more than 100 bands. It's like a couple 100,000 bands, but whatever. Regardless, it's 100 million. So
who cares? Who cares?
60, that's what I was going to say. At the end of the day, that doesn't matter. But if he's fighting for the money, then like Clay said, then drop the belts and move forward, bro, with your career. Let everybody else fight for the belts. Because obviously you don't care. You know you're going to be a payday no matter what. So they'll go make a payday fight with everybody. We good with that?
I'm sort of different on that, though.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think you need to stop ducking Shakur, man.
You always different. You always different. Nobody cares if you fight Shakur.
Yeah, man.
Nobody cares if he fights Shakur. Nobody cares what he does.
Man,
nobody cares. Let Shakur move on and be great. You're never gonna be great fucking around waiting on Tank. Fuck Tank.
But really, even with Tank, you really can't say that he's the best out there. We just, I can't. He hadn't shown me that he's the best. He did right now. I'll just label him just being just a good fighter, in my opinion. Tank is a good fighter.
But here's the argument though. Then who? So at 135, then who's the best? I mean, Shakur is number one.
All right,
we don't know.
Let me answer this.
They're not fighting each other. We don't know.
Like Shelton said, you can't wait around for him, right? Because let me ask you a question. There was a fighter that got undisputed at that division and waited around for Tank, and that fight never transpired. He literally had 2 fights, called him out, said he would drop the belt and fight him. That fight never happened.
Yeah.
Regardless of what people think about it, and that fighter moved up, and then he was accused of ducking Tank, accused of not going back down there to fight Tank at a catch weight, where he would have been struggling to make weight. All these things, then became a weight bully on top of that. So Shakur is doing what he needs to do to progress his career, regardless Tank is in it or not. He can turn the page on Tank and still have a fabulous career, because Tank can, as he said, can retire tomorrow. And if he retires, that doesn't reflect the career of Shakur Stevenson. So he doesn't need that fight. No.
I hear what you're saying, Ray. And it's unfortunate because remember when the Pac turds used to exist before the Floyd Mayweather fight? All those Pacquiao fans that were going crazy. Yeah. How they dissipated after like Floyd beat Pacquiao like every round. That's what I want to happen to the Tankamaniacs, to see. I just want
you got some. See, he got some personal vendetta, Clay.
I need that to dissipate. No, but at the end of the day, I understand what y'all saying. But
I know what Boxing Hacker what it is. Boxing Hacker is the truth. He's like the truth. You ever see V? The
lizards under the skin. Yeah,
no, not the lizards under the skin. No, it's not. I'm talking about the other
Vendetta.
One. Vendetta, whatever that guy's name is, that's who Boxing Hacker is. Boxing Hacker is through all these channels, you know what I'm saying? Being an inconvenient pain in error, all the asses people who are over celebrating Tank in his opinion. He's giving them truth, even though they're cussing him out, and he's like, yeah, okay, are you done? Yeah, so like I was saying, that dude ain't doing it. So he stands on that. So when he comes out, he's like, nah, his ass need to go fight Shakur. F that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he's a pro boxer, I'm always gonna say he needs to fight Shakur. But y'all right. He's
out there pushing back. He needs to, right? Be honest, because you at war with the Tank fans.
Just like it was just the same with the Pacquiao fans. You know how many years I listen to Pacquiao? Oh, Pacquiao beating every Floyd's opponent, even worse than Floyd did. Floyd is scared. I'm like, Pacquiao needs to take the drug test. Floyd's scared. You don't have to listen to Floyd take no drug tests. You're full of shit, Hacker.
To be honest, that Floyd Pacquiao fight, that was a huge letdown, man. That was no dominant Floyd. That was not a dominant performance. That was just an amateurish type outpoint you, grab you performance.
That was a fight that happened outside of the time it was supposed to happen, right, Coach? Let's be honest. That fight
It was too old, you know what I mean? I mean, both guys didn't have a mark on their face at the end of the fight. Both of them were laughing on the way to the bank, and it was what it was, you know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, I remember Floyd Sr. goddamn going off on Floyd Jr. Like, man, you fighting like you scared, brother. Y'all know if y'all remember that.
I remember.
I mean, Floyd C was having a fit. He said, man, you fighting like you scared, man. Let your hands go. And Floyd was like, man, look, that man got bricks in his hand. I ain't finna get hit by that, because I seen Floyd get hurt about 3 times in that fight. He's like, hold up, this power's real. He's not finna do me like he did everybody else. I'm not going on the highlight reel. So Floyd, got in his bag and outpointed him, and that's pretty much all it was.
But I think he did the right thing though, because just like with Zab Judah, like both Zab and Pacquiao had physical attributes over Floyd, right? Zab was faster than Floyd. Pacquiao was also faster than Floyd. Pacquiao knew how to throw from not only did Pacquiao throw from angles, he threw from weird angles. He threw from angles where you shouldn't even throw shots at, you know. So
yeah.
So I think Floyd fought a smart fight that fight, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I want to say not to cut you off, but I went back and watched the fight, and somebody broke it down like 60 seconds per frame, and he was counter punching the piss out of Floyd. And I think that Floyd was getting caught by punches he didn't see coming, because he was actually coming underneath Floyd, shot hitting dead on the chin. I mean, it's a lot of times Manny Pacquiao throws his punches so quick you can't even catch him with the naked eye.
From weird ass angles, not even quick.
He was catching Floyd. He was catching Floyd on the button. So shout out to Floyd's chin, because he got caught with a lot of shots on the button, and Pacquiao, like from those weird angles like you were talking about.
Yeah,
I think Pacquiao almost throws karate punches sometimes. Just like weird karate type of punches that just come from these weird, crazy angles.
Yeah, like really straight punches, like karate style punches. Vintage Pacquiao reminded me of, you know how you have a fighting game and you mash all the buttons?
Yeah, he's just throwing random shots.
Yeah, it's like random shit all over
the randomness of the shots make him a pain in the ass to fight. Like that don't even make no sense.
Jabs to the stomach, 3 right hands to the face. You see all sorts of jabs in it, man.
So what Coach Eddie is saying, I believe, is that Pacquiao was hitting Floyd with Ryan Garcia Fortuna shots. Remember everybody seen the one hand moving for the Fortuna shot?
Yeah.
Left hook to the body. You only see that right hand go back. And he was already knocked out. Y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm thinking that's what Coach Eddie's saying. Like you had to slow it down to really see the shots, because there was
they're angles you don't normally shoot shots from. You know, like that was just the thing. But Pacquiao had that was the most trickiest thing about Pacquiao. It wasn't really the speed. It was just those weird ass angles he would throw the shots at.
According to Coach Eddie,
like, how do you block it? Like you block it, you like block your belly button. That somebody's punching you with the right hand. It was crazy.
I knew that was coming.
You know.
Yeah,
but
because he caught Keith Thurman with that weird shot. That's unorthodox, goddamn punch combination. They're like, wait, Keith was like, what? I'm on the ground. This crazy, ugly shot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and he broke some rules in boxing. Like, you know, in boxing, you're not really supposed to punch across your chest. You know, you're supposed to like pivot.
Mm-hmm.
He was punching across. He would do anything, man. It was like Pacquiao was like
he believed in if it's there, I'm gonna take it no matter what. Even if it comes, I'm taking it. Like I'm taking everything I can get. If I think it's there, I'm taking it. I'm throwing it from wherever it's at, and I'm taking it.
Probably whenever he looked at his opponent, he probably visualized a bunch of focus mitts, and he was like, "I'm punching everything."
It's why Barrios couldn't beat him, right?
But I mean, back to the whole Tank thing. I mean, it's, like I said, it's unfortunate. You know, hopefully he has a change of heart and fights his. I mean, he needs to. I mean, he needs to fight like his people. What they call him.
Yeah, Tank don't got. Let me tell you something, bro. Tank don't got to do Nathan, bro. I mean, and I'm not even saying that to be facetious, right? I'm being just honest and say that we have to, as fans of boxing,
accept
people for who they are, bro. Or we're gonna drive ourselves crazy. The man don't want to fight these fights, bro. And I'll be honest with you. At this point, if he was to take the fights, it would almost feel like if he lost a fight, the next excuse would be like, oh, he didn't even want to fight. I don't want to hear none of that nonsense. You know what I'm saying?
They'll be like, he's not the original Tank. Yeah.
Right. So it's like, the fighters I want to see fight each other, the fighters who want to fight each other. Those are the best fights. That's Chris Eubank and Conor Benn are a perfect example of that fight, of that idea, right? These guys had no belts, no nothing, but the fact that they wanted to fight each other so bad, that's what they did. When they got in the ring, they fought the ish out of each other. You could talk about fundamentally, it was flawed. These guys were sloppy. It don't matter. You was watching that going, these niggas is fighting the shit out of you. You know what I'm saying? You was like, damn. You know what I mean? I just watched a Jack Rafferty fight against Mark Chamberlain. They were fighting the dog daylights out of each other because they wanted to. We just watched Eduardo Nunez fight against Christopher Diaz Velez, whatever his name is. They fought the living daylights out of each other, bro. And I want to see Emmanuel NAVARATTE fight Eduardo Nunez because they want to fight each other. And I know what they're going to do, what kind of fights they deliver. I don't care about forcing people to fight fights they don't want to fight, bro.
So that means Crawford doesn't really have a dance partner. I mean, he does have Andy Cruz, but he's a contender. He doesn't really have a dance partner no more.
Who? Talking about Shakur?
Well, he don't really have a dance partner.
Man. Hold on. That's a hacker though. But when you a champion, man, you can't you can't always just look for the big names, man. I mean, how do you get 70 fights if you look for a big name? I mean, I'm not saying he should have 70 fights, but every time you go out, you're not gonna fight a big name person. You're gonna fight your Joe Buckners. You're gonna fight your freaking the different type of fighter, your Burt Coopers, your Ray Mercers. Those type of fights, they may not be big names, but they're contenders in your division. Shakur has a lot of smoke at 135 pounds. They're young guys, but he has a lot of smoke.
Yeah, like the contenders. So, he has a lot of contenders.
Yeah, so if you're a champion, you're supposed to be a fighting champion. Those guys are in the top 10, top 5, whatever. They deserve their shot. If you can't get the big names, then you got to fight the guys.
But none of them come close to the odds, though. So dance partner, like somebody like. That you'd be like, damn, can Shakur really beat this guy? Or he's gonna have
Javier Herrera is a great fight. Abdullah Mason's a great fight. Floyd Schofield, in my opinion, is
a great fight. Come on,
they're going to be good dance partners, bro. They're going to fight the living daylights out of Shakur, bro. They're going to give
promotions. They're a great dance partner, but as far as
Lamont Roach is a great dance partner. Tiafimo is a great dance partner.
Tio's a good dance partner. He's gonna fight him hopefully. Tio's a good dance partner.
These are great dance partners.
I think you're going with on paper. You're going with on paper. On paper, just because something's good on paper.
Great fight for him.
I don't think Herrera's good, but I don't know. I mean, he's
you don't pick him to win. I get it. I think Shakur would be.
I think the odds will be lopsided.
I think it would be a great fight, though. I think it would be a great fight. Like I just think it's going to be a great fight.
Because Herrera would be like, "I kill you, man."
Yeah, I love it. And the press conference is gonna be crazy. Don't play with me. Don't play with me.
I want to kill you, man.
Yeah, don't play with me. I kill you. Send me the contract. Don't play with me. I love it, man.
Death, man.
Bob, I never said Abdullah Mason wasn't a great fight. I just said it didn't make no sense for them to fight when you were trying to make them fight. It doesn't. Abdullah Mason's about to fight for a WBO title. That's what he's supposed to go do.
Man, Mason's gonna have some smoke in a couple of years. He got Scooter Davis coming up, and that dude's looking sick. He got that kid Mark Luther coming from the amateurs.
Come on, bro. Yeah,
Kamara Melton. He's gonna have some real smoke.
Who we just talked about moving up too, Clay?
Yeah,
so the guys fighting in October moving up to the 135 eventually.
Yeah, Kamara Melton should even be at
talking about O'Shaquie and Steven. Yeah,
so. That's more, you know what I mean? He's going to have his work cut out.
Yeah, in a couple of years, the 135 should be sick as long as they play the cards right. The 135 division is going to be not like that.
No, it won't be. Well, if you're counting on Abdullah Mason being there, I don't think after he gets a title, he'll probably have a few defenses, then I think he's moving up.
I think he's going up too. I think he's going to 142, unless it's I think unifications is the only thing that'll hold him
keep him there, right? But I think other than that, I think he's going to move up because.
I don't think they'll put him in the ring with Core. I think Core will beat him. I think they won't. I think Core's the best 135-pound fighter, period. I don't think there's anybody who's really going to beat him. There's people who can beat him, who have a chance.
Do you think people would take a chance on it? Like, do you think Mason's team would take a chance on Core? Do you feel like
yes,
those
them dudes is fighting the best, bro. If they get an opportunity to unify, if he becomes WBO champion and beats Sam Noakes, and they offer him a unification fight with Shakur Stevenson,
he'll take it.
Yo, I'm telling you, they're taking it. I'm telling you, they're taking
down for that fight.
The what?
In an interview, say he was down for that fight.
Yeah, that fight can happen.
Listen, let me be honest with you. That's an easy fight for Shakur.
I know.
Let me keep it real with you. I get it. Abdullah Mason is a star. He's young. He's talented. But, bro, you got experience.
Man, Bubs is making sense. Oh, hell no.
Oh,
bro.
shit. Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Bubs is going against the grain. He's doing that Pacquiao shit right now, boxing.
He's throwing side chest.
He's throwing punches across his chest.
He's throwing unseen punches, Clay.
He's hitting me with punches. I ain't see that. He's throwing punches across his chest, bro. Bubs is throwing them punches, bro. Let me put it up on here. I'm gonna give him because I don't normally have these type of situations for Bubs. Bub says, okay, no fighting, Clay. That's all I'm saying. Abdullah Mason going after belts. Shakur on the same course. That's all I'm saying. Instead of asking Tank, I gave up on that, so I'm going with what works. That's what we all been saying, Bubs. You're just trying to paint it into a corner, and you're trying to turn it into me talking. That's all I've been saying is I'm focusing on the fights that can be made. I'm focusing on the fights that have an opportunity to be made. I'm no longer on the Tank conversation. You know what I mean? But and I said this on Blue Blood's channel. The problem has always been that people like me get into it with Tank fans. I'm never into it with Tank. I don't have any issues with Tank. It's just the fans that want to press me. I end up defending myself, and then you have some straggler who's outside not doing nothing with the conversation. He'll walk into me arguing with Tank fans, and he'll go around and push the narrative that I'm a Tank fan, right? Those fans going back and forth with Tank fans. I'm telling you guys, I have accepted Tank's decision ever since, and I didn't do it with no issues. Once that man sat at that Lamont Roach first press conference and said, "What does Shakur do to get in a fight?" To get a fight. Once he said, "Why you keep bringing that man's name up?" I said, "Oh, why are we bringing his names up? That man don't want to fight them dudes. It's over with me."
You know what's funny about that?
Argument's always been, nah, the reason the fight ain't happening is because Shakur moving this way. The reason the fight ain't happening is because Tio said this. And I've always been the one to sit there and be like, no, bro, the reason the fights ain't happening is because Tank don't want the fights. I'm not dissing Tank by saying that. I'm just being honest with you. The fights ain't happening because Tank's not interested in the fights. That's it.
But Clay, if you go and tell that to any Tank fan, they're gonna be like, Shakur turned down the Tank fight. Remember, Espinoza said Shakur didn't want it.
You say that.
They don't want to accept that reality, bro. They don't want to. If they would just be like, you right, Tank don't want to fight them, bro, and Tank don't need to fight them. I'm like, you right.
Yeah,
you know what's crazy?
You have to talk about it. The content wouldn't be as spicy. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
And I love how both you and Boxing Hacker were on the same page with what you heard with Stephen Espinoza, right? And then Stephen Espinoza had the nerve to double down on what y'all said in the next interview about no, we didn't offer him a fight. We were negotiating a deal for a one fight deal. There was no fight.
No. He didn't say that. What he said was, I want to be clear.
Make it clear.
Espinoza, lawyer. Let me tell you what he said. The interviewer asked him a question, and Stephen Espinoza said, the Shakur and Tank fight was a fight we were interested in, but Shakur was looking for a multiple fight deal.
Right.
Now, the fans went and added the spice to it. They added the Laurie seasoning salt, the garlic, the McCormick garlic urban spice, butter spice, and they added a little bit of that slap your mom on there, and they turned it into Stephen Espinoza offered Shakur Stevenson a deal, and he turned it down because they couldn't offer him multiple fights. Here's what I heard. We're not even offering Shakur Stevenson a deal because we know he's in the market looking for a multiple fight deal right now, and we're not in that market. That's what I heard, right? And then they asked him again, and Stephen Espinoza clarified it. Oh, no, we didn't offer Shakur Stevenson a deal. That's not what I said. He clarified it, but the fan base moved past Stephen Espinoza, putting more perspective and context to the slow fans he realized that he was talking to, who twisted his words against him and turned it into him offering Shakur Stevenson a deal, but nobody acknowledged the second conversation. They only acknowledged the first conversation where he thought he was talking to people who had the critical thinking skills to metabolize what he was saying in a real way, to say that we're not offering multiple fight deals. Shakur Stevenson as a free agent, it's public knowledge. Matchroom knows it. Top Rank knows it. Golden Boy knows it. Anybody with a promotional company knows that Shakur Stevenson is shopping for a certain kind of deal now, because we should know that if we're interested in ever working with him. And he was just communicating that what Shakur Stevenson was shopping around looking for, the PBC wasn't in position to give him. So that's why the offer wasn't given to Shakur. That's it.
I'll even go one step further than that, Clay. What Steve Espinoza actually really said, he said this. He said we were in preliminary talks. It didn't transpire. It didn't transpire because at the time Shakur wanted a multi-fight deal instead of a single fight. He never said we were even considering giving Shakur a single fight deal. He never ever even said that. All he ever said is what Shakur wanted. And what was funny about that, Shakur came on Twitter Spaces, on the live Twitter Spaces, and said, listen, all they asked me was my wants. You know, they never specified they wanted to give me anything, which is exactly what Espinoza said. But leave it to the Tank of Maniacs. Tank of Maniacs would be like, Espinosa said he was offering a 1-fight deal. I said no. He never. Listen. Espinosa owns a company, so anything he says can be held legally against him. So he's not gonna make a state. Everything he says, you have to listen very critically. He never said what they wanted to give Shakur. He never said, "Oh, we were thinking about giving Shakur a fight." He never said that. He never said he was offering a Tank fight. He just said we were.
Hold on, I didn't look that up.
But you know what's funny?
I think you need to look that up. The one I was just talking, because he did say one that he said that they contacted Shakur. Espinosa said it. Look it up if I'm lying. He said contacted Shakur. They said Shakur even said it didn't get past the preliminaries. He said Shakur asked him was he available or whatever. He said yeah. He said he didn't hear nothing back. Espinosa said that he didn't hear nothing back because he was looking for a 2-fight deal, a multi-fight deal. Then they said something to Tank about it, and Tank said exactly he don't deserve that. He don't deserve that, and left it like that.
Okay, let me add to that, Dub. First of all, Tank found out about that through the guy who asked him the question. Tank didn't even know. Like, legitimately, in that moment, Tank realized, and all Tank did was, exactly, that must be what happened because he doesn't deserve it, right? So somebody enlightened Tank about what happened. So that shows that Tank, and that's not far-fetched. Tank just doesn't care. He's not going to be part of these negotiations. He just wants to hear the end-all result, like what's happening, where am I going, and I'll be there. So Tank didn't even really know about it yet, right?
But I want to say something to y'all. The reason why I came on,
real quick. So before I lose my thought. So now Steven Espinosa was communicating that they were in preliminary talks with Shakur Stevenson to ask him about his availability, right? And ask him what he was looking for. They asked him questions. He said, I'm available, and here's what I'm looking for. This is what I'm shopping. This was common knowledge amongst all the promoters because Shakur Stevenson wasn't just shopping with the PBC at the time. He was working with Eddie Hearn. He was working, if Oscar De La Hoya wanted to put an offer in, there was an opportunity and window there for him to do it. There was an opportunity for Frank Warren. He was a free agent looking to make the best deal that was going to benefit him the best. Ultimately, when it was all said and done, he even held up on making a deal with Eddie Hearn, right? He even held up back on it because he thought he was going to hear something back from Steven Espinosa and Tank's team. He was waiting on it. And when he saw nothing was coming back, he pulled the trigger with Eddie Hearn. And that's when everybody called him, oh, he's taking a fight with Joe Cardina. He went and signed the deal. He ducked Tank. That's how the whole duck Tank thing happened because he waited until it was like, yo, Eddie Hearn came at him and said, listen, bro, big card, Dmitry Bivol unification. You're going to be able to co-headline that card. Or get on that card. Your first big pay-per-view is going to be against Joe Cordina, right? Because it was going to be William Zepeda at the time, but William Zepeda, we know how that went.
Yeah.
Joe Cordina, we have to make a decision or you're going to miss an opportunity to make it on this card. You know how Tank's team play. They'll mess around and hold you out. Shakur pulled the trigger and made the right decision. He said, man, I can't wait no more. They're telling me, what are you going to do with this? You don't want to say yes or no to me over here. So I got to go and take it because I don't know what kind of games you playing with me. So he went and he got his bag with Joe Cordina. Then the injuries and everything else happened.
Hey, look, I don't know if you feel like it or y'all got time. I mean, this is boxing talk, right? I got a legend in here with me right now, right?
Always got time for the legends. Always.
So he's only gave one person an interview ever. So this will be his second interview. And the first person he gave an interview was Greg. It was Greg Hackett. I got Greg to interview him, whatever, right?
Oh, can I guess? Can I try to figure it out?
If you watched the show the other day, you probably know. Who?
Oh, no. You talking about Senior?
Senior? No.
You know what I'm talking about Jose Benavidez? Senior?
No. I got him that interview too, though. That because it was his birthday.
Right.
But no, not the Jose Benavidez Senior. He did an interview after that. Oh, after that, yeah. I was trying to give him 3 interviews. I said that was gonna be his birthday present, but I got 2 of them. I fell asleep. But
horrible.
But yeah, but look, this guy, right? Y'all might have heard of him. If you're a hardcore boxing fan, you probably know who he is. Right. But this guy, he's the screw to the fixture. You know what I'm saying? He's the glue, right? He's the first Russell. He's the first Russell brother who started the boxing in the family. You know, he retired at 25-2. Look him up. See, a lot of people don't really talk about him because you know he's Gary, Allen, Russell, Jones. So if you look him up, you look up Gary Jones. He's 25-2. He, you know, he didn't. He was signed to Jay Prince. He was signed to. He's one of the first fighters that Jay Prince actually signed. He signed a little about the Mayweather, I think. He was signed to Sugar Ray Leonard when Sugar Ray Leonard was starting Blue Promotion. Signed to Sugar Ray Leonard. You know, like I say, 20 he retired 25-2. Look him up, Gary Jones. Gary Fast had Hands Jones. Gary Fast Hands Jones.
So hold on, is he like, is he kind of illegitimate a little bit? Like, is he like, why is he Jones and the rest of them is Russell?
He said Gary told us that. Gary told us that he had an older brother, that was, you know what I mean, that was in this, I guess, his first relationship. His dad.
He got two last names, but you know what I'm saying.
I found him
because of his mother. You know, he go by Gary. He's the first brother to start the boxing game.
Okay.
He went to the Olympics. You know, he done fought some big dogs. Like all the older big dogs know him. Zav Judah, all of them know him. They gonna tell you about him. Like he was a big top prospect. You know, what messed him up with the streets, but he was, you know. So, and you know, he know a lot as far as when it comes to who's who in the boxing world and how they started and all. He can give the whole rundown before Al Heyman was Al Heyman and all type of stuff. He got, you know, he can give a good interview though. So if you want him on, I tell him come on.
Was he standing next to you? You looking at him?
He like, I'm at my job. You know, my boss in my company. You hear me? See, but he's worked at my company though. But he's right outside the door.
Oh, you got him outside the door. You got him waiting on us?
Nah, he's in the conference room. So this is my office. Seriously. This is my office.
Right.
He in the conference room. Wow, I'm gonna shut the hell up. I just happened to turn y'all on. Look, you see, I just happened to turn y'all on. Look at my man's face. Look at Claymore's face. Yeah. Great light. Man, come on, Claymore. You serious? Claymore like, yeah, I'm serious. Look.
Funny. Yo, Clay, that's diabolical, Clay.
Why you get the voice? Why you do the voice, bro? Yeah, I'm serious. Why you do the voice? Why you do me like that? Yo, you know, like, my wife got a voice for me, right? Whenever I say something, and she, you know, she goes. She always gets mad deep with him, like, oh, you want to? She always gets all deep with him. I'm like, yo, bro, that don't even sound like that. She's like, to me, you sound like that.
I don't want to make you famous. You see this? This the first Russell.
Salute. Respect. How you doing? Wait, hold on. That's not that Gary Jones, though. This is Gary.
Yeah, it's Gary Jones. Gary
Jones?
Yes.
Oh, you put on some weight,
Gary Allen, Russell Jones. I say it right. Gary Allen, Russell Jones.
Yo, the picture, bro. Living that good life. I see you living that good life. That picture is different. You was focused.
God is good.
In this picture.
Man, he's good.
Now you look like you just came from. How you doing, man? Hold on, give me a second. Good over here. We working. How you doing, family?
Bless, man. Bless.
Good. So I'm gonna ask you this straight up. First of all, you still a boxing fan? Because you got out the sport. A lot of boxers walk away from the sport and they're like, I don't even watch boxing like that no more. How you feel about boxing today at this point?
Well, I work with my brothers a lot in the gym now, so I'm there 24/7.
Right.
Yeah, so I have 3 sons.
Are you still like fans of, like, because I've talked to boxers before, right? And I there's even trainers who like, yo, I'm all about my fighters, what's going on in my gym. But in reality, I'm not even a fan of the sport outside of my gym no more because there's so much nonsense. I just, you know what I'm trying to say? They say dialed into their fighters and they're not really watching boxing like that because you know, they've been doing it their whole life.
Well, you know, the game has definitely changed a lot since we was coming up fighting, man. It's a lot of, you know, politics in boxing. It was back then, but more so now. But, you know, I still have my favorites, you know, my brothers, man. I like Terrence Crawford, the fight coming up. I hope Terrence Crawford put it off, man. So, you know, that's my day, you know. staying 10 toes in the game with my brothers and them, and my son's fighting as well. So things looking good, man. Things are looking real good.
Oh, that's what's
Oh
up.
man, alhamdulillah. Hey, yo, let me ask you this though, right? Because you said Terrence, and this is fight week. This is fight week. You know, this is all the talking's gonna get put to rest. We've all been speculating. We've been arguing with each other. We've been pushing back and forth, up and down. I've seen people go from Terrence to Canelo, back to Terrence. I've seen people go from Canelo to Terrence, back to Canelo. It's been an action-packed, 6 months or so, right? Ever since this fight was announced 4 to 5 months ago, however long it was. It's been an interesting 4 or 5 months in the boxing space, right? A lot of top of the conversation is this fight, from it being legitimate, from it being a cherry pick, to now, I feel like it's like 40-60 right now. A lot of people are leaning towards Terrence, but, you know, Canelo still, I think, is a favorite, and he should be the favorite. It's his weight class, right? But you said you're rooting for Terrence Crawford. Have you thought about the path to victory for Terrence Crawford? Do you see a path to victory, and how do you see it in a real way? Like, in a real way, how does Terrence Crawford win this fight?
Boxing. You know, Terrence is a good boxer. If he boxes this guy, he have a good chance of beating him and maybe knocking him out. You know, because Canelo gonna come in there and try to, you know, take the fight to Terrence Crawford, and that's when he gonna have a problem doing that right there. So, and then also vice versa, if Terrence go in there and try to bang with Canelo, that can be ugly too. So you have a, you know, a scale kind of fight. But I see Terrence clipping him. I see Terrence clipping him, man, and that's gonna make it make the difference of the fight.
Listen, man, I'm a Terrence Crawford supporter, man. I can't wait either, man. I'm rooting for him. I'm praying for him. And you know, I'm not a fanboy, you know what I'm saying? But this fight right here, just, you know, I am a Terrence Crawford fan, right? I find his life story to be inspirational. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the adversity, right? Just his mother paying people to fight him being shot in the back of his head, him being on the wrong side of the street. You know, he just has always been a very defiant type of character, right? Like a person who's always betted on himself. Like, I don't care you say this is the only way I can do it. I don't believe that. I think I can do it this way. And if you didn't see my thumbnail, but the thumbnail says fortune favors the bold, right? And I think Terrence Crawford encompasses that. He's always been a bold character, and it seems like fortune always finds him in this part of his career, that even though he's not supposed to get this much money, he gets the money against Errol. Even though he's not supposed to get the Canelo Alvarez fights, he gets the fight with Canelo Alvarez. Even though he's not supposed to be a 4-weight class, 2-weight class undisputed champion, he continues to defy the odds. And you want to see somebody like that win. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to see him win. So very inspirational, man, because if anybody's ever had a dream or something they're chasing, I think Terrence Crawford's had multiple opportunities to give good reason as to why he should stop. You know what I'm saying? He could have easily been like, man, I got shot in the back of my head, so I can't fight no more. Man, they don't want to give me the contract, so I'm just going to leave the sport. But he stuck it out, and now it's culminated to this moment, right? On Saturday, that he gets an opportunity. That's what he gets, an opportunity to do something crazy.
That's right. Something great, man. You know, you got a couple of fighters that's been like that too as well. Even my little brother Gary, Antonio Jones. Gary Jones, Russell. You know, my little brother hurt his arm, man. And, you know, I hurt his arm and kept him out the fight game for a while. But he bounced back, 10-round victory, knockout. You know, that was big. You know, I thought they were trying to set him on the shelf for a minute there.
Super impressive. I love that
super
fight.
aggressive. Super aggressive. So I'm just waiting for his next fight come up, man, too, as well. I'm waiting for him, bro, to go ahead and shine. He in the gym every day, 24/7, along with Antoine, along with Allen, along with, man, all my brothers, Isaiah, along with his dead nephews, Gary Jones Jr., along with other Gary. So we deep in the gym, putting in work, man.
I want to come out there. I'm gonna come out there. I keep getting,
man, y'all gotta come to the gym, man, and so level support. Y'all gonna love it, man. The energy is
that
crazy.
Open to the public? Like, can anybody just come to the gym, or y'all just
come on through? Yeah, y'all got this. Come on in.
Where y'all at? Capitol Heights?
Capitol Heights, man. Hampton Mall.
I'm gonna come check y'all out, man.
Man, y'all love it.
One thing I always wanted to ask the Russells, because the Russells have always been like a legend in the DMV, right? One thing they've done, like, I remember there was a time I think they won, like, each brother won like the Golden Gloves or something.
Man, look, I'm gonna tell you how I started. I won silver gloves, golden gloves, man. All the tournaments, I won all of them. Then Gary came. Then my brother Davon, who passed away He won all of the Golden Gloves. Then Little Gary won Golden Glove, Silver Gloves. Then Allen won Golden Glove, Silver Gloves.
Yo,
Then
that
my
shit
uncle
was
Gary
crazy.
won. So it's been a triple effect.
What would you say attributed to that? Like, was it like your family's work? Like, was your work ethic different than other gyms, or you think it's
Oh
just
man,
like,
I think my dad, man, he put that pressure behind us, man. That go get behind us, man. So we want to just keep winning. He ain't settled for nothing but win.
I don't think there's ever been a family in the DMV that has been more popular than the Russells.
Yeah,
That's why people were saying that Tank versus Lamont Roach was like Baltimore versus DC. I said no, it had to be Gary Russell versus Tank.
It has to be. You see what I'm saying? That's what everybody's trying to get everybody to understand now. It has to be that fight. That fight got to take place.
Yeah. And there's nothing against Lamont Roach. It was nothing against Lamont. But Lamont and Jordan didn't make as big an impact as the Russells did.
Right. Right. And you gotta realize
like Capitol Heights, but the DC area recognized them.
Exactly. That fight needs to take place. Roach gotta stop ducking, man. Come on out, man. Take this fight, man. Make it happen, man, for the DMV, man. Tank gone. Tank want to get that money. So come on.
Yeah,
thank God, man. Go ahead and do your thing, man. But boxing continues,
come on.
right?
You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Make it happen for the city.
That would be a good fight.
It'd be a good fight. It'd be a good fight. So,
I think it would.
Gary Russell.
And everybody wants to see it now.
Yeah, man. I think it's so Gary Russell he's 135 officially now?
Yeah,
135?
135, yeah. He's staying right there.
Was the last fight he just had, I think.
Yeah. The last fight, was it at 135 or 130?
135.
Yeah, 135. Right.
I think he weighed like 131 or something.
He came in weighing like 131. He said right there, that's good. Keep it fast. 31 and a half, yeah.
No, he did the work, man. He looked good in there, man. He's sitting on his punches now. He ain't playing with him now. He ain't played with him in that fight.
Man. So we are calling Roach out again. Come on, Roach. Come out of the closet. Make it happen, man.
What is it?
Roach seems like he's going to 140 now. Like he's going for that WBC.
Yeah, he is the one I heard he's trying to go. That's dangerous. So you're going to go over Antoine weight. My other brother weight now. That's extremely dangerous.
He said he'd rather fight Antoine. He said he'd rather fight Antoine because I guess Antoine got a belt.
I don't know why he want to do that. Take the beef from Gary. Go
fight Gary at 135. Don't do that.
He's going to kill it. Take the beef from Gary.
Yo, Gary Antoine has good problems now or bad problems. I don't know how you want to look at it. He's a dangerous fighter. He's probably one of the most skilled fighters at 140 pounds right now. He's a legitimate threat to anybody's fairy tale ending story, right? Anybody who has a fairy tale ending story at 140 don't want no problems with Gary Antoine. I think Gary Antoine is the legit boogeyman at 140. People try to say it was real. I always said it was Gary Antoine, but he got good problems, bad problems, because what's he gonna do to get somebody in the ring with him who's willing to risk it against him?
Not gonna fight him. Sabril might fight him. Keyshawn might be interested in fight for him. If Keyshawn comes on for it, Sabril might
is the Hitchens negotiations moving anywhere?
Man, Hitchens don't want that. Hitchens,
it's over. Yeah, it's over. That ain't gonna happen. They shut it down, man.
I ain't saying he shut that shit down. He said 10 million.
Remember the amateurs, but they remember that. They're like, nah.
We ain't trying to.
So that fight is done. No unification. No, it's just Kitchens ain't trying to hear that.
I might want 10 million to fight that.
He wants 10 million. He want that money.
He'll fight Antoine though, because him and Corey.
So what?
Right now, look at the Swan that got this belt, man. It have made him more starving. I'm like, I'm real starving. I'm like, whoever. I'm like, this. He want to know a whole nother level, man. Like his animal. It's like
if Shakur fights Tio and
he's crazy in that,
then that might be.
Hold on, Boxing Hacker. Let me just ask this last question, right? When it's all said and done, we've seen Jerron Boots Ennis. They tried to freeze him out of 147, right? He ended up staying, some people might say a little too long, right? When he finally got an opportunity to fight for a belt, he took it, but he looked bad at the build-up, cutting that weight, but he got the unification. David Benavidez hung out at 168 and tried to wait on Canelo Alvarez. and ultimately made the decision to move to 175, right? They just weren't going to act right with him. As Barry Antoine Russell or the team spoke about an ultimate worst case scenario, if this division continues to be as resistant as this division has been towards him being as great as he can be, a unified champion, what is the B plan to a division that just refuses to fight him? He's a champion now. He can't even work the mandatory button, right? He can't even play that game no more because now he's a champion. So now he can't even force anybody to fight him. Is there any thought been put behind what are we going to do if this division continues to move this way?
Well, you know, as being the champion, they got to come see him now, you know? So he really don't have to do too much. He can make the way easy. They got to come see him. I love him in the fight boots, man, which he beat the amateurs. But definitely, you know, ain't nobody going to see him at that 140. Keith, stay where you at.
Who's at 154?
Yeah, I know. He went up, though. Yeah. But as you asked him at 140, come see me, man. Come to my way there. Come see me.
So if that don't work, though, has he entertained potentially weighing out, leveraging that WBA title to make a run at somebody at 147 at WBA?
Devin Haney, that'd be definitely Wisconsin. He don't like Devin at all. That'd be definitely a thing for him, you know. He definitely, like I said, he going there. Whoever man who wouldn't have jumped out there, man, in that weight class.
Devin O'Brien would be a good fight for Antoine, I think. Devin O'Brien. I favored Devin to beat Brian, but either way, like I think that'll be.
I think Devin will fight for him.
Yeah, I think Devin will fight.
I think he'll fight for him because he think you know a lot of people ain't know Twan can box. That why he'll fight.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know why they thought that. I don't know why they thought that. Well, why would you think that man gonna come out that Gary Russell, that bloodline?
Man, right now, man, you gotta realize everybody, all the brothers in Twan corner, all the brothers. But we all put in work to tell him do that, and he said himself. He got the eye, so he can adjust to anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, right now he's on a whole different level of fighting. Stepped it up.
You know, when you look at Antonio and then you look at Mr. Gary Russell, they're pretty slick. You know, Antoine just come at your ass. You know.
Yeah, he bringing the heat. He
just goes straight forward. You know.
But now he's using his jab more now. He's using that jab to set up more now. At the last fight, y'all seen him use the jab a lot more.
Yeah, he beat Boots twice in the same weekend, wasn't it? Like, Boots beat the first time that he beat Boots like 2 times in the same weekend.
So in the sport that we have now, right, with the way today is, and all these people don't want to take losses, and your brother's taking that 1L, has that changed the way he approached it? Because I remember him coming in there and he was just like, he was knocking people out left and right. You know what I mean? And then when he got back in that ring with El Rayo, I was so surprised that. I mean, it opened up an element to me because I watched the boot sparring, right? I seen that. I mean, not sparring, the amateurs. I seen that, and I was like, okay, he can box. But then when I seen him in the ring with Puello, it looked like he was boxing them good, but it just looked like they were evenly matched, in my opinion. But when he got in that fight with El Rayo, he turned in another gear and was able to shift and do things that I ain't never seen him do before. I was really like, wow.
Yeah, man.
Does that happen because of the loss, or that happens because he just needed to dial in when he knew it was time to dial in? Because I think ultimately most boxers today are afraid of losses, number one. Number two, if they do lose, they don't have a comeback for it. And your brother showed an excellent way of coming back from a loss.
Yeah, definitely, man. It was once again, it was persistent, being behind him, being on him. You know, my dad stayed on our behind, man. When we mess up, nothing wrong. That's what everybody did is wrong. Big brother, little brother, all the brothers. Look, man, it's time to get together. You know, so
he put it together though.
So leaving that fight, coming off that loss with Puello, because first of all, a lot of people thought he didn't lose the fight. People thought he won a decision, even though it was close. It was 50-50 in the air about what the
Twan beat himself up. He said, "Man, look, that Brian looked like I wanted to look. That ain't me." You know, so he ain't gonna sugarcoat none of that. Man, look, that wasn't me, bro. But don't worry about it. I got this. And you saw the next fight after that, he came in. He like, man, look, I'm not gonna play.
Ownership, bro. He took ownership.
Yeah, that's right. That's real. That's real, man. You know?
Yeah. So you guys hit the floor running and was like, yo, we coming back for that dude. Puello's taking a loss now.
He want to fight him again too already. I want to fight that guy.
Want to fight Puello? Does he still want to fight him?
What? Yes, he does. He want that back.
After the loss.
Let me get that back. Yes. So that's growth, man.
That was a tough one too.
I thought Antoine won that fight, to be honest with you. I don't know how to get it.
A lot of people did, to be honest with you, but I
Yeah.
mean, ultimately the judges get the final call. But I
They
mean,
get the final
but I
call.
also
It was
agree
close.
that do you think that Twan looking like that in that fight, would you give any of that towards inactivity a little bit? Because he had fought for like a year and a half almost before that fight. Do you think he just was rusty just off just being in the ring? Do you think that just kind of caught up with him in that fight?
Nah, he was taking off rounds too. He ended like the Swan. I think Tank fought in that card too as well, right?
Yeah, that was the headline.
Now that was the way Tank fought that fight is the way Twan usually fight. I said if Twan would have took that pressure like that to that guy, he'd have won the fight more better, man. He'd have won that fight with hands down. So I say once again, he came back strong. He took it, hey, he said, man, I was on me, bro. But the next time, but now happening that again, ever again. I said, nah, I hate your word, man. So we on you, man. Let's get in the gym. You just jab more, get inside, feints, you know what I'm saying? He did anything the second fight for that belt, for that title. He did everything we asked him to do. So my thing right now, he definitely on top of his game. He ready, man. He definitely ready, man.
So that being said, do you think that fight was the best thing that ever happened to him? Do you think that loss with Alberto Puello was like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it definitely changes
the
perspective on a lot of things,
Yes.
It changes mindset on a lot of things, man, so everything right now is just serious, man.
He hit that second gear. He hit that other gear. Once he took that loss, it seems like he dialed in like it just snapped something in his head that made him, I don't know if he would be that with an 18th consecutive knockout. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that got to go to your head after a while when you just sleeping people and you just having a good time. After a while, you might drink your own Kool-Aid and be like, man, this is easy. You forget that some people out there don't want to just go away. Right? I ain't going. I ain't just going to go away,
we're going to get paid for overtime. We're going to get paid for my flop said that. We're going to get paid for overtime,
Exactly.
Fast I can get him out of there, fast I get him out of there.
No doubt. So, okay, so we're going into this fight weekend. We know what the big fight is there. Are there any fights coming up that you're kind of excited to seeing outside of, like we got David Benavidez and we got who's he fighting against? Anthony Yardy. We've got obviously the Brian Norman Jr. versus Devin Haney showing up. Any fights you excited to kind of see coming up? Like you kind of want to see how they're going to turn out?
Look, Antoine and Andy Roker. That's the fight I want to see coming up.
Is that it? Is that what's getting ready to happen?
That's what's getting ready to happen, man. It's going down. When Tank fight is in November. When Tank fight the kid November 14th, it's gonna be that same card.
For my birthday.
So it's going down. 2 days before. 2 days before his birthday, so he get a birthday gift too,
No, I'm gonna tap in this time around, Nook, because I changed a lot of things over on my side, so I'm actually way more available. Than you know how my availability issues was killing me. We've addressed that. I've addressed that, so I'm gonna talk to you about that once again. I gotta talk to you about that. I've definitely addressed that. But okay, so one thing about these Jake Paul cards. And Jake Paul fighting Gervonta Tank Davis, everybody can have their personal opinion about how they feel about that fight. But one thing's for sure, two things for certain: those undercards very rarely underdeliver. He puts fights on those undercards, and this one right here already makes it. This is ticket worthy. This is I'm showing up to the fight worthy. Seeing Andy Roker fight against Gary Antoine Russell, crazy. That's gonna be a crazy fight.
Crazy fight.
How do y'all feel about this fight? Is he? Do you think this will be potentially the most challenging fight that he's had in his career?
Man, I got him hurting this guy, man. The game plan is going there, man. Look, I got him knocking this guy out. I don't care what nobody says.
Hey, Nook, I like that.
You might get the whole game plan. Don't do that.
You know what I'm saying? My little brother little girl say, look.
A lot of people get
man, that head. He will knock this boy out, man. I'm telling you, watch. He bringing that pain to him. Andy Rogan never seen nobody like Antoine before a fight, He fought out of the gap, but not like Antoine. I'm bringing that pressure and heat to him. So it's gonna be a good fight, man. Be there, guys. Watch this. Y'all gonna love the fight. Say like that.
Stop hating, Nook, man. You said, by the way, Nook, you're right, bro. He's a great interviewer, bro.
Antoine is mad as hell when he get the gym.
No, you're not.
Never seen that interview, man. What you doing?
Knock him out. That's the game plan, Swan. Get him to sleep.
I got you. I won't push no further in that area.
Yeah.
Because Nook, because Nook over there being a pest. But okay, so you got any picks with the Brian Norman Devin Haney fight?
I mean, either way, I'm not ready.
No picks. No picks. Good fight. Is it going to be a good fight, or do you
It'd be a good fight. All right fight.
It'd be all right fight. All right fight. Okay,
Alan Russell's next fight, right? Junior's next fight. Can it possibly be, if it's not Roach, maybe we see him with a Mark Messiah rematch at that 135 division?
It's possible. I mean, it's possible. It's possible.
Okay, because that was a good fight. That was a good fight.
That's something Gary won too.
Yeah, one shoulder.
I don't know how they get.
That's something Gary like. You know, he'll like that. You know.
Okay. I think him and Shakur,
if they do it though.
126. I feel like that's the one fight I was. I'm a big Shakur fan, but I'll say I felt like he ducked Gary at 126 because Gary was the longest reigning champion at that time, and I was like, why did they fight? And of all the champions, I never really see him call out Mr. Gary Russell,
because Gary was getting him ready.
Yeah, he's getting him ready. Definitely was.
That was a student at that time.
Oh. I just want Rose to come on out, man. Come on out, Rose. Come on, come
on outside, right?
That's what I wanted outside, man. I knew you wanted that fight.
Hey, man, come on out.
He hear you knocking.
Do y'all ever go to their gym? Have y'all ever sparred or anything with those guys?
No, we went to. At least I was talking that trash. We went to the gym. Gary went to the gym and all that, but Rose ain't getting no work. Yeah, but Rose called him to the gym. We gonna spar. He ain't do that. He ain't want no smoke. So all the stuff he was saying, man, yeah, dude, I do this. Went to the gym. He ain't want no smoke. So, man, come on, man. Come on outside, man.
History that the sparring wars be having real like context to them. People don't know, man. These fighters be knowing each other before they get
I just feel that'd be a big fight in DC to DMV.
Hey, Clay,
big fight.
Yeah, I got a question you can ask him. Ask him what's his record. What's the history with him and Headbangers, and what's his record against Headbangers?
Oh shit! I want to hear this.
What Nook said?
What Nook said? Look, we walked through that
with the Headbangers. And
look, all due respect to my cousin Burry, man. That's my cousin Burry, honey. Even though him and Dad, they have a good, history, but we ran through Headbangers, man. We was out like, undefeated. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to that, man, we did the whole city. When I was fighting, I beat everybody. What else I took? I got disqualified for Chop Stop. I beat him 4 times. But I gave him a tampon and put it in the box on him for his mouth. So they disqualified me, so there's nobody, So we had fun. This was fun to us beat people up in the gym.
Wait. You guys related to Barry Hunter and Clarissa Shields? Is this true?
Yeah, we definitely are related to.
They related to both Barry Hunter and Clarissa Shields. That's
different sides, though.
Different sides of the family, yeah.
That's crazy.
Side, bad side.
Y'all some fine people,
Man, we came, man. That's how we came up, man.
Listen, man.
It was
a village, baby. It's a village. You know what it is?
Village, man.
Warriors.
That's probably one of the most, like, when I think of it, like Abdullah Mason, for example, right? And I look at his family structure,
I like him,
and everybody around him. I think about the Russells, right? I think about how you guys are always, when you think of the Russells, that's what you think of. You don't think of one Russell. You think of the Russells. You think of the unit. You think of the brothers. You think about everything that comes with it. So when you think about Gary Antoine coming, Gary Russell going to be there. Gary Antonio going to be there.
Gary Allen going to be there.
Gary Allen going to be. You already know what comes with that. It's a whole
energy package.
It's crazy, and that makes you guys more powerful. You know what I mean? And like I said, with Abdullah Mason, one of the biggest factors I say is that man is always going to have somebody who can humble him. Like when you talked about Gary Antoine going through what he went through, you said, what did he face? Everybody. Big brother, little brother, everybody was open there putting that pressure on him, staying behind him, not allowing him to fall off, even though he was holding himself accountable. What made him come back that way, you'll never forget seeing Gary Russell Jr. in that cornering his brother, or on the victory. You'll never forget the brothers coming in the ring crying, giving the respect to your father, and and taking that moment for what it was. Is you frozen? I think he's frozen.
Yeah, I think he froze up.
I think he's frozen. I hope he's not down.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, it might have to wait to get signal again.
Yeah, but those family structures, guys, is always. Hold on a second. I think. Yeah. How long you been back there?
I've been back here for a while. I was asking Ray to ask him
damn.
questions.
You know what it is? I got so dialed in to this comment. I didn't even
that's
look
cool.
down, look left, look right. Oh, look at this. Hold on a second. You probably sending messages and everything in the background because I see a little thing.
You send them to me. Don't send them to me. Send them to Clay.
So Ray didn't say nothing to me. My bad, bro. How you doing, Angelo, man?
Go check your phone. I sent you a message.
I thought it was pretty. I thought it was pretty cool that.
Oh yeah,
Coach
yeah,
Russell was in there. So Ray, I would have asked him just because now that Loma's retired and we know he's not going to come back. Loma's gone. I would have asked him that fight because I remember I showed up to that fight and I actually gave more credit for Gary Russell Jr. on that fight and how because I'm still a big Russell Jr. guy. Like even right now, I know people may think he's old, but I'm like, man, he will whoop on a lot of these guys in now in the division that he's in, just because his skill set is so high. And when he fought Lomachenko at that point, that's an example of best versus the best, if we're being honest. Because Lomachenko at that weight class, I thought Lomachenko's got to be top two. And that Russell Jr. versus Lomachenko at that time, if you're a boxing purist and you're a huge fan of it, that was best versus the best right there. That was awesome.
I think 100%. If they count that knockdown against Loma, I think that would at least been a draw fight. I don't think that.
Yeah,
I felt like that knockdown not being counted was weird.
It was that close, right? It was really
it was, I think the knockdown would have swayed it to Gary's way a lot. I don't think he took a. I think the worst would have been like a draw or maybe a win, for Gary.
Right.
What do you guys think about this Hiroka fight though? With Gary Antoine? That fight's gonna be on the undercard of Tank versus Jake Paul.
That's what makes the fight better. That's what made that card better,
Oh man, I can't believe Hiroka's coming to Atlanta. I'll tell you that because I don't know if Jake Paul must be putting up a lot of money because I'm just talking on the business side of things.
Yeah.
Antoine would make it. Unless Coach knows different, Antoine would make a lot more money if he did what Brian Norman did and go to Japan and do it. Because Japan's fan base is huge, right? Versus you're the undercard. Like you could either be the main event in Japan and be what I've always said, Clay. America's behind now when it comes to boxing. Everyone else outside the world really supports it. And when I say support it, I mean big money support it, right? For the individual fighter I'm talking about. So that would have been a great question is, would he actually make more money by fighting in Atlanta as the undercard? Versus would he make more money if he would just do what Brian Norman did? Because I agree with Coach Russell on that sense. I think he might stop Hiroka. I really do. I think the same way.
He's going to be available to be stopped. The way he fights, his style, he's going to be effective or he's going to get clipped.
Very quick in and out. Yeah.
I don't know. I agree with you though. The money might be over there, but when you involve Jake Paul into it, it may be competitive. We don't know what kind of money is there. What Netflix is doing, how they're coordinating it. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Well, regardless, a great fight, man. Great fight.
Was supposed to happen. What
It was supposed to happen. It was supposed to happen on that. Was it supposed to be that Brian Norman Jinsasaki card? That's where it was being announced in the beginning, right?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be on the undercard of that or a part of that because they don't really do undercards. If you notice in Japan, and if you guys really pay attention to Japanese cards, they'll oftentimes put 3 world title fights. So it's not really like undercards. Like what Turkey's doing, that's nothing new to us who've been watching it in other countries. Like in Japan, they be doing that all the time. 3 world title fights in one night, right? So.
Okay. All right.
Yo, but dude.
I ain't know he was on the phone. I thought he was talking.
My bad. I was talking to my brother on the phone.
I
should have probably blocked my screen.
I
know we got 2 people in the back. Give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually about to open the panel up a little bit more because we're going to be on for a little while, and then we're probably going to dip off. Hey, shout out to the people in the building, 45, 50 people. I don't know how many people are in here right now, but please remember to hit that like button. I appreciate your support, and thank you in advance for doing that. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment right now to go ahead and do that. I appreciate that as well. Shout out to all the super chats. I'm going to bring up 2 other people in here, and I'm going to step over 2 seconds ago. And I've been drinking too much water. I'm gonna
drop Clay and Ray.
Yo, boxing hacking, man. It was great. I haven't had you up here in a minute, brother. I know you out there doing the work, bro.
Yeah, I'll be at work, man. You in midday.
I know you. I'm saying I'm in the boxing space. I know you out here on these panels doing the work. You know what I'm saying? I know you out here. I know you out here doing the work. You're doing God's work out here. You know what I'm saying? I know you out here holding it down. The stones are being thrown. Stones are being thrown, but you out there doing the work that I will not do. I won't do it, bro. I won't give these dudes my attention.
There's too many stories being told on this boxing streets, you know.
Listen, bro, I know you out there. Whenever I see boxing, if I happen to stream by and I see boxing hacker taking on 4-5 people at the same time, 4-5 people at the same time, boxing hacker up in there. I'll be like, go ahead, bro. He doing the work. He doing the work I will not do.
You got to, man. Hey, yo, let me touch base on this Crawford fight. Yo, this. First of all, I got Crawford, man. Salute to the dog, you know. A lot of people are hating on this fight, you know, but I'll say one thing. This is gonna be if Crawford pulls this off, I think this feat's on the level of like Sugar Ray Leonard coming back to be Hagler. You know, I think this is a very huge feat. You know, you got a guy, you know, both of them are two-time undisputed, you know, both have accomplished a lot in the sport. But you have a guy jumping 3 weight classes to fight the best, not just fight like a guy at 168, but who should be considered the best at 168, you know. And it's definitely a legacy fight. And people always say that, oh, Crawford has nothing to lose in this fight. He has nothing to lose. There's so many people hating on Crawford right now that if he loses this fight, they're gonna turn around and be like, we told you he wasn't that guy, you know. So like at the end of the day, Crawford has that too. Like he has all these critics waiting to like jump on him, you know. So I think there is pressure on Crawford as well as Canelo, you know, to win. You know, like if you've been following the trend around, like people were accusing Crawford of steroids, all sorts of stuff.
Right.
The man who got caught cheating,
right. But to that point, we talked about this earlier. I'm glad you brought that up. Right. Clay asked me that, and he's like, "What was it, Clay? Who comes out of this?" Or who doesn't look bad on or something like that was the question. And I was like, I think it's 50-50. Actually, and I switched it up. I said, actually, I think it's Canelo more than Bud, because Bud is expected to lose. So all the people that hate him or say stuff like that, you know what I mean? I heard that they're steroid talks, and I mean, I just heard one clown this morning, and I did call him a clown. I didn't mean to. It kind of slipped out. Say something about him and Turkey Al-Sheikh and Victor Conti, shout out to those guys, by the way, are in cahoots to having Bud Crawford win the fight. Like,
of course they are, bro.
Because they're setting up the fight. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, are you really that naive?
Let's get it.
Are you that naive in the game right now where you know you're just not doing nothing but just spreading lies and narratives? So anyway, my point is, I think Canelo has it worse because if Canelo wins, they're always going to question him fighting a smaller guy, right? Whether he wins or loses. He's in a no-win situation. Whereas Bud is expected to lose. Like, regardless of him looking good or him being at the division, whatever the case, he's expected to lose. Besides his skill set, people are like, what does Bud really have to bring to the table? That's what the collective analysis is, right? So Canelo's supposed to win. So anybody that gives you a hard time about this boxing hacker, win or lose for Bud, just make sure you tell him, like, well, what did you see different the first time? Did you expect him to win? Okay, you just said you knew he lost, so why are you coming at me? Just keep it real with him, because you know what's going to happen. They're like, what you say about this? He walking on water.
That's not going to happen because Bud's going to win.
Right. So, you know, he walking on water. Look.
Crawford's going to win, man.
He's going to say, look. And you're going to say, look,
win, so we ain't got to worry about that.
Right.
Okay,
and if he wins, you know what's going to happen when he wins. When he wins, they're going to say it's the snack.
Snack. Yo,
that's what's up.
The craziest thing about snack, people became PED experts the day Crawford beat Errol Spence. The day Crawford beat Errol Spence,
that was the invention of the turtle. The turtle
prior. It wasn't the day.
Back in the what you call
it? It was prior to that. It was prior to that.
Hold on 1 second. Right, hold on. I'm going to fall back out. I'm just letting you know I'm pulling up 2 other people, and I'm in the bathroom. So manage it, whatever have you. Here we go. Here we go, and here I go.
Word.
You thought before, I felt like
prior to the Earl, real quick, hacker. Prior to Errol Spence, they were saying he was on steroids because of the drug testing that VADA, by the way, that Errol Spence asked for. So VADA is this big entity that deals with Snack and Victor Conti. But yet, when Errol Spence, who I'm a fan of, was asking for him to do the drug test, Bud's on drugs, Bud's on steroids, Bud's on steroids, Bud's on steroids. There's no way he's gonna be able to fight this guy. He has all this knockout power at 147. He hasn't won a fight without a knockout at 147 or a stoppage. But then when he beats their guy, my guy, when he beats Earl, what was the narrative? Oh yeah, he's definitely on Snack, because people weren't even talking about Snack. You know what they're associating with Snack? They were associating Devin Haney with Snack, and then it became Bud with Snack too. Let's associate it with him. So my point is, there's always going to be the consensus of ignorance, right, in the sport. And you can just look at it and laugh, or you can sit there and argue with them. The point is, whenever drawn with a situation, you just have to ask them, "Where's your evidence of that? Can you show me?" Because they'll pull up somebody else. I'm not gonna say his name, but we'll just say Double M. Everybody, well, he said, I don't care what Double M said. Is Double M an expert? Is he fluent in the game?
Never know what he's
an expert. No, he's not. Right? He's not.
And Hacker and Ray, I think the reason why people question Bud, it's more they're not questioning Bud directly. It's more the rat that Victor Conte is. The guy got suspended before.
Okay.
For having his fighters cheat and stuff like that, and he got arrested in the Malcolm scandal and stuff like that.
No, that's not what it is, because if that's what it was, they would have said it for Caleb. They would have said it for
right. That's not true.
Garcia,
they would have said it for every other fighter.
Right. And I got a list of fighters. That's not true.
Garcia,
and another, real quick, let me just clarify something. He never got suspended for a fighter in the ring. Never. Nope. I've never seen Victor Conte suspended from boxing. So that right there is a false narrative, and I told you, you got to stop listening. Got to stop listening to people that like to throw this stuff out there. That's all. But go ahead.
I mean, and again, there is that, and then there's just the mainstream public's not even paying attention to any of that stuff at this point, because they just love the idea that they're being sold an actual 50-50 fight, and it is fun with the narrative of that it's a 50-50 fight. I think for us that's in the boxing space and in the circle, we know the truth. Like, you're always gonna, and this is what makes me mad about just, especially in the American boxing community. I'll say it that way, Clay. In the American boxing community, you're always trying to cut down your own people instead of like, why don't you just praise them, man? Why don't you just praise the fact that we got somebody? Why don't you just praise, and let me say this too, which will be controversial. Here I go.
How can you wag your finger at the American boxing fans?
Hold on. Go ahead. Say it, Ray.
Yeah, let me finish. This is going to be controversial. I mean, look, if it's not, I'm not saying Victor Conte's whatever, because we know what his history is, but with all the fighters he's done, just like Ray said, all the fighters he's helped, he's never been told that he was doing anything illegal. So, if we're being real about it, anything that you do with your training that's not more than just regular eating regular food, it's performance enhancing anyways, right? But the only difference is there's performance enhancing that is legal, and then there's performance enhancing that's illegal. And Crawford's never popped for anything illegal. Victor Conte's never popped for anything illegal in the boxing space. So I honestly don't give a good goddamn what he's giving Crawford. All I care about is that I win on plus 300 and possibly plus 900 on a knockout for Crawford. That's all I care about. Clay,
plus 300, by the way. I'll be upset.
I'm waiting. It's plus 150 right now. It's the closest.
And I apologize, Ray, for that. No, the reason why I brought that up is because there's multiple interviews of Victor, and I'm going off what Victor said, that he created Snack to, like, he's involved with both some of these testing facilities and Snack, and he's actually said in interviews that he's actually created Snack to get around the testing. He admitted
that's not what he said.
He never said that.
So his words, right? And let's be clear. His words were, and I'm basically I'm gonna try to make this.
Am I taking out of context?
So what he said was that he created Snack as a supplement what he said is that he found ways by doing the blood testing for the people the other athletes in the sports, track and field, baseball, and football, to get around testing when the tests were required. The reason why he's working with VADA, he worked with USADA. Let's not forget, he worked with USADA because everybody keeps throwing USADA there. He worked with WADA, and WADA is literally the head company for USADA and VADA, because that's where all the testing goes. But he worked with all of them to help figure out how to stop the cheating. And when he started working with VADA, he went to VADA because it was easier for him to work with them and figure out what is doping and what is not doping. As far as him taking blood samples, have that you have a great case on. But here's the thing. The evidence. My thing is evidence. If you have no evidence of him having this guy cheat or this person cheat, we're just speculating. And as long as we keep throwing speculative facts out, which are not real, right, then we're just basically lying to the public at the end of the day. So we have to understand that. And if we're not going to accept the fact that there's no cheating going on because we haven't caught nobody cheating, then it is what it is. And at the end of the day, on the other side of that, everyone cheats until they get caught, right? That's what they say. So I'm pretty sure everyone takes it and gets an edge here or there. So it's just a matter of when you get caught and when you don't get caught. So we can look at it different ways and hang our hats on.
Like I said, I apologize for taking out that statement out of context.
Yeah, no
like
worries.
I read
I'm
it.
not badgering you, my bad. Just clarify.
Yeah.
Yo, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, BBO.
Oh, salute to my man Clay and Ray, man. And you know what's funny? That's why I love Ray. You see how he'll sit there with his back straight and you think he's telling you some good information? Ain't just telling you some BS. That's why I love you, Ray, man. That's why I love you, man, because the fact is this, man. We all know Bud ain't cheating. We know that. So we don't even have to entertain that. We didn't met people like Bud our whole lives. That's the nigga who eat right, play football, soccer, can wrestle, all that. We all done met Bud Crawfords. The thing is this, the Canelo disrespect. When we go in there and smash this guy, you need to go ahead and say, you might could put Canelo resume-wise on Sugar Ray Leonard, Muhammad level. Because, he done fought everybody. And once he beats Canelo, once Canelo beats Bud, we didn't beat Jamel Charlo, which is my favorite fighter. Then we beat Bud Crawford. Then we go beat the Mexican Pussycat. What's more for us to do, man? What I want you to do, Ray, is get ready to crown Canelo the greatest fighter of this generation. Put a smile on your face, man. We got the best fighter of this generation about to be crowned this weekend. Forget the bull crap, because we all know Bud ain't cheating. But most Bud probably did is get a couple Cheetos out of Bo Mac's bag. That's the most he did. That's the most he did. Other than that, man, we seen him in shape. All he did was what we seen Deontay Wilder. Remember Deontay Wilder? He got cut up like a bag of dope. Nobody said Deontay Wilder was cheating. When he got to put all that weight on the fight Tyson Fury, he got beat dead. And that's what's going to happen to Bud. All that weight, he's about to get beat dead. So get the body bags ready, Clay. Get the prayers ready, man. We're going to bury this kid this weekend, man.
Before Clay goes, I'm going to quote my man Angelo over here, right?
Drop some
Angelo.
Shout out to Vivo Sports TV. Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah. Angelo said, if you don't know, you don't know, right? So I'm going to quote that because I can't tell you who's going to win that fight right now, right? Until they get in that ring. That bell
stop this. Stop this. People listening to you, man. Stop this.
What I want to
happen, Ray, continue.
Yeah. What I want to happen and what's going to happen are two different things. What I want to happen, yes, I want Canelo to lose to Bud Crawford.
You want a brother to lose?
Don't let him get you off. Don't let him do this.
Ray.
People
listening to you, Ray. People listen to you, Ray.
I want
Don't get up here and say this about Canelo.
You tell me about Canelo. Besides him being
don't let him tell you about Canelo. I want to say this.
I know.
Number one, I want to correct
one
thing. I want to correct one thing. Canelo's not going to lose as much as Terrence is going to win. You know what I'm saying? This is what it's all about. That's what it's all about with Terrence Crawford, is about enlightening, opening the third eye of the casual fan who's looking at knockouts, who's overemphasizing on one way to look at boxing, and who needs to see boxing be entertaining and needs to see what they think they know challenged so that they can grow this new love and passion for the sport. They can see the sweet science on a big stage. And when they watch a Shakur Stevenson fight, right? When they watch a Lomachenko when he fought in his day, when they look at these older fights and they start looking at that sweet science, they start seeing stylistically how great these fights are in the long term. They'll stop crowning fighters great without them proving themselves great. They'll demand that their favorite fighter fights the best fighter that's in the division because they'll realize on any given Sunday, their fighter can lose. Nothing is promised. The only thing that really, truly stands the test of times is the fights that happen, not the fights that don't happen. And that's what Terrence Crawford is going to show on Saturday, baby. He's going to show
you know what's funny about you saying that, Clay?
You don't know.
You know the funny thing about you saying that Clay? I can't. I'm just a blue collar man. I can't keep up with you in a talking contest. You up there in the roster. I can't beat you in a talking contest.
Okay.
All I can tell you is this, man. Canelo's gonna beat that kid dead. Y'all been watching boxing for a long time.
I rebuke.
And the thing that's so sad about it all is this: Canelo has been a friend to the black community. When T.O. said that stuff, he kicked that fool out of there. You never heard Canelo ever say nothing bad. He's been working with Boo Tennis. He worked with all the young black fighters, but y'all want to treat y'all don't know Canelo. But the dude, nobody that's working with Bud is not paid. That's black.
Good.
I done met Bud in real life. He's a jerk. He's not a nice guy. I sat down with Canelo. Listen, I sat down with Canelo. I met Eddie Reynoso. We sat down for 20 minutes. I know a little Spanish. We got to talk. You would never get that with Bud. So I don't understand how the people.
I met Bud. Bud was cool. What'd you do to
me?
Bud was cool.
But I'm a black guy though.
No, I want to emphasize something with Bud though. Hold on. I want to emphasize something with Bud, right? You got to put yourself in the position of somebody who's been attacked by his own community, a lion's share of his career, and understand that there is going to be defense, there is going to be reservation, there is going to be preparation for ignorant shit when people who look like him approach him, because people who look like him have been cutting him down since the beginning of his career, dismissing all of his accomplishments, always saying he's on the wrong side of the street, the wrong side of the conversation. So yeah, when people that look like him walk on him, there will be some reserves. But once you get that respect, once he sees that it's nothing but understanding that I'm a great athlete, and let me emphasize, I'm a better athlete than you'll ever be, right? Like, respect me for what I am, which is an act of God, that I've been gifted, that I took the sacrifices that you never would take, that I've eaten in a way you would never have eaten, that I've worked out in a way you'll never work out, that I've taken chances that you'll never take, that I took a large part of my life and I dedicated it to something. You don't know the last time you dedicated yourself to anything in your life on the level that I have. So when you speak to me like I'm one of those guys, not like I'm your little friend or somebody who you just run into every other day. If you're going to talk to me like I'm common, then I'm going to check that energy and let it be known before you even begin. We don't even need to really politic, and I'm going to put that shield up. But as long as you're willing to address me as a world-class athlete that I am, and you're willing to ask more questions rather than tell me more things and think you can give me advice about how I'm going to move in my career, or think your opinion matters in this conversation and put me in a position where I got to check your energy, I'm going to let you know early. But once you approach me like you might have approached a Canelo, right? Like you approach Gervonta Tank Davis, like people approach those guys, then yeah, man, we're going to put the guard down, and I'm going to say salute to my fans. I'm always here for my fans. But we got to take into consideration what Bud has been exposed to from this boxing space, hence putting him where he's at right now, that he's made it to this big stage on Saturday in spite of a community of people who look like him hating on everything that he does and he says.
So now he's a victim. He made $25 million.
He's not a victim.
He has a $25 million net worth.
No. He's not a victim. He's somebody who's been, I don't want to say trained, but he's been conditioned to be a certain way with his community. It just is what it is. Listen, bro, I know people, right, who come back to the hood, right, who got money, and when they come back to the hood, they're on guard, bro. Shout out to my community, love my community, but y'all can be treacherous. You guys are abusive. You guys.
So you saying you people are abusive?
Listen, my people, your people. I don't know. Maybe Manny feels the same way when he goes to the Philippines. I don't know. Maybe Canelo feels the same way when he goes to Mexico. But we're speaking specifically towards Bud Crawford and the way his community in particular has treated him. He has no reason to put his guard down with somebody who looks like him, walks up on him. He's going to look at you and be like, and if he feels like the energy ain't right, shout out to my guy Kevin Gates, who's going to keep it real. If I feel like your energy ain't right, bro, I'm going to treat you accordingly, bro. I don't owe you nothing. And my community is taking more shots at me than any other community in this space. Canelo Alvarez gets celebrated in Mexico. He's on every channel. Everybody loves him. So he's going to be different. He doesn't get, people don't just get to walk up on him and hate on him openly like that. Maybe at a press conference here or there, but for the most part, he's celebrated and acknowledged for what he is. Even look at you. You know what I mean? You're part of our community, but we're up here celebrating Canelo. Let's celebrate Canelo. He doesn't get hate that easily. He gets hate, but not that easily. Terrence Crawford has been dismissed on how much of a great pound for pound fighter he is. He's not celebrated enough. He's not talked about in the right tone, in the right voice, specifically by his own community. So yeah, if you look like him, you walk up on him. Don't be shocked if he don't look at you like you crazy until you earn his respect by showing improving by whatever opportunity you have to show improve. And if you're going to walk away from him protecting himself, protecting his family, protecting his brand, if you're going to walk away from him and go on the channels and publicly out him, then he's going to look at him and be like, yeah, like I said, that's why I'm moving the way I move. You see how you try me? That's why. I'm good. He can say that about me. That's why Terrence Crawford has become very comfortable with saying, I don't care what nobody thinks. That's why a lot of black fighters in the community have their ears have gone deaf to their own community, because we tear each other down like it's normal. And we expect them to just take that shit like, what? I can't talk shit to you? Damn, you being soft. No, I'm not being soft. I'm being well within my right to egg your ass. You feel me? Deal with that. If I got to deal with you talking shit about me, you deal with me egging you and not caring to share no words with you, give you interviews, or speak to you. That's how I look at it.
This is the thing that I think you're missing. Mm-hmm. When it comes to a guy like Bud or anybody who doesn't get what you would call they just do, you can't help who the fans choose.
He doesn't care. He's okay.
Listen what I'm saying. There's a thing out there where you say, why did the fans choose Tank Davis and not choose Devin Haney? Why did the fans choose Muhammad Ali but they never chose Sonny Liston? You can't really go off of that. It's just about who you can't pick who the fans choose. And all I'm saying is
nobody's picking, but understand that as much freedom, as much understanding as Terrence Crawford or Devin Haney or Shakur Stevenson or any of the other list of fighters that the community doesn't support, as much as they have to accept that people are going to choose who they choose, the fans have to accept them being the way they are with those same fans. They cannot dictate how those guys move, or judge them when they have to respect the fact that you're well within your right to feel the way that you feel as well. But all I'm saying is, don't be shocked when you walk up on these fighters, and these fighters are very reserved about the way they're dealing with the fans, because they're going to deal with their real fans in a certain way, but they're going to look at the ones that are their detractors, the ones who are tearing them down, attacking them, just like Tank does, by the way. Tank does the same thing. He goes to social media, and what does he do? The thing that drives me crazy about the Tank fans is that he'll tell you, shut the hell up and be a fan. He'll shit on the media and be like, why you keep bringing that man up? Man, he'll do all of that, but he can do no wrong. He deserves to be celebrated. But let Terrence treat the fans that he thinks aren't support him in a certain way, and all of a sudden, he's not a good person. He's a rude person. He's a rude person.
Can I say this one thing? I'll just say this because you're making sense, but this is what I'm going to tell you about a guy like Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford, Andre Ward, are what I would call good role models, right? For some reason, they never get the pub they should get. They give it to all, as Paulie Malignaggi said, all the ghetto niggas who start stuff. That's who get the pub. Devin Haney seemed like a good guy. He don't get the pub, but they give it to Javante, who grabbing people out of basketball games, getting assault charges on him. What I'm saying is there's something else to this, man, where they only promote the worst of us. Like, you think about it, classy black fighters never get promoted. There's nobody.
That's because they do that because it's very simple, right? It's supply and demand, right? There's a demand for delinquent representation in this space because the people who are supporting them resonate with their energy because they either are delinquent or they envy the delinquent. And we've seen them all. Even in high school, there was always the kids who wanted to hang out with the thugs and the kids that was the thugs, right? And the kids would celebrate the thugs, but the kids who weren't thugs would celebrate the thugs, but the thugs would be patting their pockets and sending them out and treating them like crash dummies because y'all not really out here having to do what you're doing. You're just doing it because you're trying to be cool. So the people who are not of the same persuasion are just marketing to the people who are willing to pay for what they're marketing, right? Yep. Same thing with the hip hop and everything. Yes, there's an influence there. You can paint a story that there's some big story, that there's a story being put out there or a narrative put out there that, you know, we're going to promote this because we want to influence this community to be a bunch of degenerates so that we could treat them a certain way. I'm sure there's a healthy amount of that as well. But we also have to take accountability as a community that, damn it, we celebrate that shit a lot, bro. And we don't celebrate ourselves. We don't take it upon ourselves to celebrate the best of us. We don't look at what you just said right now about Terrence Crawford being a role model, that Andre Ward's a role model. Why aren't we as a community getting behind that? Why do we take an opportunity to knock Terrence Crawford right now? Like you knocked Terrence Crawford and said he's rude and we should celebrate another fighter who's not of our community, and nothing against Canelo Alvarez, right? Because I have no problem with Canelo Alvarez. I agree with you. I haven't seen him say nothing bad about black people or hurt my community. But why would I take an opportunity to downgrade my brother, Terrence Crawford, who is a father of 7 children, been with the same woman all these years? Yes, he had one kid out of that relationship, but still taking care of his mother, a man who dances with his mother in the ring after every victory, in spite of a very up and down relationship where the mother was not necessarily always the most supportive of what her son was trying to be, but still showing and proving what a black man should look like, taking care of his family, staying with the same unit of trainers and friends, from Bernie the boxer to all the way across the board to Bomac and all those guys, bringing them up with him. Why would I ever waste one breath I have and not use every breath I have to put that man up where he's supposed to be? A 4-weight class champion, 2-weight class undisputed champion. No matter how he spoke to me, knowing what he's been through and understanding that if people can sit there and allow Tank Davis to tell you to shut up and be a fan, catch a domestic violence charge and all those different things, and still find grace for that man, to allow that man to still be celebrated and still defend him when he's doing things, why would I take a fighter like him, like Terrence Crawford, and waste an opportunity to be on a platform like this and do anything less than celebrate, support, and root for that man to win on Saturday against Canelo Alvarez? No offense against Canelo Alvarez, but if we're going to truly lead by example and be part of the solution and not the problem, why would I not take this opportunity to highlight the best of that man and hopefully inspire a bunch of fighters like Abdullah Mason, Brian Norman Jr., Xander Zayas, Emiliano Vargas, all the up-and-coming fighters, Carmel Moten, that maybe if they see us celebrate a Terrence Crawford in that way, that maybe, and there's no guarantees, it might even be a big maybe, they might be like, let me move in a different way, because look at how they celebrate that man when he went and earned all those belts, and he unified all those divisions, and he challenged himself and put himself in a fight that he wasn't even supposed to win, even if he wins or he loses. Why would I waste an opportunity that I have in a platform like this and do anything less than celebrate that man and wish him the best and play any games with his character?
I sort of look at it a little bit different though. So like, when it comes to the whole why Terrence Crawford might act a certain way, even like Devin, even Tank does this so as well. When it comes to the public, y'all have to realize that, like, they're like public figures now. So like, any little thing, like any little bad interaction with the public can lead to something different. Even if it's a good interaction, it can lead to something different. For instance, there was a situation with Mike Tyson on a plane, and some person was like harassing Mike Tyson. Imagine harassing Mike Tyson, somebody who has like over 40 knockouts, you know. But if Mike Tyson retaliates in the wrong way, he can get a lawsuit, you know. So a lot of times you see people, like even stars do it. You see these people out there, they have to be very careful, because like any wrong interaction will end up being like bad press against them, bad media, or even lawsuits. Anything like these little interactions can change greatly. Like I remember, like Crawford made a comment about like him feeling like the Madrigal fight was bigger because it was more of it was like more on an international like stage than the Errol Spence fight. Now his main argument was just that you have an international stage, but then you have a big fight on a national stage. But like people took that and said, "Oh, Crawford doesn't like his people," you know. So you see how like something like that can just gravitate to like something like negative. So I think they're just very cautious, which they should be when it comes to fans and like
especially meeting face to face, like especially on that level. Like
maybe I got it wrong. Maybe
yeah. So, but when it comes to the whole good present bad guy thing, that's always been in boxing. Like there's always been the hero versus the bad guy. I think when you look back like at Ray Leonard's time, right? The reason why Ray Leonard was popular because he was shown as like the good guy, the clean cut. He had like the afro, like the good guy smile and everything came straight from the Olympics. It's because during that time they had a lot of bad guys, you know. They had goddamn Durans and
he was a bad guy. Leonard was a bad guy.
Huh?
No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
I'm talking about in his personal life. He was a bad guy.
I'm talking about his image. His fight image was more of like the clean cut good guy. You know, so like
jump in after.
So like so when you see that, what's that? I'm all in. When you see that, like fan bases will now say, okay, we believe he's nobody, he's a hype job. Like people calling Ray Leonard a hype job, you know. And then there's some people who believe in the good guy phase. They're like, oh, he could probably be anybody. He's that good guy, and that's what you see today. Like you see, like the Devons. Classic example: Shakur Stevenson's right. Shakur Stevenson, multi-division champion. He won titles at 126, 130. Right. Shakur Stevenson has done little at 135, but he's got the most press. The reason why is because he was able to get lined up with Tank. Not because, and now it's Shakur versus like the cool kid, you know, Tank Davis. When he got lined up with Tank, he got all this press. But prior to being lined up, he wasn't getting all this press, you know. And now people are now saying like, who's the cool guy, who's the good guy, who's the bad guy. Same thing with Devin Haney, you know. It's just how it is. Like even with Mike Tyson was the bad guy. They were looking for a good guy to beat him. Floyd Mayweather was a bad guy when he beat Oscar De La Hoya, and they wanted Pacquiao to be because Pacquiao came in like the kung fu good guy, you know. If everybody really remember the era, yeah, that's when they looked at Pacquiao. He was like the good guy kung fu guy, you know.
No, you know the thing I will say.
That's a lot of people looked at. But yeah, but anyway, salute to you guys, man. I just wanted to drop that to you guys, man. Good chopping up, y'all.
No doubt, Boxing Hacker. You know, you already know, bro. You already know. Go out there and do the work, baby. Go out there and do the work.
That's right.
You already know. Keep your chin tucked, keep your head off the line, bro, and fight the good fight for us.
I bet you Hacker get knocked out lately. Man, so pray for him. He been getting put to sleep lately, so pray for him. Man.
Remember, this ain't true. This is just a crazy thought, but you get paid to do this, baby.
That's right. Exactly.
Hacker spit that mouthpiece out like Keith Thurman and run around that ring.
Thanks for the paychecks.
No doubt, man.
Whoever giving it to us, yeah.
Can I jump in real quick and just say my piece?
Oh yeah, Blaze, my bad. By the way, how you doing today, Blaze? My bad, bro. I was ranting. You see me in my feelings, Blaze? I was in my feelings, wasn't I?
Man,
I was in my feelings.
It's fight week, baby. We do what we want. We say what we want. We be who we want to be. You feel me? It's fight week. It's electric. I love it.
Woo,
you know,
energy's in there. That's what it is.
Listen, I tell you all the time, man. There's two discussions that I can have with people on these channels and these real talk when we talk outside the ring, inside the ring. We're 5 days away from inside the ring, but we get to the outside of the ring stuff. It's cool. So look, my favorite boxer of all time, and it informs like my work, how I stand, how I move out here in my community up here in the Northwest. You know, Seattle, Washington, coming from where I come from, in the corner of the map, top left. You feel me? My favorite boxer of all time is Muhammad Ali. And he's Muhammad Ali for this discussion that we're having right now. You got to understand, anytime there's been photos, video that's been produced on this soil, on the United States soil, it's been used as a tool for propaganda for Black folks. You know, particularly Black folks who are descendants of individuals who were enslaved in this country. You dig? So when we talking about how you control a narrative, we ain't never controlled the media. You feel me? So once they put the lens on us, once we get big, we the bad guy. You feel me? So that's where I'm going into. That's the whole. You can debate that all you want. We can go down the list. We can go on what they happened with
Right.
Minstrel. We can go what they doing with Jim Crow. We can even go with Ring Magazine. Fucking came out they fucking subconscious. If they didn't do that shit consciously, it created that image of Bud sitting there like a buff black pickaninny with all them belts on him. You feel me? The Ring magazine actually connected to Turkey that's actually promoting this fight that there has to be accountability for when we talk about the historical context of media.
No,
But let me
no,
get back to it.
not you. My bad, Ray. Nah. Okay.
But look, but let me get back to it though.
Mhm.
Muhammad Ali's the best because he went against that openly. You feel me? Turning from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali in his biggest fight ever was Sonny Liston. You feel me? His post interview is something to be studied when he switches from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali and represents the Nation of Islam and say he's the greatest and say Allah's the greatest. You feel me? When he had no chance to win that fight under the biggest lights, and he boxed that boy. And he boxed that boy. That's how Ali became legend. And no sooner than he got under the lights, he had to go against the political forces of our country because he was anti-military as well. You feel me? That's how he gets stripped in his prime. That's how he was the best heavyweight. Ain't nobody moved like that in his prime. They put political pressure, you feel me? Literally stripped him, literally was threatening to put him in jail. You feel me? In his prime. And he came out and came back and came from adversity with running into Frazier. You feel me? But then came back and got Foreman and got it back. So it's like, despite all the media, it don't matter. You feel me? One thing about Bud, if you look at Bud and what type of media he produced, he don't be on the gram. That's why he's different than his little brothers. Keyshawn, he's different than Shakur. They're from this era. He's from an era like where we're from when he's 8, 9 years old, where there ain't no social media, where there ain't no cell phones. And if there was cell phones, we was too poor to have them, so we're behind with the cell phones. You dig what I'm saying? He's from that era. He's my age. You feel me? So when we talking about going into a fight, I tell you, I come into a fight as a fan, and Bud only makes me come on here as a fan now because I have no hypothetical for what he looks like at 168, brother. It's different. He's daring to be great. And anybody talking about a payday, you guys is lost your mind if you don't think what Bud is. Bud is a Terminator. He's coming for those 5 straps. Regardless of the media, regardless of what's said, regardless who's the villain, regardless of the narratives that hit the algorithm, he's coming for all 4 of those alphabet titles in that Ring Magazine title to become undisputed at 168, 3 division undisputed over 5 divisions. You understand me? Another man might not never do that again. You feel me? You go 3 divisions. INOUE can go 3 sequentially, but you're not doing it over 5. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, let's not play here like what the legacy, what history gonna say. All this media, everybody's comments, Canelo, all this racist shit, all this bullshit, all this non-boxing shit, that's part of the media now. That's what create the buzz. That's what we're in the age of social media. But if you old school, and you 0 dark 30, where it's like, hey, the only take you get on Bud, it being recorded, is him handling his business. And he even edits that on his YouTube channel. You see, he edited that clean on his Netflix channel. It's all work. He's in the gym. And so that's why it's like, hey, we going to see come September 13th, and I'm going to land my plane right here because that's just the main point. It's about what's in the ring coming 5 days from now. You feel me? And it's going to be a great fight. I just got Bud. He might not win, but I got him.
Stop it with that negative thinking, man. Back to what you said.
No, I'm just telling you, he's going to put it on the line. He gonna put it on the line,
no, 100%, man, and that's why he deserves the respect.
He's willing to lose the win. You feel me? That's what I'm trying to tell you. If he loses, he's gonna lose the win.
Right?
Yeah, that's why it's like this is a real fight. That's why he deserves the respect. That's what I'm saying, right? Like this man is bold, man. And shout out to my thumbnail. If you look at the thumbnail, what does it say? Fortune favors the bold, bro.
And
man, he's bold.
Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna say Blaze, and honestly, like we talked about this, I think on the last episode where, and I know I was getting some heat for it, but I honestly don't think there's anything that's gonna go wrong for Crawford because Worst case scenario, he loses the fight. He's going to come out of it as the gentleman that he is. He's going to come out of it as a boxing hero. And then he'll fight Jake Paul and beat the brakes off of him in 2026 anyway. So, it'll end up working out. But I actually, I've been looking at the odds, right? You know me, Ray. I keep looking at it. And I'm actually going to put money on the under, because one narrative that a lot of people aren't talking about is that this could be Hagler Hearns. And I think it could be Hagler Hearns, just looking at how they look right now, the way they look when they got off the plane. Vegas is hot with all kinds of advertising. I saw what you sent, Ray, but I'm here, bro. I see it.
I know you are. I
mean, like Canelo as fast as Hagler
the buzz
or
is real. Like, let me tell you something right now. I went to the UCLA UNLV game on Saturday, and I was like, why the fuck is there so much traffic going to going to Allegiant? And it's because everybody already started getting here from wherever they're from to be here for Fight Week event.
Yeah,
they're doing a free They're doing free to the public boxing 5 matches at the Fountain Blue on Wednesday, starting at 2 p.m. So that's how Turkey kind of made up for the Friday. I was talking to the Legion people, and they said they didn't hear any word about anything happening on Friday. And from some of the people I've spoken to, they said, yeah, they couldn't get. So Turkey was trying to do another box raw, like another sparring style, but they couldn't get it to happen at Allegiant for whatever the reasons were. I still think he will do a box raw. I just don't. I'm probably pretty sure it's going to end up being at the Fontainebleau. The Fontainebleau right now is kind of becoming the new MGM in the sense of that's where Dana White's putting everything. So free boxing,
okay.
5 matches, September 10th, 2 p.m. Here in Vegas on Wednesday. They're selling. I'm a little disappointed, Clay, about the Thursday card, because the Thursday card with Olasquaga, it's a good card, but it shouldn't be $75 for people, man. That's a little high for that, but whatever. I'm sure Turkey will have his people buy it. The theater's not that big anyways. And then Friday, there should be a box raw event somewhere. I don't know. I mean, it's too hot. I'll tell you that right now. It's like 111, 110, like too hot to do it outside. So it's got to be one of the hotels that they're going to do a box raw in. And then Saturday, y'all, Allegiant Stadium opens 1:30. First fight starts at 2:30. 10 banger fights, all super competitive. If you're planning to go, and like I told you guys before, Dana White's the type of guy that when he does a UFC style event, he wants you to be there for the first fight. So same thing here for this boxing event. I know everyone is used to not seeing the crowd get filled up until later, but I think you'll find it different this time around. I think that they're doing a lot of different stuff. And I did hear from Allegiant staff that there might be some kind of a concert type of performance of some sort.
There is.
So,
maybe there is.
Maybe there might be something. There might be something. So, but anyway, I let me land with this, Clay. I believe it could be Hagler Hearns. The odds right now for under 10.5 is plus 350, and I'm all about that. I think that's a nice little odds to put down if you believe it's going to end up less than 10.5 either way.
Love it, love it, love it. Let me address this. Anthony Manzano wants us to address this.
That's good. That's good. That's their money.
And then we're going to bounce because it's 4 hours and I got stuff to do. I didn't even go to the gym today. It's diabolical. Clay and panel, was there any perception by media before Canelo learned English that he was arrogant? That's why he refuses to do any interviews in English like you saw with Vladimir Guerrero Sr.
No, because he did a Big Boy interview in where Big Boy made it like a fun thing where he had Canelo cussing. Yeah. And Canelo spoke about how one of the first things he learned in English is how to cuss. So, Canelo was motherfucking this and shit that and doing all kinds of stuff. So no, I don't think so. I don't think there's a massive hate for Canelo.
No, and I don't think Canelo, I don't think him refusing to do interviews in English aligns with a disrespect for a culture. I think the man just don't got to talk English where he's from, right? He lives a complete life where he's in his country. You know, he's rich, and why would he learn a language that he doesn't need? And if anything, you saw him want to speak to the media by learning English, right? That's the only reason he probably learned English. Was like, you know what? I'm kind of tired of not being able to answer questions in English. I want to expose myself to a broader, different spectrum and demographic of people, and I want them to know that I think Canelo's always been very high in integrity, as he can be. I mean, he cheated, he did certain things, but I mean, a wise man once said, "If you're not cheating, you ain't trying to win." But but at the end of the day, he's always seen shown respect to the sport and respect to the media and respect to the people who he believes support the sport. I think I've always seen that. That's why everything I said about Terrence, I always made sure I emphasize that. No disrespect to Canelo, right? Me supporting Terrence Crawford is not hating Canelo. And I'm I don't know if a lot of Canelo's fans could say the same thing, but I'm going to say that I expect a Mexican to support Canelo Alvarez. I have no problem with fans of Canelo supporting Canelo. Listen, it is what it is, bro. It's a sport. When I go to a football game and I watch, I'm supporting the Jets or I'm supporting the Philadelphia Eagles over another team, right? Like, I don't hate the other team, but I'm supporting my team. So there's never no offense taken when it comes to that, right? But I was a little passionate earlier because and shout out to my brother BVO, but to say that Andre Ward and Terrence Crawford are examples for black men and black boys growing up, but in the same breath tear him down, and it's just like, nah, bro, we need more of our best representation celebrated, bro, for the risk and for the commitment they make to be the best versions of themselves just for our entertainment and for their money, of course, right? We need to take the opportunity to acknowledge these guys for who they are, man. Win, lose, or draw, bro. You know what I mean? I will never in my life, as much as anybody wants to paint a picture of me knocking Gervonta Tank Davis, with, you know what I'm saying? However you want to continue to feel that way, I promise you, I have the utmost respect for that man being the highest level of athlete that there is out there that you could imagine. If I was able to meet that man and he'd allow me to, I would shake his hand and congratulate him. And I'd call him champ. And any question I'd ask him, like, champ, let me ask you a question. I'm going to respect that man, bro, because I know he's doing something that I've never done anything in my life to compare it to. You know what I'm saying? I've never committed to something as long as he maybe being a father to my children be the closest thing, you know what I'm saying, I could bring to the table as something I've stuck all the way out through and did not fade left or right. So my opinion about a boxing career is one thing, but when it comes to speaking on that man, to speaking to that man or about that man, I'm going to keep the conversation where it's supposed to be. And I think all athletes in general, period, deserve to be treated that way. But damn it, bro. Somebody who looks like you, yeah, man. If he's doing something excellent, bro, take a moment to recognize that and stop taking these moments because you're not promised tomorrow. Stop taking these precious moments you have and using them to tear him down. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm telling you, the community, as far as the boxing community is concerned, these fighters, they're about done. They're about done. And they're not, and they've gone deaf, and they're in Riyadh, and they're in Japan, and they're in Vegas, and they're in these different places, and they don't care about this community no more because the community done turned their back on them a long time ago. So shout out to Shakur Stevenson, who finally said, F the fans. And you guys want to take that and turn that into something. Well, bro, y'all been saying F him forever, bro. Forever. You know what I'm saying? Tank can't even be convinced by his own fans that they're real fans. That's why he'll tell you to shut the hell up and become a fan. It's not because he's being mean. It's because he don't believe y'all. Because he knows as soon as he makes a mistake, as soon as something doesn't go right, you guys will be the first one to tear him down. So he giving y'all that energy and he keeping that energy consistent. Fan or no fan. He doesn't care either way, bro. You're not walking up on Tank. I bet you. None of y'all are, because he ain't allowing you. Security ain't allowing to. I saw a video of Tank sitting up on the car chilling. Somebody walked up on him who happened to look like him with dreads in their hair, and they talked to him. He like, damn, how this guy sneak up on me? What the guy do? Yo, I think I could beat you in a fight, man. What clown ass shit is you doing, bro? What clown ass shit is you doing? And what other community would even play with that man's face like that? Play with his face like that, knowing his freedom is on the line. He smack you, you suing him. He do something crazy. Anybody on his team put their hands on you, you suing him. This man, come on, bro. We need to do better as a community. We definitely need to do better, bro.
Yep.
It is what it is, man. We are at the 4 hour and 13 minutes.
Listen, I hear that.
Yeah. I'm betting while you was talking. Don't get me wrong, but
no, 4 hours and 13-minute mark, man. I appreciate everybody who showed up today. 53 people left in the building. Please make sure to hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Stay tuned in. We'll be live all week because this is fight week. I've made time specifically for this week, man. I wanted to be available to comment on everything going on this week, whether it's the fights, whether it's the press conferences, media workouts, grand arrivals, and ultimately the actual event on Saturday. We'll be going up every single day. Show up here if you really want some perspective of what's going on in the space. There's a lot of things going on in boxing that we didn't even talk about today. We got, I mean, just so much going on, right? We talked about 130 pounds, the 130-pound division today. A lot. We talked about that great fight between Eduardo, Sugar Nunez, and Christopher Diaz.
Velez.
We talked about the division, the belts. We talked about future fights at 130. We obviously talked a lot about Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. There's still an undercard at some point, hopefully maybe tomorrow or sometime this week. I want to talk about Billy and Lester Martinez. I want to talk about Sergey Bohachuk. I want to talk about Bam Rodriguez. No, that's not on this card. Sorry. But I want to talk about all the fights that are on the undercard. It is what it is, man. Shout out to everybody. Guys, remember to love on each other, man. Don't take each other for granted, man. Life is good. God is good. Bless you to give you another day to do something positive with it. Remember the assignment, bro. Don't get so caught up in the nonsense that you forget the purpose, you know what I'm saying, of it. And that's not to punch a clock and work your job 70 hours a week. Some of us have to do that, but that's not the purpose. Find a moment to be used. Because like a wise man once said, if you're not useful, you are useless. And at this point, ATP, to the next one. We out.
They never believe me. I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got them picking up the pieces. That mean you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot. Wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans. You don't need to understand.